skills that enable our country come up with the proper capacities that then help to firm up the ideas on how to go about all these developmental issues towards climate change adaptation. Because if we don't do that, then we'll be wasting this particular opportunity that our president has actually put forth, and which we really need to make a follow-up and continue that kind of conversation.
Yes, and now the president has already accessed KICC, day 2 of the inaugural African Climate Summit. Just if my camera persons can actually give you that particular view, just like yesterday, the president drove himself to the venue using an electric car, trying to set the Judith around, you know, I am doing what I am saying. Like basically my action and mission. We can see him there. He's accompanied by none other than government officials, including Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. They are walking through that particular, you know, reception there, where we are having entertainment by persons who actually dressed in the Maasai attire. So if you did not know, you know, you are in Kenya, well, definitely that particular reception by those who are performing down there is happening right here in Nairobi. We expect the president to continue playing host, literally, welcoming these heads of state. We had a number of, up until yesterday, by the time we were leaving, we are looking at around 20 heads of state who have made their way to Nairobi, Kenya, for this particular summit. And once they arrive, he is going to be leading them in like the host that he is. And yesterday we also had a very light moment. He had an opportunity to actually dine at the media center. How did that make you feel?
I was so happy, you know, just seeing the president among us in the media center.
Yes.
Eating what we were eating.
Yes.
I was so elated. I was so happy. Now, you've just said something. The president is actually in Maasai attire.
Yes.
This is a statement. It's a major statement.
Yes.
Remember, in his presentation yesterday, in his speech yesterday, His Excellency the President talked about indigenous people.
Yes.
And you know, they are actually the ones who have the reservoir of knowledge on what we can do about ecosystem restoration. And today, still in the Maasai attire, it means that the president is actually telling people, visit Kenya. This is what we can offer you in terms of our tourism, our indigenous people.
Yes.
We are, you know, I'm just elated, I'm happy.
You're happy? Well, as you can hear from the background, we're already having the East African Community Anthem playing. This is a sign that day 2 of the summit is going to be getting underway. And just to give you a sneak peek of what we expect, we are going to have the high-level opening of this particular day 2, where it's going to be none other than Her Excellency Soipan Tuya, the Cabinet Secretary, Environment and Climate Change Forestry, is going to be giving the welcoming remarks. And these particular high-level statements are going to be coming out from His Excellency Azali Assoumani, the President of Comoros, His Excellency Moussa Faki, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as His Excellency Mustafa Mabole of the COP27 and Prime Minister of Egypt, as well as Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber of the COP28 President. We also have Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and last but not least, our very own President, His Excellency William Ruto there. They're going to be giving their speeches in the high-level opening, doing a recap of what day 1 was, telling us where we need to expect, or rather what we expect from governments, representation across Africa, given that we have these heads of state as well as various stakeholders. The AU is here. We're going to be finding out exactly which direction the AU as well as other African states are going to be taking in the Nairobi Declaration. Afterwards, we're going to have parallel conversations or other discussions One of the topic is going to be unlocking the potential of regenerative blue economy in Africa and beyond. This is going to be taking place between 2 and 3 p.m. Also, we're going to be having another conversation that is scaling up adaptation at a time when experts have opined that Africa is so much keen on climate adaptation and it's seemingly, forgetting climate mitigation. But from yesterday's speech there by President William Ruto, we are all in this together. It doesn't matter whether we are developing or developed, we are suffering the same with the issue of climate change. And now, as my colleague has rightfully put, Akolo, it's not about climate adaptation or mitigation, it is tackling climate change. That's another conversation that is going to be happening. We're also going to have another conversation around critical minerals for green manufacturing, especially after hearing from the manufacturers. Judith, what do you think this is really going to entail?
Actually, as you're talking, I just realized that it's about science. If science tells you this is the direction you can take, yeah, to solve this problem, follow the science. And that is what this adaptation story is about. So if we can follow the science and make sure that we are doing it right, we'll not have major problems. Going back to the issue of food security.
Yes.
I was listening to the president of the Africa Development Bank, Dr. Adeshina, when they met the youth assembly, when they are speaking during the youth assembly with the head of state. Adeshina said, no one smokes gas, no one drinks oil, but everybody eats food. That is a growth area. And as we said, anything green absorbs carbon dioxide.
Yes.
Can we utilize the arable land that we are told Africa has?
Yes. Actually, they say 85%.
85%
Yes.
of the global arable land is
in
here
Africa.
in Africa. If we can utilize that and then take advantage of the carbon credits market, we would be on our way.
And it's the same you sat with the people who are planning this program, because in the afternoon we're going to also be having a conversation around adaptation and food systems, and we are expecting stakeholders, including AGRAF, to be taking center leading in these conversations. And we have even representations from Angola, Zimbabwe, Tanzania and Uganda, as well as Ethiopia and Ghana taking a part in these particular conversations. Now we want to take you to the Savo Ballroom, where the high-level opening of Day 2 of the African Climate Summit is taking place. We'd want to say that the chief guest and host this morning is already here. That is none other than His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, accompanied by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. We hand you over to the Master of Ceremony at the Savo Ballroom. I'm Regina Manyara, and my host has been
Judith Akolo.
PPMC production.
nguvu yetu, urithi wetu ndio fahari yetu. Tushikane mikono, tuje pamoja, tukimwomba Mungu tutasonga mbele. Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Mazao ya shamba, ardhi yenye rutuba, tuna madini yetu, umoja wetu tunaridhia. Jambo Bwana, 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 hakuna matata, matata, matata. Tuna uhuru wa kujieleza hey, kwa lugha zetu na muziki yetu hey. Kenya yetu kweli inapendeza hey. We thank God, we say amen. Tunawe adhiwa kwerutira hey. Ondwire wito na ogai wito hey. Kenya yuto ne andekete hey. Twashoke gado toga amen.
Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Umoja ni ngao, twajivunia mila na desturi, twasherekea utamaduni wetu. Unavutia amani, unavutia upendo, ibugaye atumye. Iberurat korenyo, nyerani mete fahari wito. Iberurat korenyo,
Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu.
Iberurat korenyo, nyerani mete fahari wito. Iberurat korenyo,
Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Iberurat korenyo, nyerani mete fahari wito. Iberurat korenyo,
Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu.
Iberurat korenyo, nyerani mete fahari wito. Iberurat korenyo,
Twafurahia fahari yetu.
PPMC Production.
Ocean where you go tomorrow, Sebata Monte by Ningabo, Emetoke to Motenembasha, Nemetic, and Sulia Rabadi, get living, pace and harmony, one type, one culture, liberty, together is what love and unity, and we bless our nation. Ocean where you go tomorrow, Sebata Monte by Ningabo, Emetoke to Motenembasha, Nemetic, and Sulia Rabadi, get living, pace and harmony, one type, one culture, liberty, together is what love and unity, and we bless our nation. Amen.
nyetega Morikina to eloginia Ekidili bore kajogon Echami ibore kajogon Ajoki di kechalakara Ikibuko na bonga kon Yamoye kedu nyetega Morikina to eloginia Ekidili bore kajogon Echami ibore kajogon Ajoki di kechalakara Ikibuko na bonga kon
Tuungane, Wakenya pamoja tujengane, tupendane, kama familia tulindane. Jukumu lako, jukumu langu, tudumishe usalama pamoja, tusonge mbele kwa pamoja, sisi wa Kenya.
PPMC Production.
Tora Kegeni kiari magori dukubuna rero Abageni baitu bongo boringa yamure Wate nabu bono minto toratenga Baitu mano minto twende Etwani yabugire Etwani yabugire Etwani yabugire Etwani yabugire Etwani enze yaito Yabugire ge koranju kwenda nyama no morembe Yabugire ge koranju bugambye buya no borembe Yabugire ge koranju bugambye buya no borembe Twanye ito ya Kenya ngaingo tanji ko yerora baba Aya bano nane to irani ya kabere tata Teko wa matera maya yo kogokia Tagale la bana magana taki teko ba debia mansu Gaitu gata twende Aye la batigato tere Aye la batigato tere Enze ya itone o morembe Enze ya itone o morembe Wenjani no mo boto konye Wenjani no mo boto konye Abakenya rindi tenenato denge Abakenya rindi tenenato denge Abantu twenzi tenenato denge Abantu twenzi tenenato denge Denga Nengie Kenya ya ito Eyo mwando O kanjani Amono morembe Mindo to jamo etwani yabugire
PEMC production.
Umoja wetu wa kitaifa ndiyo nguzo ya nchi yetu. Tukiungana sote pamoja, tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Kwa amani na upendo, tuendeleze utu wetu. Haya yote tukizingatia, baraka tele tutapokea.
Vijana, wazee, kina mama, tunaweza tukiungana. Furaha, usawa na ustawi, Mungu Baba tatujalia. So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele.
Forori witone moradime, toikaranie hamwe na thayo. Maya mothe nĩ magegania, tuine tuothe twĩ hamwe.
So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. So pull up, njooni wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele.
Tunaapa tutaungana tena na tena, undugu pia na usawa tena na tena, uzalendo kuendeleza tena na tena, na kwa pamoja tutasimama tena na tena. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee, na Kenya tutaishi milele.
chiel ma wan go e dala waka, joma beyo, joma chungile, kitiyo mate kendo gigero pinywa, anapuoyo anapako anahera chiel ma wan go e dala waka, joma beyo, joma chungile, kitiyo mate kendo gigero pinywa, anapuoyo anapako jodala. Hakuna matata, naipenda Kenya yangu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, tukaribisha kwetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, nchi yenye baraka. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Kenya yetu mimi najivunia, utulivu kweli twafurahia, omorembe twanyogokera, buya mono chisokoro chaito, obosibore twabotengera. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, naipenda Kenya yangu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, tukaribisha kwetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, nchi yenye baraka. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Utangamano wetu wafurahisha, umoja wetu sote wapendeza. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu, daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu, daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, naipenda Kenya yangu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, tukaribisha kwetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, nchi yenye baraka. Hakuna matata. Mi mzalendo, nitaijenga Kenya yangu, niendapo Kenya ni mama yangu, niwe liwalo hapa nyumbani kwangu, kote kote ubora tueneze, vile vile pia tuwajibike, wananchi sote tumakinike. Tungane tudumishe amani, Wakenya tuishi kwa umoja, ni nguzo yetu si wazalendo. Hii ni moto watu wangu. Ale, 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 ale. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Danse, 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 danse. Danse, 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 danse. Danse, 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 danse.
nijenge, nikujenge, tujengane.
PPMC Production.
Tunakisawa, kila mtu anapawa, hata Maulana hajawahi kutugawa. Tulichafuta amani, tukatoka huko mbali, yapaswa tuzidi pamoja, dumisha amani. Tokonyane, asitoranyane, emakulweta, wadomre.
Nikujenge, tujengane kwa usawa, mimi nawe tushikane pamoja, twasonga mbele. Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Yo Kisumo,
Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Kenya duto. Ukatuzi mashinani, hadi humu ndani ndani, kaleta ka unity. Sasa tuna opportunity, nikiwa ofisi nawe jua kali, chochote ufanyacho kujimudu maishani. Tokonyane, asetoranyane, makulweta, wadongre.
Jenge, nikujenge, tujengane kwa usawa, mimi nawe tushikane pamoja, twasonga mbele. Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Yo Kisumo,
Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Kenya duto.
Sote tupendane, tuungane. Amani tuzingatie, tusonge mbele. Hadi mbele. Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Yo Kisumo,
Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Kenya duto.
Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Yo Kisumo,
Yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa, yawane kakigerowa.
Kenya duto. Tujengane.
PPMC Production.
Mundu agikanyiweta gwake monde ndokya kundera soronyo kanjodere muramba wakyamba sokore mane tinge wekyambero kenya kega era ndogasa ningone ziragya muhangwa mogenyo yone bakwama utangana kele kwembe kwe waro dana kela nyabonjoro naro kevine wanyage kwendwa wamukane samoramba wakyamba sombondori anjogu nerirwene mwato wa mukyanyo kambiga thome yo kambiga kirambe boe mbondori anjogu ewarore kururuma ngorio karuruma masimba ayaya
Nenge no kerwa kanane kazembe kaderi kongoro. Mwana tigwako atigwerorare. Moramba wa kamberwe nyamba. Ayayo enyamaso. Yokere lambata mogura. Retete migo wambure kiuka. Kanjokere goso kia mogamba. Ayayo enyanyakwa. Kaibate inato kweni. Nebe kimana okege seke. Turuno mungo ya jongwa ya wanderi. Kukadienge na koria weseke. Nadona semo sioria gukagurwa. Kurio kariva gwana ivoko izembe. Merembe ira rutirwe. Nemone mora mbosya mbazo. Wamukara tutasere ya wane kiweka. Natomanye aneki. Merembe. Ayaya. Mono ni kubebeya. Udemo kenenga. Wamura mbosya mbazo wadi mura kebuti. Kutena ya mbongana ya zogu. Kanya ya mora mbora rora wasiangera. Nduma ya tukoke molele wara ukandire. Kutena ya mbongana ya zogu. Kanya ya mora mbora rora wasiangera. Nduma ya tukoke molele wara ukandire. Kutena ya mbongana ya zogu. Kanya ya mora mbora rora wasiangera. Nduma ya tukoke molele wara ukandire. Nduma ya tuko manja memore. Yoria memore tone mivago. Mwari mwara danyinya yandogo. Rakoria na kiamba kore tia vyoria memore. Nduma ya tuko manja memore. Yoria memore tone mivago. Sangya. Kiamba so. Sangya. Kiamba so. Iye memore ore garo abakiria ni mugenye bari jewe. Kiamba so. Iye nugi wane venya toga kinya toka dambie kavyowe. Kiamba so. Umba. Aneketo. Muramba wa kiamba so anegyo manaware. Wana biyo. Mura. Wakamba so. Ore. Manegyo. Obe. Yange munde. Aneketo. Natwa dambia kavyo kauga dekere. Kere biyo. Seka. Yaitumbe.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Ajanyikini hakopo yako.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Anyude buyeri yako.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Anyudi henate yako.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Akitinge kiruri yako.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Anyudi gitenge yako.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Akipupungi yawudi.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Anyudi ngiyokotela.
Epoto gibeyoko.
Ajanyikin.
Kenya.
Akopo yako kanyamanya yemena yetau.
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 PPMC Production.
Supal que retiran niña de yegal gumo. Supal que retiran a don array que gumo. Seré el que retiran a ver por la shongo bang. Seré el que retiran tu miel siri yongo bang.
Supal que retiran sila niña titile.
Oh yeah.
Supal que retiran sila niña titile.
Oh yeah.
Supal que retiran sila niña titile.
Oh yeah.
Supal que retiran sila niña titile.
Apuji Ethiopia kakop. Ani buni yo Kenya kijo koroko choki boy ginoria. Erara na kajo kakane iya. Iya ngitalio. Iya lukania. Iya ton. Iya ngodi. Iya kodoguan. Iya ri. Iya ngatunyu. Go 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 go. Kenya, 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 so why the Netherlands say they need Kenya, so why the Netherlands say they need
BMC Production.
Kama venga, 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 kama venga.
Bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe gundi kwaya mumbe kama rumwezera ko bulayi kuba nenda kama tunda ko buru mu Kenya no bano kenda mu Kenya mwefe muno ola kupaliana ne nasombo kimyanda kwa mwana bulayi po no cha mu sekta cyo buziliki kama dibabo na ko kolinga aki no cha sia masomo yozizo kwa wale nyuma tawe wana kama masomo ke primary kusoma za free no cha mu bulimi biru kwa nende bira kwa bana buza kuikhwera ewe wa mukeni ichawe bonere kucha ewe Mukenya muno awalo mazina ngali ai ulinende mulembe kuno okuwambanya alala ai ulinende mulembe ewala kakaba kubela zandi mugali ai ulinende mulembe newela kakaba kubela zandi mugali ai ulinende mulembe
Jaba chimalo mana kone nyenome Mboko ya balu yese weye koni roche Tuno rimbe mulechera Koya mulire Enji wa Kenya Kuline do mulembe Nendo ulala mungo mana kuzima nenge Ebinji bikokola Kukole kwesi ya lala Kakami biachara Kuze kwesi ya lala Nakama ulimi mayu Kukole kwesi ya lala Nakama Kenya runda Kukole kwesi ya lala Sekita limbani Kukole kwesi ya lala
Mukenya muno Nawalo mazina ngali
ai ulinende mulembe
kuno muwambanya alala
ai ulinende mulembe
ewera kakaba ukupira zandi mugaliwe
ai ulinende mulembe
ewera kakaba ukupira zandi mugali
ai ulinende mulembe Kamabeka, 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 Kamabeka.
Maria yo gendo gora ugaburo erekio yebyo ejare mojuangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaburo erekio yebyo ejare mojuangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaburo erekio yebyo ejare mojuangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaburo erekio yebyo ejare mojuangunga
Agua. Cadro agua. Tro agua. Oh, comment? Comment? Ça va, ça va.
Monica, Monica. Wale wa agua, Monica. Wakendiga, Monica. Ena madena, Monica. Monica, Monica. Timbana Monica. Wata, wayaya. Wayaya, wayaya. Wayaya, wayaya. Avai, ta Monica, we. Swa. Wayaya, wayaya. Avai, ta Monica. Swa. Avai, ta Monica. Aya, we. Swaga, we. Avai, ta Monica. Wait. Troquei.
Samba. Oh. Aye. Todia de quoi? Bogondale. Wajojo. Troquei. Oitan go con ida to eh. Troquei. Oitan go con ayere. Troquei. Uyanya.
Biriwe. Chambulira. Goe. Varia. Biriwe. Qua. Da.
MC Production.
kitabu mar hawi omiyo yuto chimo wanyaka chie omiyo yuto chimo wanyaka chie Watimatek mondo walos dongruogwa watimo kamano wanabed gohala motegno gimano sendiki e kitabu mar hawi omiyo yuto chimo wanyaka chie omiyo yuto chimo wanyaka chie Ratego
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, would kindly request and would like to settle the room. So we are requesting that we take our seats. We have 10 minutes before we start off. So kindly, let's take our seats so that we are able to start off all on the right note. So kindly, wherever we are, let's take our seats. We have protocol officers who will help you find your seat. So kindly, let us settle down. I request, please, that we settle down. Let us find our seats and settle down kindly. Tunaomba tafadhali tuweze kutulia.
And for the protocol officers, kindly help me just get this information to our guests. We need to settle down. We need to take our seats. We have less than 10 minutes to begin. So please, let's take our seats. Again, kindly, let's take our seats. We need to do this as quickly as we can so that we are ready to begin in the next 10 minutes or so. So please, kindly, let's take our seats. Wherever we are, let's find our seats and sit down. Thank you. We still have quite a number of us who are not seated. So I'm kindly requesting that we settle down. And if the protocol officers present can kindly help me enforce this so that we have a room that's settled down. We have less than 10 minutes to begin. Kindly, let's settle down. My request is that we find our seats and take our seats, please. Those of us who are still standing, please let's find our seats and settle down. We have little time before we begin. Please find your seat and take your seat. Kindly, let's take our seats. We need to settle the room, so please let's take our seats. Please, let's settle down. We need to take our seats. Let's clear the front, clear the aisles, and take our seats, please. We still have very many of us to our right that have not taken our seats. Please, on this side, if we can kindly just take our seats. Please. I request that we take our seats. We still have a huge number of us who are still standing. We need to take our seats. And if the protocol officers and security can kindly help me just enforce this, let's take our seats kindly. We need to settle down in readiness to start our session this morning.
Tukimwomba Mungu tutasonga mbele.
PEMC Production.
Utofauti wetu ndio nguvu yetu, urithi wetu ndio fahari yetu. Tushikane mikono, tuje pamoja, tukimwomba Mungu tutasonga mbele. Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Mazao ya shamba, ardhi yenye rutuba, tuna madini yetu, umoja wetu tunaridhia. Jambo Bwana, 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 hakuna matata, matata, matata. Tuna uhuru wa kujieleza he, kwa lugha zetu na miziki yetu he. Kenya yetu kweli inapendeza he. We thank God, we say amen. Tunawe athi wa kwirutira hey. Ondwire wito na ogai wito hey. Kenya yuto ne andekete hey. Twashoche gatho toga amen.
Mungu umeibariki nchi yetu. Twafurahia fahari yetu.
Umoja ni ngao, twajivunia mila na desturi, twasherekea utamaduni wetu. Unavutia amani, unavutia upendo, Ibugaye atumye. Iberurat korenyo, Iberurat korenyo,
atachaman edila atara tanyipei Nitelada mupatu ya morikinodia Moni atachaman edila atara tanyipei
Ocean my rugo tomorrow Sebata monte boing ningabo Nemetoke tomotene mbasho Nemeti haisulia la rabali Let live in peace and harmony One tribe, one culture, liberty Together is what love and unity And we bless our nation Ocean my rugo tomorrow Sebata monte boing ningabo Nemetoke tomotene mbasho Nemeti haisulia la rabali Let live in peace and harmony One tribe, one culture, liberty Together is what love and unity And we bless our nation Amen.
Nitelada mupatu ya morikinodia Moni atachaman edila atara tanyipei Nitelada mupatu ya morikinodia Moni atachaman edila atara tanyipei
Oto atatingalia Morikina to eloginia
Oto atatingalia
Ekidili bore kajogon
Oto atatingalia
Echami ibore kajogon
Oto atatingalia
Ajoki di kechalakara
Oto atatingalia
Ikibuko na bonga kot
Oto atatingalia
Yamoye kedunya deka
Oto atatingalia
Morikina to eloginia
Oto atatingalia
Ekidili bore kajogon
Oto atatingalia
Echami ibore kajogon
Oto atatingalia
Ajoki di kechalakara
Oto atatingalia
Ikibuko na bonga koto
Oto atatingalia Nitelada mupatu ya morikinodia Moni atachaman edila atara tanyipei Nitelada mupatu ya morikinodia Moni atachaman edila atara tanyipei
Tuungane, Wakenya pamoja tujengane, tupendane, kama familia tulindane. Jukumu lako, jukumu langu, tudumishe usalama pamoja, tusonge mbele kwa pamoja, sisi wa Kenya.
Never.
How should I say this sentence?
kwa njia ya moja kwa moja kabisa kutoka kwenye ukumbi wa kimataifa wa KICC, ambapo kwa leo ni siku ya pili ya kongamano hili maarufu kabisa, ambapo tumeweza kuona kuwa marais kutoka mataifa mbalimbali barani Afrika wameweza kuwasili hapa ili kuweza kuhudhuria kongamano hili linalohusiana na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi barani Afrika, na wamekuja ili kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa wanapata suluhu dhidi ya athari ambazo zimekuwa zikikumba bara hili la Afrika, na vile vile kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa wanapoenda katika makongamano yale ya mataifa yote ya ulimwengu wanaweza kuwa na msimamo mmoja ili waweze kutetea bara hili la Afrika ambalo kwa mara nyingi limekuwa likipitia shida nyingi sana, licha ya kuwa bara hili ndilo linatoa gesi kidogo sana ambazo zinaathiri ulimwengu, lakini ukiweza kuangalia athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, basi bara la Afrika ndilo linaathirika kwa zaidi. Basi tumeweza kuona kuwa baadhi ya marais ambao wameweza kufika katika kongamano hili. Hii leo tumeweza kuona yule wa Sierra Leone ambaye ni Madabio ameweza kuwasili. Rais wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu vile vile ashawasili. Evariste Ndayishimiye wa Burundi amewasili. Yule wa Sudan Kusini Salva Kiir amefika vile vile. Yule wa Egypt Abdel Fattah al-Sisi vile vile ameweza kuwasili. Wa Comoros Azali Assoumani vile vile amewasili. Na vile vile mjumbe kutoka Marekani John Kerry vile vile alikuwepo hapo jana, akaweza vile vile kutoa maoni yake katika mjadala ambayo ilikuwa ikiendelea hapo jana, na vile vile hii leo atakuwepo katika mjadala ambao utakuwa ukifanyika katika ukumbi huu wa kimataifa wa KICC. Vile vile tumemwona rais wa Mozambique Filipe Nyusi aliweza kuwasili, na vile vile tumeweza kuona rais wa Rwanda ambaye ni Paul Kagame vile vile amewasili katika ukumbi huu wa kimataifa wa KICC. Vile vile rais wa Ethiopia ambaye ni Zade Wokzud vile vile ameweza kuwasili. Basi mtazamaji, kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako ni kuwa shughuli nzima hapa katika ukumbi huu wa KICC upo shwari kabisa, tayari kuanza kongamano ama mijadala ambayo inatarajiwa kuweza kuanza hii leo, na itakuwa ikiongozwa na rais wa taifa hili Dr. William Ruto ambaye alifika mapema kabisa na amekuwa akiwapokea baadhi tu ya wajumbe na vile vile marais ambao wamekuwa wakiwasili katika ujumbe huu wa kimataifa wa KICC. Vile vile tumeweza kuona katibu mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres vile vile ameweza kuwasili katika ukumbi huu. Vile vile mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika ambaye ni Musa Faki vile vile yupo katika ukumbi huu, na wamekuwa wakiwapokea tu baadhi ya wajumbe na vile vile marais ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili la kihistoria kabisa, ambalo ni kongamano la kwanza kabisa ambapo tumeweza kuona kuwa mataifa ya bara Afrika yameweza kufika ili kuweza kujadili na kupata suluhu dhidi ya athari ya mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa ama tabia nchi ambayo yamekuwa yakikumba mataifa mbalimbali. Baadhi tu ya mambo ambayo yanatarajiwa yaweze kujadiliwa katika kongamano hili la hii leo ni masuala kuhusiana na ufadhili wa miradi ambayo inaweza kukinga bara hili dhidi ya athari ambazo zimeweza kushuhudiwa katika mataifa mbalimbali, na vile vile kwani tumeweza kuona kuwa Afrika imekuwa katika sehemu ambayo imekuwa ikipata fedha kidogo sana katika kufadhili miradi ambayo inaweza kuwezesha kukata makali ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, lakini haijakuwa ikipata pesa hizo. Na vile vile tumeweza kuona kuwa licha kuwa baadhi ya mataifa ya Afrika yamekuwa yakipata mikopo tuseme ama fedha kutoka kwa mataifa mengine na taasisi kuweza kusaidia katika athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, hizi pesa hazijakuwa za kutosha, na hata hiyo mikopo ambayo imekuwa kipewa imekuja na riba ya juu sana, swala ambalo kwa sasa basi marais wengi wamesema kuwa itabidi wakae waweze kujadiliana, waweze kupata mwafaka na mfumo dhabiti ya kuhakikisha kuwa wanaweza kupata fedha, na hata kama ni mikopo wanapata basi ya kuweza kufadhili miradi hii iwe ni mikopo ambayo ina riba ambayo inawafaa kama vile inavyofaa mataifa ambayo yameweza kuendelea. Ikishuhudiwa kuwa tumeweza kuona katibu mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa ameweza kuwasili hapa, basi tunatarajia kuwa tutaweza kusikia ni yepi ambayo ataweza kusema ili kuhakikisha kuwa hata Afrika basi inapoenda katika kongamano lile linalojulikana kama la COP28 ambalo linatarajiwa kuweza kufanyika katika sehemu ya kule Dubai, Afrika ikienda kama moja itakuwa na usemi upi, na itakapoenda na usemi huo utaweza kuchukuliwa vipi na Umoja wa Mataifa. Na Umoja wa Mataifa kama basi umeweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili maarufu sana la kihistoria, basi itaweza kusikiza kweli semi ambazo zitaweza kutolewa katika kongamano hili. Na vile vile tunatarajia vile vile kuweza kuona sera ambazo zitaweza kujadiliwa katika mjadala huu ambao unatarajiwa kuweza kufanyika hii leo, na sera hizo zitakuwa zikigusia mambo yapi. Baadhi ya mambo ambayo tunatarajia yaweze kuzungumziwa katika mjadala huu ni mambo kuhusiana na ufadhili ufadhili wa miradi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na vile vile tumeweza kuona kuwa katika masoko ya kaboni vile vile tunatarajia kuweza kuona ni jinsi gani bara Afrika litaweza kukubaliwa kuweza kunadi kaboni ambayo inaweza kutolewa, na vile vile kizingatiwa kuwa sisi ndio bara ambalo linatoa kaboni ya asilimia chini kabisa ambayo ni 4%. Basi itakuwa vipi? Tutaweza kupewa mkono wa juu kabisa katika masoko ya kaboni, na iwapo pia katika soko hilo fedha ambazo zitakuwa zikitolewa ama katika mnada huo wa kaboni zitakuwa zikienda vipi katika mataifa ya bara Afrika. Mtazamaji, kama unavyoona katika runinga yako ni kuwa wajumbe kutoka mataifa mbalimbali washawasili, wameketi tayari tu kusubiri kwanza ama kung'oa nanga kwa kikao maarufu sana ambacho kinatarajiwa kuweza kuanza muda si mchache, na kikao hicho kitakuwa kikiongozwa na Rais Dr. William Ruto akiwa na wenzake kutoka mataifa mbalimbali barani Afrika ambao nilikuwa nimekueleza kuwa wameweza kuwasili. Baadhi tu ya marais, mtazamaji, ambao naweza kukujuza ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili speciali sana la kihistoria ambalo linafanyika kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa, kama Rais Dr. William Ruto alivyosema hapo jana. Ni kongamano ambalo linafanyika baada ya miaka 31 baada ya janga hili la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi kuweza kutangazwa pale kule katika maeneo ya Rio, na vile vile katika mazungumzo ama makubaliano ambayo yaliweza kufanyika mwaka wa 1997. Basi imekuwa ni miaka 31 tangu miaka hiyo, tangu kutangazwa kwa mabadiliko ya tabia nchi kuwa janga, ndipo Afrika basi imeweza kujumuika kwa umoja kuhakikisha kuwa wanaweza kujadili masuala yao kwa pamoja, na wanapoenda katika makongamano ya Umoja wa Mataifa wanakuwa na usemi mmoja ambapo sasa wataweza kusikizwa vizuri, na iwapo ni kupewa fedha, watapewa fedha ambazo zina maana, fedha ambazo zitaweza kuwasaidia katika miradi mbalimbali. Na vile vile fedha hizi basi wanatumai kuwa zitaweza kuwafikia Wakenya, na vile vile Kenya inatarajia kuwa pesa hizi zitaweza kufikia Wakenya na vile vile mataifa mengine ambayo yameweza kuwasili hapa, na mataifa ya bara Afrika vile vile natarajia kuwa yataweza kupata pesa hizo na zitaweza kuwafikia vile vile watu wao katika mataifa hayo. Basi kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza ni kwa baadhi ya marais ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili ni Rais wa Sierra Leone ambaye ni Madabio, ambaye aliweza kufika mapema kabisa, Rais wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu, Rais wa Burundi Evariste Ndayishimiye, Rais wa Sudan Kusini Salva Kiir, Rais wa Comoros Azal Assoumani, Rais wa Egypt ambaye ni Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, mjumbe maalum kutoka Marekani ambaye ni John Kerry, kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza vile vile alikuwepo hapo jana, na tunatarajia vile vile kuweza kumsikia pia hii leo, kusikiza maoni yake ambayo amekuja nayo kutoka Marekani. Na vile vile tumeweza kumwona Rais wa Mozambique Filipe Nyusi vile vile aliweza kuwasili. Tumeweza kumwona vile vile Rais wa Rwanda ambaye ni Paul Kagame, Rais wa Ethiopia ambaye ni Zade Wokzud vile vile ameweza kuwasili. Vile vile tumeweza kuona, mtazamaji, Katibu Mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres yupo katika kongamano hili la kihistoria kabisa la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na vile vile mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika ambaye ni Musa Faki. Nakumbuka kuwa, mtazamaji, vile vile katika kongamano hili yupo rais wa taifa hili Dr. Samoei William Ruto ambaye atakuwa akiongoza mijadala ambayo itakuwa ikifanyika hii leo. Mjadala mkuu ambao umeweza kuratibiwa ambao utakuwa ukianza ni mjadala unaohusiana na ufadhili wa miradi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Basi Katika wajumbe ambao wanaendelea kuwasili katika kongamano hili, tunaona vile vile yupo mjumbe amani rais wa taifa ambaye ameweza kufika hapa. Tutakuwa tunakujuza ni yupi ambaye ameweza kuwasili. Na mtazamaji, kumbuka kuwa vile vile katika kongamano hili limeweza kuhudhuriwa vile vile na mawaziri wote wa taifa hili, ambapo tumemwona waziri wa mazingira Soipan Tuya yupo. Huyo ni rais wa Kongo, mtazamaji, ambaye unaweza kumuona ameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili maarufu sana la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na atakuwa akipokelewa pale. Tayari ashapokelewa na mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika Musa Faki. Basi anaelekea katika sehemu speciali ambapo marais wote wa bara Afrika wanapokelewa na rais wa taifa hili Dr. William Ruto. Na baada ya hapo basi watakuwa wakielekea katika ukumbi maalum wa Savo, ambapo ndipo kongamano hili speciali kabisa linaendelea ama litakuwa likifanyika. Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona hapo, basi hapo tu ni baadhi ya mawaziri vile vile wa taifa hili ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili, ambapo unamuona waziri wa mazingira Soipan Tuya ameweza kuwasili. Vile vile mtazamaji, mkuu wa mawaziri vile vile ameweza kuwasili. Tuliweza kumwona alifika mapema sana. Na vile vile mtazamaji, hao tu ni baadhi ya wajumbe kutoka bara Afrika ambao wamefika, wana maoni yao ambao watakuwa kijadili kuhusiana na mambo kadha wa kadha, kuhusiana na ufadhili kama unavyoona hapo. Basi anapokelewa na Rais Dr. William Ruto akimkaribisha kabisa katika kongamano hili speciali la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, ambapo mtazamaji, hii leo ni siku ya pili. Basi hapo anapiga picha ya kihistoria ambayo itaweza kuhifadhiwa kuweza kuonyesha kuwa hawa aliweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili, na vile vile akaweza kuchangia na kutoa maoni ambayo yataweza kuendeleza bara hili la Afrika. Mtazamaji, kama unavyoona wajumbe wanaendelea kuwasili, na tutaendelea tu kukujuza wanapoendelea kufika, kwani hili ni kongamano ambalo kila mtu katika bara Afrika ameweza kualikwa aweze kufika, aweze kutoa maoni yake, aweze kuchangia, aweze kuwasilisha watu wake kutoka taifa lake. Ni kongamano ambalo mtazamaji, tunatarajia kuwa wataweza kutia sahihi katika mkataba maalum ambao utakuwa ukiitwa the Nairobi Declaration. Mkataba huu mtazamaji utakuwa ni makubaliano ambayo yatakuwa yametoa sahihi na marais wote wa bara Afrika kukubaliana ni jambo lipi ambalo wanataka liweze kuangaziwa katika makongamano makubwa ambayo yanajumuisha ulimwengu mzima, ili kuweza kujua ni lipi ambalo Afrika itaweza kupata, ikizingatiwa kuwa mtazamaji, bara hili limekumbwa na mambo mengi sana tangu awali. Kumekuwa na majanga ya mafuriko, vimbunga mtazamaji, ambavyo Afrika kwa wakati mwingine haijakuwa na uwezo wa kuvidhibiti. Lakini kutokana na kongamano hili tunatarajia kuwa tutaweza kupata fedha za kutosha ambazo zitakuwa zikitumika katika kudhibiti majanga kama haya. Kama unavyoona mtazamaji, hao tu ni baadhi ya wajumbe ambao wanaendelea kuwasili. Huyo ni Musa Faki ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika, ambaye mtazamaji anaendelea kupokea wajumbe, na vile vile naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua yupo pamoja na Musa Faki tu ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika, wakiendelea tu kupokea wajumbe ambao wanaendelea. Mtazamaji, sasa tunapoona wote wameweza kuingia ndani, ishara tosha kuwa basi baadhi ya wajumbe ambao walikuwa wanatarajiwa waweze kuwasili basi washawasili, ambao ni marais, wenyekiti wa miungano mikubwa kama vile Umoja wa Mataifa, ambapo tumeona katibu mkuu Antonio Guterres aliweza kuwasili. Hii ni ishara tosha mtazamaji kuwa wote washawasili, na basi wanaelekea ndani, ambapo sasa pindi tu watakapoingia katika ukumbi maalum wa Savo, sherehe hizi za leo, makongamano hili la leo litaanza kirasmi, ambapo kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza kuwa tunatarajia kuweza kuona mazungumzo spesheli kuhusiana na ufadhili wa miradi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Mtazamaji, tukiweza kuangazia tu masuala ambayo yaliweza kujadiliwa hapo jana, ni kwa tuliweza kuona kuwa Rais William Ruto vile vile aliweza kugusia masuala kadha wa kadha, akisema kuwa bara la Afrika ni bara ambalo lina ukwasi mwingi mtazamaji, ikilinganishwa kwa masuala ya rasilimali na rasilimali ya kutosha barani Afrika. Lakini rasilimali hizi mtazamaji tunazitumia kwa njia gani? Rais William Ruto aliweza kuwahimiza wenzake na vile vile wajumbe ambao waliweza kuwa wamefika katika kongamano hili, akiwajuza kuwa ipo haja ya kuweza kuangazia baadhi ya rasilimali hizi, na kuhakikisha kuwa zinaweza kufaidi bara hili la Afrika. Ikizingatiwa kuwa mtazamaji, bara hili la Afrika lina madini ya kutosha, madini ambayo yanaweza kuuzwa, yanaweza kunadiwa, na Afrika ikaweza kupata pesa za kuweza kudhibiti majanga ambayo yamekuwa yakikumba bara hili. Lakini madini haya yamekuwa yakinadiwa, yakiuzwa kwa mapato ya chini sana, ikawa kuwa basi Afrika haipati pesa za kutosha kuweza kudhibiti majanga ambayo yanakumba taifa hili, bara hili mtazamaji. Kama unavyoona mtazamaji, muda si mchache kongamano hili special litakuwa liking'oa nanga, na tunatarajia kuweza kuona mijadala mbalimbali vile vile ambayo inagusia masuala kama vile ya kaboni, kunadiwa kwa kaboni katika masoko mbalimbali, huku Afrika ikipewa kipaumbele, akisema kuwa Afrika ikiwa ni bara ambalo linatoa gesi kali ya chini ambayo ni 4%, lakini athari ambazo bara hili linakumbwa nalo ni athari kali sana mtazamaji, athari ambazo zimesababisha watu wakaweza kupoteza maisha yao, athari ambazo zimeweza kufanya baadhi ya watu mtazamaji wakakosa chakula. Kumekuwa na ukame katika baadhi ya mataifa ya bara Afrika, na tunatumai kuwa basi katika kongamano hili wataweza kupata suluhu angalau ya jinsi ambavyo wataweza kukabiliana na majanga kama hayo ya ukame, vimbunga, mafuriko mtazamaji. Ikizingatiwa kuwa hapo awali tuliweza kuona kwa utabiri ambao umeweza kutolewa hasa katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki, ni kuwa basi katika miezi ifuatayo tunatarajia kuweza kuona mvua za El Nino zinatarajiwa kuweza kuanza kunyesha kuanzia miezi ya Oktoba. Basi El Nino iwapo itakuja kama ilivyotangazwa mtazamaji, itaweza kudhibitiwa kwa njia gani? Basi tunatarajia kuwa katika kongamano hili wataweza kuwa na suluhu ya mambo kama hayo, na vile vile wakiweza kuangazia kuwa kumeweza kuwa pia na utabiri kuwa kutakuwa na nzige ambao wanatarajiwa kuweza kuwa katika mataifa kadha wa kadha kama vile Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. Na nzige hawa wakija basi wanakuja na pepo mbalimbali, na pepo hizo zinapovuma wakaweza kuja katika mataifa haya, basi wataweza kuenea katika mataifa mengine, na nzige basi wakiwepo wanaharibu chakula, na kama wanaharibu chakula basi hii inamaanisha kuwa kutaweza kuwa na ukosefu wa chakula cha kutosha. Haya ni baadhi ya masuala ambayo yanatarajiwa kuweza kujadiliwa katika kongamano hili. Ukosefu wa chakula, ukosefu wa mvua, na mvua hizi zinapokuja zinakuwa ni kuwa zinaleta madhara, basi inakuwa kuwa bara hili linashindwa kudhibiti majanga kama haya. Vile vile maswali ambayo watu wengi barani Afrika wanajiuliza ni maswali kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo pesa hizi zinaweza kufikia watu waliopo mashinani, watu ambao hawajaweza kufika katika kongamano hili, watu ambao ni wakulima tuseme. Wataweza kupata fedha hizi kivipi? ili kuweza kujidhibiti na majanga kama haya. Basi watu wengi wanatarajia kuwa baada ya kongamano hili wataweza kutembea na kuhudhuria vikao mbalimbali katika nchi mbalimbali, katika vijiji mbalimbali, ili kuweza kuwahamasisha jinsi ambavyo wanaweza kujikinga dhidi ya athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Mtazamaji, kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza ni kuwa baadhi ya viongozi ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili speciali la kihistoria ambalo limeweza kufanyika kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa tangu kutangazwa kwa mabadiliko ya tabia nchi kuwa janga. Miaka hiyo kufikia sasa ni takriban miaka 31. Janga hili la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi liliweza kutangazwa mwaka 1997 huko Rio. Kumeweza kuwa na makubaliano kama ule wa Kyoto, mtazamaji. Na swali ambalo watu wengi wanajiuliza ni kwa nini makubaliano haya ambayo huwa yanakubaliwa katika makongamano haya huwa hayafuatiliwi? Kumeweza kuwa na makubaliano kama lile la Paris. Kwa nini basi baada ya hapo mataifa ambayo huwa yanahudhuria kongamano hizi ama makongamano haya huwa hawafuatilii kuhakikisha kuwa yale ambayo wanaweza kujadili katika makongamano hayo basi yanaweza kutekelezwa katika mataifa yao? Ni mambo yapi ambayo huwa yanachangia ama yanafanya makubaliano haya yasiweze kutekelezwa katika mataifa? Tunatarajia kwa makubaliano ambayo yataweza kukubaliwa katika kongamano hili, ambapo kutaweza kuwa na the Nairobi Declaration, ni makubaliano ambayo mataifa yote yataweza kurudi na kuweza kutekeleza katika mataifa yao, mtazamaji. Masuala mengine ambayo tunatarajia yaweze kuzungumziwa katika kongamano hili ni masuala kuhusiana na kawi safi na nishati mbadala. Ikizingatiwa kuwa hapo jana tuliweza kuona kuwa Rais William Ruto aliweza kusema kuwa hapa nchini Kenya tayari tushaanza kutumia kawi safi katika sekta mbalimbali, akisema kuwa kufikia sasa ni 92% ya kawi safi ambayo inatumiwa hapa nchini Kenya. Basi tu akiwahimiza wenzake kutoka mataifa mbalimbali kuhakikisha kuwa vile wanaweza kuangazia na kuiga mfano wa Kenya, ili vile waweze kuwa na kawi safi katika nchi zao ili kuweza kupunguza madhara ama athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Vile masuala ambayo yanajadiliwa katika kongamano hili ama yana mwito ambao umeweza kutolewa ni mwito wa ushirikiano baina ya mataifa mbalimbali. Ushirikiano ambao kama wanavyosema umoja ni nguvu, utangamano ni udhaifu, mtazamaji. Ukiweza kuwa na ushirikiano kama bara Afrika, itaweza kuwa ni jambo la maana kabisa ambalo litatuwezesha kuweza kuwa na usemi mmoja ambao utatuwezesha vile kuweza kupata ufadhili. Mtazamaji, wajumbe wanaendelea kuwasili katika ukumbi huu. Vile tumeweza kumwona gavana Nairobi ameweza kuwasili. Mkuu wa mawaziri vile ameweza kuwasili kuhakikisha kuwa kongamano hili linapewa uzito na linafuatiliwa sana na wajumbe wote, hasa hapa nchini Kenya na vile katika mataifa yote ya bara Afrika. Kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza, watakuwa wakijadili masuala ya rasilimali za Afrika, masuala ya kuwekeza katika sekta mbalimbali ambazo zitawafaidi wa Afrika. Huu ni mwamko mpya, mtazamaji, mwamko mpya katika bara Afrika. Hili linaonyesha kuwa bara la Afrika limeamka na linataka masuala yake yaweze kujadiliwa na kupewa kipaumbele. Vile mtazamaji, izingatiwe kuwa vile wapo vijana ambao wameweza kuwasili katika kongamano hili na waliweza kuwa na makubaliano yao hapa awali. waliweza kuwa na makubaliano yao hapo awali, mtazamaji. Kama unavyoona hapo kwenye runinga yako, naibu rais vile vile amewasili. Marais ndao, mtazamaji, wameweza sasa kuingia katika, wameanza kuwasili katika jumba maalum la kikao hiki spesheli la kihistoria na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Na waona marais hao wameanza kuingia hapa katika jumba la Savo ambapo topo walinzi wao wanaingia, mtazamaji. Walinzi wanaingia wakifuatiwa na marais. Hii ni ishara tosha, mtazamaji, kwa kongamano hili la hii leo ambapo ni siku ya pili. Liliweza kuanza kirasmi hapo jana tarehe 4 mwezi Septemba, leo tarehe 5 siku ya pili, na linatarajiwa kuweza kuendelea hadi hapo kesho tarehe 6. Kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako, mtazamaji, huyo ni katibu mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres. Anaweza kuwasili hapa katika jumba la Savo, ambapo ni sehemu ambapo vikao vyote vitaweza kufanyika. Basi sasa, mtazamaji, hao ni marais ambao wanaweza kuingia, marais ambao nilikuwa nimekutajia hapo awali. Rais wa Misri wa Egypt Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, Kagame wa Rwanda Paul Kagame, marais wengi tu. Tumemwona wa Sierra Leone Madabi, wa Tanzania Samia Suluhu, Evariste Ndayishimiye wa Burundi, Salva Kiir wa Sudan Kusini, Azali Assoumani wa Comoros, Philippe Nyusi wa Mozambique, Zade Boukzoud wa Ethiopia, Rais William Ruto vile vile namwona shawasili. Mtazamaji, ni ishara tosha kabisa kwa kongamano hili linaenda kuanza muda si mchache. Kama nilivyokuwa nimekujuza, mtazamaji, ni mwamko mpya katika bara la Afrika. Afrika iko tayari kuweza kujadili masuala yake na kupata suluhu ya masuala mbalimbali ambayo yamekuwa yakiathiri bara hili la Afrika. Ukumbi huu wa Savo, mtazamaji, Salva Kiir kama unavyomwona ameweza kuwasili, ambaye ni rais wa Sudan Kusini. Hali ndo kama hiyo, mtazamaji, hapa katika ukumbi wa Savo. Marais kutoka mataifa mbalimbali ya bara Afrika wameweza kuwasili. Katibu mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa Antonio Guterres ameweza kuwasili. Mwenyekiti wa Umoja wa Afrika Musa Faki ameweza kuwasili. Tunaona vile vile viongozi wa Kenya, tamwona mama wa taifa Rachel Ruto na mwenzake hapo kando wa naibu wa rais, mke wa naibu wa rais Dorcas Gachagua. Basi mtazamaji, kongamano hili linaanza speciali kwa sasa. Tuweze kusikiza, mtazamaji.
seats. Your Excellencies and all distinguished guests, to start us off this morning, we have a Kikwetu production, a fusion of Samburu, Turkana, Borana, and Maasai communities performing with contemporary dancers and acrobats, giving you a taste of the diverse and rich Kenyan culture. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, good morning and welcome to the Africa Climate Summit. We heard from His Excellency President Ruto yesterday, where he so eloquently presented Africa's case for fairness, justice, and equity in helping the continent pursue its climate action efforts. If I may, I would like to emphasize His Excellency's points, which simply is this: Africa needs reform of the global financial sector to fund its climate
Financement.
business as usual will not cut it. I'll reiterate that. His Excellency's points was this: Africa needs reform of the global financial architecture to fund its climate action goals. Business as usual is not going to cut it. In fact, to continue as we are will only serve to prove the truth of Albert Einstein's definition of insanity. And I quote, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting different results. We need to do something different."
We absolutely do. Thank you so much for that, Zain. And this is powerful. Africa called, and the world has come. His Excellency, you called, and Africa is setting an agenda. And I want us to give the leadership, the people, all the different organizations in this room a round of applause for coming together to do this. This is a moment. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday some powerful themes came through. Two quotes in particular from the young delegates stayed with me. They said, "Our countries will be burning and drowning, and you will not be there to save us." You know, it occurred to me that countries are drowning and burning today. So if we don't do something now, what will our children and generations to come experience? The other thing they said was, "We have to trust you, and you must trust us." And I thought such wisdom, grace, hope, and responsibility captured in one simple statement. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we must call to the world from Nairobi today and make it clear that it is past time to address the tough issues. It is past time to hold the difficult but much needed conversations on Africa, risk, perception, reality, resources, policies, regulations, systems. And it's past time for these conversations to be guided by equity. That is what we need.
And Africa has the resources and assets, including mineral and energy resources, agricultural capacity, and natural capital to promote the global decarbonization agenda. But to realize this potential, the world needs to do its own part in helping steer Africa on the pathway to an inclusive, sustainable, and progressive future. At the fundamental level, that will require decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation. In the words of the late Wangari Maathai, an icon of Kenya and a Nobel Peace Laureate, and I quote, "We are very fond of blaming the poor for destroying the environment, but often it is the powerful, including governments, that are responsible," end quote. In other words, we are all in this together. It will require our combined efforts to overcome this challenge. The spirit of Harambee, as we say in Kiswahili.
And that means, for those of you who don't know, let's all pull together, let's work together for a common goal and purpose. Zain, thank you for reminding us. We have icons, we have role models all over the continent doing incredible things. Thank you so much. We also have a young, innovative workforce. There's so much potential. So our call is, let's pull together. thank you for coming. Thank you for ensuring you listen and are present and will act around a climate agenda determined by the African continent, an agenda that is going to safeguard our people, our communities, livelihoods on the continent, our economies, and ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, when we safeguard Africa, we safeguard the world. Can we give that a round of applause, please? Please. Safeguarding Africa is safeguarding the world.
Now, to help guide us on this journey with an incredible lineup of speakers, please give a very warm welcome to the Honorable Soipan Tuya, Cabinet Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forestry for the Government of Kenya. Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
Excellency, President William Ruto, our host president, all our visiting heads of state here with us today, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. History documents that Africa, and Kenya in particular, is the cradle of mankind. It is my hope and prayer that out of the cradle of mankind comes the all-time elusive solution to combating climate change. African-led solutions to decarbonize and steer a low-carbon development pathway for the globe. We are gathered here today to make history as the continent of Africa. The world is facing many challenges, but none has become so apparent, so threatening, and so devastating as the threat of climate change. And we can only respond by making history at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Everywhere we look in Africa, there is a climate change-related story to tell. For example, in Malawi, Hurricane Freddy led to the loss of 200 people and nearly $2 billion US dollars worth of damage occasioned. Last year, the Horn of Africa came out of one of the worst droughts in decades, where we lost hundreds of lives and thousands of livestock. In fact, for the first time in Kenya, we had to track water for our wildlife in the national parks and reserves. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although African countries are making every available effort to deal with the vagaries of climate change, our economies are continuing to be weighed down by mounting debts. As we speak, 31 out of the 37 heavily indebted poor countries in the world are in Africa. Over 20 years of climate change negotiations have yielded agreements and promises that have delivered very little for Africa. Instead, the imagery of Africa as a poor continent, a victim, keep dominating the climate negotiations year in, year out. The fact that Africa has historically contributed very little to the global emissions has remained an inconvenient truth, yet receiving no reciprocity from the rest of the world for the contribution we make. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this inaugural Africa Climate Summit presents an opportunity like no other for Africa to change the course of history. Millions of young Africans are looking up to African leaders here to leave them with a promise, a visible promise, to make them feel that there is a future where they have hope to get green jobs, live a dignified life, and thrive. We are looking to the summit to chart a green growth pathway for the African continent, set the stage for Africa to lead the globe towards a more ecologically responsible global industrialization, catalyzed by financing that is accessible, adequate, and affordable. The world is waiting for something anew out of this week. We must not be held hostage to the past, but allow ourselves to reimagine a future where, as Africa, we lift ourselves from the fatigue of despair and make history. Excellencies, I am persuaded that the time is now, and I beseech us to respond to this historical call by proposing radical solutions to the world that will help us deal with the climate change. I invite us to listen to the inner urge calling us to serve humanity, that we go down in history, that it is out of Africa, the cradle of mankind, that the solution for climate change came forth. Excellencies, allow me now to invite, to kick us off, the President of the African Development Bank, who has been in the middle of this discourse and supporting a lot of support to the cause. Welcome, Dr. Adesina Akiwumi.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Your Excellency, William Ruto, President of Kenya, and our gracious host, and my dear brother. Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, the First Ladies, Your Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We are also joined today by Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Your Excellency Mustafa Madhoudi, Prime Minister of Egypt, Your Excellency Sultan Al-Jaber, COP28 President-designate, honorable ministers, ambassadors, heads of diplomatic missions, the amazing youth and women of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Habari sa asubuhi. I think I got it right somehow. I wish to commend you, Your Excellency President Ruto, for your excellent leadership in convening this Africa Climate Summit, and for your dynamic and passionate leadership in spearheading Africa's first Climate Summit. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for hosting us all in this beautiful nature-blessed country of Kenya. The African Development Bank is pleased to be a major sponsor of the Africa Climate Summit. The presence in such large numbers of Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers and development partners from around the world says it all. Africa's voice on climate change will resonate across the world. The Africa Climate Summit will shape the future pathway of Africa's development. We gather because the people of Africa expect us to act. We gather because the future of the youth of Africa is at stake. We gather because we must galvanize global actions on climate. We gather because our collective existence is at risk. Climate change is short-changing Africa. Droughts and floods have been increasing across the continent. No country is spared. As we gather today, if we strain our ears enough, we will hear the calls of urgency from farmers whose crops and livestock are being destroyed, the voices of fishing folks whose catch is reducing and livelihoods are being imperiled, the voices of the young whose future is being compromised, the voices of women and children who bear the brunt of climate change, the voices of economies unable to cope with the ever-rising costs of climate-induced risks. We have a duty and responsibility to hear these voices and to act with a greater sense of urgency. And responding requires action at three levels. At the global level, the developed economies must meet their commitment to provide $100 billion annually in climate finance. The global climate financial architecture must be changed to prioritize the needs of Africa. At the national level, we must accelerate actions on climate adaptation. And that is why the African Development Bank has committed to providing $25 billion towards climate finance by 2025. We have also launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, together with the Global Center on Adaptation, the largest climate adaptation program in the world. Africa must develop with what it has, not what it does not have. Africa is blessed with large sources of renewable energy in the world, renewables from solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal. But we cannot power Africa with potential. We must fully unlock Africa's renewable energy potential. That's why the African Development Bank is implementing a $20 billion Desert to Power program to harness the power of solar and deliver electricity for 250 million people. We must power every home, every school, every hospital, and provide stable, affordable, and reliable power. But we must, Your Excellencies, be pragmatic. Africa must use its natural gas and combine it with renewable resources. The International Energy Agency's analysis shows that doing so would only add 0.5% to global emissions. Give us space to grow. We must ensure that Africa's food and agricultural systems are climate resilient. The African Development Bank's flagship program, Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, has provided 12 million farmers in 21 countries with climate-resilient agricultural technologies. In Ethiopia, climate-resilient wheat varieties supported by the bank has helped it to become self-sufficient in wheat in just 3 years. We are acting at scale to feed Africa with climate resilience. Under the leadership of President Macky Sall, as the then chairperson of the African Union, and the strong leadership of you, our heads of state and government, we succeeded with the Feed Africa Summit held in Dakar in January. We developed food and agriculture delivery compacts for African countries. We have mobilized, Your Excellency Presidents, heads of state and government globally, $72 billion to support African countries to implement these food and agricultural delivery compacts and to assure food security and food sovereignty within 5 years, and doing so with climate-resilient agricultural systems. I wish to recognize all development partners from around the world and the African Union Commission who work so tirelessly with us to make this happen. Thank you very much. We will repeat this at the Africa Climate Summit with the development of climate change adaptation investment compacts to help channel financing to national climate adaptation action at scale. We must ensure that resources mobilized do not stay simply in government offices, but reach and protect the lives of people in our villages, in our towns, and in our cities. All lives must be protected from climate change. We must put the youth and women at the core of climate financing. That's why the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation are announcing here today the launch of a $1 billion facility for Youth Adapt program that will accelerate access to financing for the youth to tackle climate change. The youth are not just the future of Africa, the youth are the present of Africa. The African Development Bank is also rolling out the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks, new financial institutions that will support and grow the businesses of the youth all across Africa. Finally, we must revalue, Your Excellencies, the wealth of Africa by accounting for the proper valuation of its abundant natural resources, including its vast forests that sequester carbon. Few may know that the Congo Forest Basin is the world's largest carbon lungs, larger than the Amazon forest. Yet, Africa's rich nature wealth and the global value of its carbon it sequesters for the world are not accounted for in the estimation of its GDP. It is not enough to praise Africa for its rich natural capital. Its GDP must take that into consideration. Africa's GDP must therefore be revalued based on its carbon sequestration and biodiversity, which provide global public goods. If this is done, the debt to adjusted GDP ratio of several African countries will be much lower, and they will have greater headroom to borrow more financing to support their development, including investing in the greening of their economies. We must, Your Excellencies, therefore, turn Africa's economies green, not because others ask us to do so, but because it is in our interest to do so. Africa must develop its own carbon markets, properly price its carbon, and turn its vast carbon sinks into new sources of enormous wealth. Africa cannot be nature-rich and cash-poor. As we look towards COP28, Africa needs must be front and center, powered by the leadership of our heads of state and government, our youth and the private sector, and the voices of our communities. We must be the vuvuzelas of climate financing for Africa. Together with partners from around the world, let's make it happen for Africa. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Gracias. Shukran. Asante sana.
Excellencies, our next speaker is His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. Welcome, Your Excellency. A formidable global reputation of peacekeeping. We know you have.
Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and current Chairman of the African Union, Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegation, Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, representatives of international organizations, financial institutions, civil society, youth, women, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank President William Ruto, the government and the people of Kenya for the exceptional hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this hospitable and green capital, Nairobi. The beautiful and natural environment in this country augurs well for the great success of our climate summit. The organization of this climate summit in such friendly conditions in just 6 months, thanks to the decision of the African Union Summit last February, is striking proof of the excellence of your leadership, dear friend William. I sincerely congratulate you. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, the
recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, confirms our fears. Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. If this phenomenon is not stopped, climate change will continue to have a serious negative impact on the growth of the African economies. Agricultural productivity has been reduced by 34% between 1961, since 1961, due to climate change, more than any other region. Hence, it will have an unbearable pressure on the food systems in Africa. African countries thus face disproportionate burdens and risks arising from unpredictable weather patterns, particularly prolonged droughts and devastating floods at all levels. Massive humanitarian crises provoke detrimental impacts on economies, health, education, peace and security, and other related risks. For example, the season 2022-2023, about 18 million people have been affected by drought in the Horn of Africa alone. Recently, Tropical Cyclone Fred has affected more than 1.2 million of people and caused the death of more than 700 people. It is also estimated that between 2019 and 2023, the economic loss as a result of disasters in Africa is between 20 and 35.5 billion American dollars. This gloomy list is not exhaustive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has spared no sector. It is to be recalled that Africa has around 400 million who do not have access to clean drinking water, and about 700 million do not have access to a very good sanitation. And this also indicates, experts indicate that there is a gap, a financing gap of 11 to 20 billion dollars. So we are obviously on the verge of seeing climate degradation. It is not the only factor, and it would be wrong not to integrate this in our global analysis of the negative factors, including governance, which is at the very center. I do not want to yield to pessimism. And in the general, it is, however, fortunate that in the table we have some beacons and favorable indicators. I cannot help reminding that 600 million people do not have access to electricity, and 200 million of them do not have access to clean cooking and are exposed to all respiratory problems and diseases due to smoke. And because of climate change, we have problems in our infrastructure, and we need to develop profitable infrastructure and spend at least $160 billion per year. Indeed, it is encouraging to note that the African governments have devoted about 3.5% of their GDP to the development of infrastructure over the past 20 years. It is too little compared to some emerging countries. China and India, for example, devote 7.7 and 5.2% of their GDP, respectively, in infrastructure. We can thus see in which direction efforts have to be made. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this summit affords us an excellent opportunity to translate the climate ambitions of Africa into investment opportunities, to consolidate our voices on matters on burning issues of climate change, to prepare for the UN Climate Summit and for COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. At these meetings of global importance, Africa must, among other challenges, highlight the worrying and sometimes tragic situation in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, where drought and floods alternate. In the Congo River Basin, with dangerous deforestation and the disastrous consequences of cyclones in southern Africa and in the island states. It is urgent that Africa comes to all these meetings with concrete proposals to be implemented without delay. I strongly reiterate my call to come to the next two meetings with precise proposals without drowning them in literature and the usual litany on the imperative need for collective justice for Africa, where responsibility is very limited in the pollution of the world, with an inversely proportional share of the volume of global investment in the field of environment. This call for a restoration of justice for Africa would benefit from being supported by a real reform of the global financial architecture, for which a high-level panel is rightly devoted at this summit. Obviously, this reform must resolutely focus on the financial organs and structures, institutions which structure the universe, which operate far from Africa. In this desired reform, a question comes to mind: the weight of the debt and the financing gap of the SDGs. Africa alone represented a need of $1.3 billion per year for sustainable development needs by 2030, while the financing needs for SDGs in the same period were $2.5 billion for financing developing countries. Everyone knows that the public debt stock in sub-Saharan Africa at the end of 2023 was estimated at $1.1 trillion out of 650 billion SDRs mobilized. Africa received only 33 billion, which is only 4.5%. In view of these staggering figures and many others, it is clear that there is no relevant global intervention in favor of Africa without a credible solution for the crippling debt challenge of Africa. To wage a struggle which includes financing adaptation, $100 billion per year, Africa has galvanized its will in its common position through a momentum unifying African voices, and it will be a central point of our agenda in G20 as soon as we join it. However, in this struggle, Africa cannot just be satisfied with incantation. Just like for its independence, it is a challenge to rely on its own personal efforts, on its own genius, the quality and its virtues of bold, imaginative, united and interdependent leadership. I wish you full success to our deliberations. I thank you very much. Asante sana.
Excellencies, we are overwhelmed by the support that we have received for the summit, and we want to listen to each and every one of us. So I would like to plead with Your Excellencies that we stick to the agreed 5 minutes so that we can have everybody speaking to this. Next, Excellencies, out of COP27 in Egypt was the establishment of a loss and damage fund and the finalization of the details to implement the Santiago network. It was also the first time food security was recognized in the COP conversations. The Arab Republic of Egypt was the COP27 presidency, and it is my honor now to invite His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of Egypt. Welcome, Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا،
Président du Kenya, distingués invités, distingués présidents, mesdames et messieurs, je veux tout d'abord
تحيات فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي
Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, président de la République arabe d'Égypte. Il m'est un grand privilège de participer au nom de l'Égypte à cette réunion de haut niveau.
بخالص التهنئة والشكر
Je félicite
لفخامة الرئيس روتو
Son
ودولة
Excellence
كينيا الشقيقة على استضافة الاجتماع، لا سيما وإنه يأتي بعد أشهر قليلة من نجاح مصر وقارتنا الأفريقية في استضافة أكبر مؤتمر للأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ، بل وفي تاريخ العمل متعدد الأطراف حتى الآن. السيدات والسادة الحضور، تأتي قمتنا اليوم في الوقت الذي يشهد فيه
un moment critique de notre monde et en particulier le continent africain qui témoigne la fréquence
المناخية من موجات جفاف بالقرن الأفريقي ومنطقة الساحل إلى حرائق غابات بالمغرب العربي ومن أعاصير قاتلة بالجنوب الأفريقي إلى زيادة في درجات حرارة المحيطات وارتفاع سطح البحر بشواطئ مصر والدول الأفريقية المتوسطية، وكلها تؤثر بصورة مباشرة في استدامة المعيشة وتمثل ضغوطا جديدة ومتزايدة على مجتمعاتنا وعلى بلداننا الأفريقية. ولذلك فإن مصر ومن منطلق التزامها بالمساهمة الفعالة في الجهد الدولي لمواجهة والتعامل مع التغيرات المناخية عملت بشكل حثيث على الخروج بنتائج ملموسة في مؤتمر شرم الشيخ تسهم في الانتقال إلى مرحلة التنفيذ الفعلية عبر تسريع وتيرة تنفيذ الإجراءات والمشروعات على أرض الواقع، وتتعامل مع مطالب الدول النامية بتحقيق العدالة المناخية وتعزيز الجهد الدولي للتحول العادل والسريع للاقتصاد منخفض الانبعاثات والقادر على التعامل مع آثار تغير المناخ. وحرصت مصر كرئيس للمؤتمر على أن تكون شرم الشيخ محطة هامة لتسليط الضوء على خصوصية الاحتياجات والظروف الأفريقية في سياق الاستجابة للخطر الوجودي لتغير المناخ. وفي ذات السياق يأتي مؤتمرنا اليوم ليؤكد التزام قارتنا الأفريقية بتحقيق التحول العادل للاقتصاد الأخضر، ويدعم المطالب المشروعة بالحصول على نصيب عادل من الدعم المالي والتقني ومن تدفقات الاستثمارات الدولية، بما يسمح بالاستفادة من الإمكانيات الهائلة والموارد المتميزة في قارتنا، ليس فقط لتمويل مشروعات خفض الانبعاثات ولكن أيضا لمشروعات التكيف وبناء القدرة على الصمود، وبالإضافة إلى توفير دعم الدول النامية لمواجهة الخسائر والأضرار المرتبطة بالمناخ. وأؤكد في هذا الصدد على الدور الهام والمحوري الذي تقوم به لجنة رؤساء الدول والحكومات الأفريقية ومجلس وزراء البيئة الأفارقة ومجموعة المفاوضين الأفارقة في تسليط الضوء على أولوياتنا في مواجهة تغير المناخ وتبعاته. السيدات والسادة، يقع محور التوسع في الطاقة النظيفة ومصادر الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة في قلب النموذج التنموي الجديد، وهو ما رحبت به دول القارة وترجمته في تعهداتها الوطنية بالتوسع في الطاقة المتجددة. وتحفل قارتنا بالأمثلة المبشرة والملهمة، بما في ذلك مصر التي وصلت لنحو 20% من إنتاج الطاقة من المصادر المتجددة، ساعية إلى الوصول إلى 42% بحلول عام 2030. وفي هذا الإطار أود الإشادة بالرؤية التي طرحتها الرئاسة الإماراتية لمؤتمر كوب 28 من خلال معالي الدكتور سلطان الجابر حول مستقبل الانتقال للطاقة المتجددة، وسيكون لها دور بالتأكيد في إنجاح مخرجات مؤتمر كوب 28 وتلبيته لتوقعات أفريقيا والعالم النامي. السادة الحضور، يظل النفاذ للتمويل هو عنق الزجاجة الذي يواجه أفريقيا والدول النامية من أجل تحويل خططها وأحلامها إلى واقع معاش يسهم في معالجة الأزمة المناخية، وفي نفس الوقت لا يمس بمسيرتها التنموية أو يثقل من ديونها. ويمثل اجتماعنا هذا فرصة ممتازة لتناول موضوعات تمويل المناخ، وتتمحور رؤية مصر في هذا الصدد حول العناصر التالية. أولا، ضرورة إعادة النظر في أدوات التمويل المتاحة حالياً والتحول إلى التمويل الميسر والمنح لتسريع وتيرة التحول المطلوب. ثانياً، أهمية مراجعة معايير تدفق الاستثمارات لضمان حصول القارة الأفريقية على نصيبها العادل من التمويل. ثالثاً، التأكيد على أن تمويل المناخ وهو تمويل جديد وإضافي وليس سحباً من مخصصات الدعم التنموي. رابعاً، ضرورة العمل على تفعيل آلية واحدة وفعالة ومناسبة لإعادة استخدام الديون الحالية من خلال آلية فعالة لتحويل الديون إلى تمويل المناخ. وفي هذا السياق نتطلع لأن يمثل مؤتمر دبي المقبل اختراقاً في تنفيذ تعهد الدول المتقدمة بتوفير 100 مليار دولار سنوياً لتمويل المناخ الذي لم يتم إدراكه رغم كونه ليس أكثر من التزام رمزي بالمسؤولية التاريخية المشتركة ومتباينة الأعباء. ختاماً، فإنني أود إعادة التأكيد على أن طبيعة قضية تغير المناخ والتعامل معها لا يكون إلا من خلال منظور تعاوني قائم على تعزيز النظام متعدد الأطراف يؤسس على الإنصاف والعدالة ومراعاة الظروف الوطنية للدول. وأنتهز هذه الفرصة للثناء على ما طرحته جمهورية كينيا الشقيقة من عناصر ورؤية لصياغة نقاشاتنا في الأيام القادمة، ولأجدد التأكيد على دعم جمهورية مصر العربية الكامل بصفتها الوطنية وكرئيس للدورة الحالية لمؤتمر الأمم المتحدة للمناخ للنسخة المقبلة بدبي تحت رئاستها الإماراتية، التي نثق تماماً في قدرتها والتزامها بالبناء على نتائج شرم الشيخ وإدراك المزيد من النتائج الإيجابية. وشكراً لحضراتكم.
Your Excellency, Excellencies, Africa is Europe's closest neighbor and our sister continent. Our geopolitics therefore concern each other. Europe and Africa have close economic, cultural, and geographical ties. To speak for the European Commission, I would now take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, the European Union President. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, dear President Ruto, for hosting this Africa Climate Summit. And thank you very much for your leadership on climate action ever since you took office. I very much welcome Kenya's Climate Change Act 2023 that was launched during this summit and that puts strong emphasis on carbon markets. We fully support you on this important topic. Presidents, prime ministers, fellow leaders, excellencies, I want to greet my colleague Moussa Faki, Chairman of the African Union. I want to greet the President Assoumani from the Comoros. I want to greet Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of the COP28, my fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to participate in this discussion. This summit is a crucial step to prepare the upcoming COP28 meeting and to make sure that Africa's voice resonates around the world and that Africa's priorities as a continent that is most affected by climate change are duly taken on board. Today, I'm here not only to listen to you, but also to bring Europe's offer to be your ally at COP28 and to work together on all issues on the agenda. Because however different our two continents may look, we share the same interests when it comes to climate action. We hear you, President Ruto, and dear friends, when you say that Africa's first priority is to grow your economy, yes, and lift as many people as possible out of poverty. Yes, you're so right. Climate action is part of the solution. You are part of the solution. With your huge potential for renewable energy and clean hydrogen, your critical raw materials, your incredible nature and biodiversity, and your young workforce, you can help clean up global energy systems and supply chains while creating good jobs here and economic opportunities that your people demand, rightly so. This is a win-win partnership which benefits Africa and the world. For instance, the benefits of expanding Africa's clean energy sector would be massive. By speeding up the transition to solar and wind power, energy sector jobs in Africa could double in a few years. And Africa could produce enough clean energy not only to power up your continent, but also to export abroad. Climate action can be one of the main drivers of Africa's growth. But for this, Africa needs massive investment. And Europe wants to be your partner, in closing this investment gap. First of all, we fully support the need for multilateral development bank reform. It is time to move from words to action, absolutely. Secondly, investment has to come. And this is why 150 billion euro in our investment plan are designated for Africa. We call it Global Gateway. They are aimed at the African continent. Global Gateway supports investments ranging from hydropower plants in the DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, to the 1 billion euro initiative on climate adaptation and resilience in Africa, which we announced at COP27. And Global Gateway is unique in the global investment landscape. We're not only interested in extracting resources. We want to partner with you to create local value chains, to create good jobs here in Africa. We want to share European technology with you. We want to invest in skills for local workers. This is crucial for the young people, because the stronger you are as suppliers, the more Europe will diversify supply chains towards Africa, and the more we both will de-risk our economies. It's a clear win-win. Namibia, for instance, is now building a new hydrogen industry, as well as rare materials value chains in partnership with Europe. And later this morning, President Ruto and I will conclude a new hydrogen partnership between Kenya and the European Union, with the objective to further develop the green hydrogen economy and with the full support of Team Europe. This is good news for Africa and for Europe alike. So we should work very closely as partner. Yet, public money from major economies, however crucial, is not enough. And this is why we need to bring the conversation on climate financing to the global stage at COP28. Let me briefly share 3 specific points that will be discussed here in Nairobi to pave the way towards COP28. First, on attracting private investment to Africa. Second, on carbon pricing and carbon credits. And third, on setting global targets for the energy transition. On the first point, the green transition will require an unprecedented scale of private investment. Public finance will not suffice. This is true for Europe, but it is also true for emerging market and developing economies. Private capital will need to be mobilized at scale. And here, green bonds are widely recognized as providing part of the solution. This is why we just put forward a new proposal to attract private investment. It's called Global Green Bonds Initiative. We know that emerging economies can face hurdles to access capital markets, but we can change that together. Europe has the biggest and most advanced green bond market in the world, so we are ready to share our expertise with your teams on how to develop your own green bond markets, and at the same time, we will push on the investor side. Together with the European Investment Bank and our member states, we are allocating 1 billion euros to de-risk private investments in emerging markets. This could help to attract up to 20 billion euros in sustainable investment. So, let's work together on that to build and grow Africa's green bond markets, and let us bring together this crucial point to COP28. There's another solution that would unlock huge resources for climate action in Africa, and that is carbon pricing and true carbon credits. And this is my second point. I believe, as you do, President Ruto, that setting a price on carbon emissions is one of the most efficient and one of the most effective tools in our hands, because it fosters innovation by the private sector, that's crucial, because it makes heavy polluters pay a fair price, that is necessary, and because it creates revenues that can support the clean transition in developing countries. That's what we need. And this includes also to include the carbon sinks that have been mentioned, and you are rich in carbon sinks here, and to reward this contribution. We have to get there. We will discuss this in more detail in the next session, so let us work together to bring a proposal for global carbon pricing and true carbon credits at COP28. And finally, on global energy goals, if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, we have to speed up the global energy transition. That means if we want to match our goals, we need to triple renewable energy capacity, and we need to double energy efficiency by 2030. This sounds bold, but it is doable. If we step up global investment in renewables, this would make clean energy more affordable for all countries, including here in Africa. And this is why COP28 President Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber and I champion an initiative for global targets for the energy transition to be achieved collectively. Because only what gets measured gets done. So, the global goals will provide a benchmark to track the progress and to attract even more private investment. So, I look forward to working with you on this and much, much more. I hope that Africa and Europe will join forces to reach a global agreement at COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, these three proposals may look bold. They may look impossible to achieve. But in the beautiful words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." We have a huge responsibility to fight climate change for the good of our children, for the good of our grandchildren. And I wrote down these beautiful words of the African youth yesterday. Our countries are burning and drowning. As you're not here to save us, we have to trust you now. So, my friends, let's reward the trust of these young people and show responsibility. Let's join forces for COP28. Many thanks. I feel so honored for being invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi African Leaders Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, which we hope that we will get from you, Excellencies, tomorrow, will take a tour of the United Nations Secretary General Summit, then eventually to the UAE for COP28. What better way to start preparing the way for the declaration than by having the COP28 President-designate, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the COP28 President-designate, to address this summit. Dr. Al-Jaber is the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Ruto, Secretary General Guterres, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Your Excellencies, Heads of Governments, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, honored guests, colleagues, and dear friends. It is indeed my pleasure to be back here in Nairobi and to have the opportunity to share with you my thoughts at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where Africa is evidently championing a new vision for climate action. We're gathering here in Nairobi just 3 days before the UNFCCC releases the findings of the first global stocktake. And let's just face it, we already know that the world is way off track, and we know what this report will actually say and what it will conclude. The world is losing the race to secure the goals of the Paris Agreement. And the world is struggling to keep 1.5 within reach. Collectively, we must admit that we are not delivering the results we need in the time we need them. We must also accept that business as usual is simply not working, and that business as usual will not allow for a paradigm shift. We need a smart, pragmatic disruption. We need an integrated approach that delivers transformational progress. And we need a plan that leaves no one behind. That is why I have been and I continue on calling on all parties to unite around a plan of action that is fully inclusive, a plan of action that fast-tracks a just, responsible, orderly, and well-managed energy transition, a plan that will focus on people, lives, and livelihoods, and a plan that will finally fix climate finance. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa contributes just 3% of global emissions. Yet, we all know that it suffers some of the worst consequences. Droughts, floods, and failed harvests have exposed 1/5 of Africa's people to hunger, tripled the number of people displaced in the last 3 years, and is dragging down Africa's GDP growth by at least 5% every year. But there is also another narrative that unfortunately is overlooked and in a big way undermined and underestimated, that needs to get out there. And that is Africa is also a beacon of hope, filled with potential and a global example of what pro-climate and nature-positive development should and must look like. Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative is enhancing food security and stimulating green jobs across the Horn of Africa. The countries of the Congo Basin are protecting vital rainforests and helping preserve the world's natural carbon sinks. Kenya is closing on its goal of 100% clean energy by 2030. And the number of sub-Saharan countries in Africa with significant installed solar power has grown 6 times in the last 5 years. This great continent is rich in the resources that can help not just Africa, but the entire world transition to a zero carbon and high growth future. That said, we first need to deal with some realities, and we must accept to come to terms with these facts. Almost half of Africa's population still have no access to electricity. Almost 1 billion people lack clean cooking fuels, and this energy gap will only increase as Africa's population grows. These basic energy needs must be met, and meeting them with low-carbon, nature-positive solutions will meet Africa's development and climate goals at the same time. And the key to making this happen is, of course, finance, and finance, and finance. This finance must be made available. This must be made accessible, and this finance must be made affordable. According to the African Development Bank, $250 billion annually is required to meet Africa's climate finance needs. Africa only receives 12% of that amount, and less than 2% of that is going to adaptation. We can all agree that this is neither just or equitable. We must agree that it is a big missed opportunity. The World Bank estimates that every dollar spent on climate adaptation brings an average of $4 in benefits. It simply makes sense for Africa to get a fairer share of global climate finance. That is why I am calling on donor countries to close out the $100 billion pledge they made over a decade ago and to replenish the Green Climate Fund. I will continue to press on these issues. I am also calling on donors to double adaptation finance by 2025, and for all parties to transform the global goal on adaptation from theory and text into real action and tangible results. We also need early pledges for the Loss and Damage Fund to help vulnerable countries recover from severe climate impacts that they already are exploring and experiencing. What was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh must be delivered in Dubai. We can no longer accept pledges and announcements without clear roadmaps of implementation. In parallel, we must upgrade our financial architecture. We need a complete upgrade. In fact, we need a surgical intervention of the global financial architecture that was built for a completely different era. IFIs and MDBs must step up, and they must up their game. They need to raise concessional capital and lower debt burdens. They need to attract and leverage private capital at a multiple, and the multilateral, public, and private sectors need to mesh together and work as true partners to accelerate the delivery of practical solutions and real impactful projects on the ground. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Arab Emirates has applied this model of genuine partnership to invest in clean energy projects in 70 countries around the world. We have always chosen to meet global challenges by building bridges and working with like-minded partners on solutions in the pursuit of progress and sustainable development. That is why I am pleased to answer the call made by African leaders to seize the opportunity of green growth. And today, it is my true honor to announce a new initiative between the United Arab Emirates and Africa that aims to unlock Africa's capacity for sustainable prosperity. Your Excellencies, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Etihad Credit Insurance, Masdar, the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company, and EMEA Power will join with Africa 50 as a strategic partner under the guidance of the UAE and African leadership to develop 15 gigawatt of clean power by 2030. Working together, we will deploy, and by working together, we will deploy $4.5 billion that will catalyze at least an additional $12.5 billion from multilateral public and private sources. It is our ambition that this will launch a new transformative partnership to jumpstart a pipeline of bankable clean energy projects in this very important continent. This initiative will target countries with clear transition plans, robust regulatory frameworks, and a real commitment to putting the necessary grid infrastructure in place. It will clearly demonstrate the commercial case for clean energy investments across this very important continent. This initiative is designed to work with Africa and for Africa. It will act as a scalable model that can and should be replicated. And it will support COP28's global goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. And here, let me take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of Kenya, and his government, and the African Union Commission and the EU Presidency for championing this goal alongside COP28. It's through their leadership that they are choosing a path that makes economic and climate sense at the same time. And let me extend an open invitation to all Africa's leaders to join us at COP28 to help mark a new, ambitious era for Africa's sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as COP28 approaches, I am determined that it is a turning point that delivers for everyone, everywhere. We don't want to leave anyone behind. Climate change is a global fight, and it demands a global solution. If Africa loses, we all lose. And if Africa succeeds, we all succeed. Progress for one is progress for all. Let's unite, act, and deliver to turn the rhetoric into real results. Let's turn pledges into tangible projects on the ground, and let's launch a new and optimistic future that puts the world on a climate-positive pathway and offers an opportunity for all to prosper. I thank you all, and I look forward to receiving you at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi Declaration, like I indicated, will find itself to the UN General Assembly, and we are happy to have with us the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, who is both a politician and a diplomat who will guide the discussions and midwife the contents of our declaration to find itself into UN resolutions. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, dear President William Ruto, thank you very much for your initiative, your enthusiasm, and your leadership that brought us together. Asante sana. Excellencies, friends, an injustice burns at the heart of the climate crisis, and its flame is scorching hopes and possibilities here in Africa. This continent accounts for less than 4% of global emissions, yet it suffers some of the worst effects of rising global temperatures. Extreme heat, ferocious floods, and tens of thousands dead from devastating droughts. The blow inflicted on development is all around, with growing hunger and displacement, shattered infrastructure, systems stretched to the limit, all aggravated by climate chaos not of your making. It is still possible to avoid the worst effects of climate change, but only with a quantum leap in climate action. The people of Africa and people everywhere need action to respond to deadly climate extremes. First, we need far greater climate ambition, with countries hitting fast forward and massively accelerating action to limit temperature rises and impacts. And the largest emitters must lead the charge, in line with my Climate Solidarity Pact and acceleration agenda. And here, from a low-emitting continent, Africa, I make a very strong appeal to the large emitters, the G20 countries, responsible for 80% of the emissions that will be meeting this week in Delhi. Assume your responsibilities. Developed countries must commit to reaching net zero emissions as close as possible to 2040, and large emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, with support from developed countries to do so. And it's time to break our addiction to fossil fuels and invest in a just and equitable transition. We need to see credible plans to exit coal by 2030 for OECD countries and by 2040 for the rest of the world. And we need ambitious renewable energy goals in line with 1.5-degree limit. And we must bring affordable electricity to everyone on Earth, and particularly in Africa, while simultaneously reaching net zero electricity by 2035 in developed countries and 2040 elsewhere. Second, reaching these targets requires climate justice. Developed countries must present a clear and credible roadmap to double adaptation finance by 2025 as a first step towards devoting at least half of all climate finance to adaptation. And they must also keep their promise to provide $100 billion a year to developing countries for climate support and fully replenish the Green Climate Fund. And all countries must also operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund proposed at COP28 this year. Every person on Earth must be covered by an early warning system by 2027 by implementing the action plan we launched last year. And 6 out of every 10 Africans currently lack access to these systems. The early warning for all Africa action plan launched yesterday under the leadership of the African Union will be critical to addressing this need. And more broadly, we need a course correction in the global financial system so that it supports accelerated climate action in the context of sustainable development. And we can't achieve one without the other. And this means an international financial system that is able to provide an effective debt relief mechanism that supports payment suspensions, longer lending terms, lower rates. And it means recapitalizing and changing the business model of multilateral development banks so they can massively leverage private finance at affordable rates to help developing countries build truly sustainable economies. The global financial system must be reformed to be an ally of developing countries as they turbocharge the just and equitable green transition that leaves no one behind. Which brings me to my third point, making Africa a world leader in renewable energy and green growth. This continent is rich in renewable energy potential. Africa is home to 30% of the mineral reserves that are critical to renewable and low-carbon technologies like solar power, electric vehicles, and battery storage. Of course, we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. To truly benefit all Africans, the production and trade of these critical minerals must be sustainable, transparent, and just across every link of the supply chain, with maximum added value produced within African countries. African leadership is also helping to generate innovative green economies anchored in renewable power. From the greater Horn of Africa, where over 85% of electricity generation comes from renewables, including massive hydropower projects in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sudan, to wind and solar projects in Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, to Mozambique, which gets nearly 100% of its energy from green and sustainable sources, to the increased installation of large-scale solar projects, including in South Sudan. At the same time, Africa is home to 60% of the world's best solar resources, but only 2% of global investments in renewable energy over the last 2 decades. Now is the time to bring together African countries with developed countries, financial institutions, and technological companies to create a true African renewable energy alliance. With adequate access to financial resources at reasonable cost and technological support, renewables could dramatically boost economies, grow new industries, create jobs, and drive development, including by reaching the over 600 million Africans living without access to power. Renewable energy could be the African miracle, but we must make it happen. We must all work together for Africa to become a renewable energy superpower. Excellencies, friends, just as the injustice of climate change burns fiercely here in Africa, so do the opportunities. I'm convinced that Africa can be at the heart of a renewable future. The summit and the solutions being discussed here represent a big step forward, but our countries must not be alone in this journey. At the end of this month, I will hold, on the way to COP28, a Climate Ambition Summit to summon the world's attention and committed action to climate change and the need to support developing countries as they transition to a renewable future. Ambition in mitigation must be in parallel with ambition in climate justice. Now is the time for all countries to stand as one in defense of our only home. Let's deliver the climate justice that Africans, the world, and the planet we share demand and deserve. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, it is the African Union Summit in February that approved the co-hosting of this summit by Kenya and the AU Commission. And to speak to us next on his aspirations for the summit, let us welcome His Excellency President Azali Assoumani, President of the Comoros and the Chairperson of the African Union. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Kila mtu anapawa, hata Maulana hajawahi kutugawa, tulitafuta amani.
Excellences, Monsieur Ahmed Abako, Dr. William Ruto, Président de la République de Kenya, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secretary General,
Your Excellency Guterres, General Secretary of UN, Mr. Faki, President of Commission of AU, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of international organizations, and distinguished guests. All protocols are observed. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. At this time, all the eyes are on us, the African continent, united here to discuss at the highest level, thinking on the issue of climate. For this, we think that we are going to succeed here in this beautiful capital city of Nairobi to come up with a new impulse to the dynamics in order to fight against the effects of climate change in our planet village. This is an opportunity for me, first of all, to thank and sincerely thank our brother Ahmed Abako, William Ruto, for his commitment for sustainable and harmonious development. I would also like to thank the people and the government of Kenya for brotherly reception that we enjoyed since we arrived here in this beautiful country, and for their hospitality that we enjoy here in Nairobi. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, when we see what our planet has been undergoing, we have seen devastating effect on our societies, on our economies, on our ecosystem, on our diversity in general. According to the intergovernmental experts working on climate, the world temperature is increasing. It has been increasing since 1990, and we cannot say that this is negligence, but it is the fact that we are not taking into account on this problem, and also the weak action in order to fight this effect. Therefore, we need to intensify our actions because of the effects which are dramatic on our continent, even if we are only responsible for only less than 4% for greenhouse emission. The island states like the Comoro Union, we are experiencing this, and we are not well equipped in order to fight all this. Despite all these challenges, Africa should go ahead and carry out its ambitions as written in policies and strategies at the national and regional level, and also from the contribution at the national level. Therefore, the organization of this summit on climate in this beautiful country has come at the right time so that we can come up with a conventional approach between the countries of the north and the countries of the south by highlighting the shared responsibility through dialogue in order to come up with solutions that are shared. For this, Africa should make profit from this organization so that we can come up with innovative, inclusive, and sustainable solutions by us and for us, and also define the collaboration for concrete climate action on this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, the continent is impacted by negative natural impacts. For example, Comoros, we undergo almost every year a lot of damages and losses from the earthquake, tropical cyclones, and earthquakes, and we lose every year almost $5.7 million. My country, we have carried out programs in order to do the adaptation and mitigation. For mitigation of energy, energy is an important potential by using renewable energy, air energy, photovoltaic energy, in order to produce electricity and reduce the use of firewood in homes and industries. And for our plan of 2030 that we have adopted, our ambition is to make Comoros by 2030 a resilient country to the shocks on all dimensions of sustainable development. As far as adaptation is concerned, for Comoros and other African countries, agriculture sector has been impacted by COVID and the war in Ukraine. That's why it is very important, because we have seen the repercussion of this, and aggravated by the food crisis that we have experienced, we have been experiencing on the continent. Therefore, we have to take the opportunity of this summit so that we can identify the actions that we can put in place in order to come up with a food system that is sustainable and resilient, in order to guarantee our means of subsistence, and this should be sustainable. We should privilege social actions, innovation, and resilience, and come up with sustainable agriculture methods, protecting our natural resources, our health, and our climate. Protection of our resources, air and water resources, should be also at the center of our concern. That is why the Moroni Declaration from the Ministerial Conference on Blue Economy and Climate Conference in Africa. This was organized in collaboration with the African Union Commission and UNSCA and the International Commission for Nature and the Indian Commission. They highlighted the work of climate and recognizing the role of seas and oceans in adaptation and mitigation. For this, we call upon the island states of Africa in the negotiations by highlighting their geographical specificity and their vulnerability from extreme events and different environment crises that we've been experiencing. We call upon for the support in order to have sustainable blue economy, generating employment, and come up with a new partnership through reinforcing cooperation of partnership and collaboration. We suggest in this case that the financial aid should be increased. $86 billion given to Africa is very weak in order to support the current costs. We plead again to come up with mechanisms of funding because of damages and losses coming up with facilities for all the vulnerable African countries, especially the island countries which are developing. It's also important for us Africans to think about the need to own the modern technologies specializing in surveilling climates in order to alert in time our people when extreme events are about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, to summarize, I can say that the world threat of climate change and the effect of environment is going to exacerbate the complex nature of the world, which affects women and youth in a disproportionate manner. I would like to say that the Declaration of Nairobi will certainly express our African solidarity, to speak with one voice, to express our African specificities. I am confident that we'll come with the true solutions to the big continental and world challenges that we will also defend at the COP28 that will take place in Republic Arab Emirates. And they need our support through the personal commitment of its President Sheikh Nahdet Al-Nahyan through innovative technology in order to fight effectively against climate change. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, now to cap for us this opening session is the chairperson of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, and also the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Kenya. This African moment is a global moment where climate action is actually green growth. I am delighted to be here with you for a number of reasons. First, I am excited to participate in this summit as a scientist who has done some research on ecological impacts of human activity on fragile and precious ecosystems, including rivers and wetlands. I am also privileged to be leading the Kenyan delegation to the Africa Climate Summit. And besides, I have the honor for the time being of serving the young green continent of the future as the chair of CAHOST, the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change. And for hosting this event with my good brothers from the AU. And I dare say, this conversation is happening in the right city, where the UN has the global environmental capital, where we have UNEP. I am therefore highly encouraged by your strong response for our invitation to attend and participate in this inaugural transformative Continental Assembly convened to focus on climate action from the standpoint of generating
African solutions to global challenges. The participation in the numerous events that make up this summit has so far demonstrated impressive commitment, extraordinary enthusiasm, exemplary motivation, and unparalleled determination to confront the problems, clarify issues, engage inclusively, and define a unique strategy platform for the implementation of bold interventions to catalyze progress in the global climate action agenda. I welcome you to Nairobi, our burgeoning and sleepless green city in the sun that is bounded by a national wildlife park and a close canopy of indigenous forest. In between, our capital pulsates with the restless energy of community, enterprise, industry, innovation, learning, fun, and adventure. Please, feel at home and find time to enjoy the sights and sounds of our city and country. And when I say welcome home, it's both figuratively, but also in reality. I did say yesterday, I did inform the participants yesterday that Kenya, where you are sitting, a few kilometers from where you are sitting, has been discovered the earliest remains of man on Earth. And it means that before you guys went all over the place in Africa, Europe, and America, and the rest of the world, we all began from here. And therefore, it is correct for me to tell you, welcome home. And while you are away, these are the greetings, just so that you find your way around. Jambo is the greetings. Maybe, and when somebody else tells you Jambo, you reply Jambo. It's simple. Jambo. Good. I will take you one more step. When you want to say, how are you? You say Mambo. Simple. And then the reply is Poa. Okay, let's go. Mambo. Good. There you go. So I'm sure you'll find your way around with that. Africa is a very young continent. Our median age is 19. Africa's youthfulness is precisely the attribute that has inspired African leaders to imagine a future where Africa finally steps into the stage as an economic and industrial power, an effective and positive actor on a global arena. I am very proud because of this realization, and it has motivated Africa's leaders to create meaningful opportunities for young people to participate in, contribute to, and take charge of consequential endeavors in many sectors. This bold policy is already transforming the strategic landscape of climate action and is swiftly propelling our continent to a focal point of global sustainability agenda. On Sunday, at the Youth Summit, we saw for ourselves the immensity of the potential that we can unleash simply by facilitating positive youth action at all levels in every sector. Potential and opportunity are both futuristic propositions. The African Climate Summit has been designed to enable us locate our intense engagements and the most energized discourse in order to facilitate imaginative, problem-solving, and innovative interventions that are bold enough to meet the critical challenges of the present and future times. This is why potential, opportunity, the future, and youth are recurrent themes that underlie our interactions in this summit. We have convened here to consult, deliberate, and collaborate in imagining and designing the future of climate action globally and its implications for African aspirations to achieve shared prosperity within one generation. This summit is dedicated exclusively to the transformation of potential into opportunity, the conversion of ideas into actions, and the turning of plans into results. It is about creating a firm consensus, designing effective strategies, securing commitments, and forging transformative partnerships that will drive climate action in the direction and at the rate required to pull our continent and planet back from the brink of a climate disaster. The urgency of this moment is informed by the knowledge that climate change is the greatest challenge, not only to the well-being of humanity, but to every existence of life on Earth, and that only urgent and coordinated action on a global scale can stop the impending catastrophe by lowering greenhouse gas emissions and reducing their concentration in the atmosphere. This is an immense and formidable challenge, even at the best of times. However, the time we are in, and in which we must implement this urgent and daunting undertaking, is a complicated and difficult time for nations throughout the world. Regional conflict with geopolitical ramifications have compounded the disruptive impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to throw global supply chains into disarray, slowing down economies, raising the cost of living, suppressing economic growth, and straining food systems to a breaking point. The complex interplay of these circumstances also combine with other localized vulnerabilities to drive adversity in many communities, placing intense pressure on governments to reconfigure resources, allocation, and other strategic interventions. In short, it would be understandable if African leaders prioritized other commitments and relegated climate action to an afterthought. This is why I proudly celebrate the courage and imagination with which the people of Africa and their leaders have converged with extraordinary focus and commitment on the climate agenda, not as an additional or peripheral concern for public policy, but as the foremost priority and the defining intervention in our collective journey to shared prosperity. As a result, patient consultation, thorough debate, determined collaboration, and bold confrontation of facts in issue, it has become clear to us at the Africa Union, under the aegis of the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, that tackling climate change also produces the solutions for the complex interconnected crisis that we face today. This is what this summit is designed to underscore. Collectively, we hold the power to transform the current continental and global trajectory. More critically, we all have an urgent responsibility to do so with a sense of collective purpose that matches the sense of urgency demonstrated by Africa's young people at the Youth Summit earlier this week. Although we are gathered here to explore the means by which we can unite in action for the greater good, we have taken full account of the fact that we are not all at the same place in terms of our experiences with climate change. All countries struggle to achieve socio-economic progress under various constraints. Due to a range of complex and interconnected historical, political, and economic factors, African countries struggle with unique, inordinate, and incredibly complex structural drawbacks in the quest to provide opportunities for their peoples to achieve prosperity. Nevertheless, we have all, in our different ways, succeeded in making progress over the years amid these extraordinary difficulties. The tragedy of climate change is that it is relentlessly eating away at this progress. And going by evidence based on scientific projections, its appetite to consume our GDP will grow in years to come. We are already losing between 5 and 15% of our GDP growth every year to the adverse impacts of climate change. At the same time, the cost of adaptation continues to rise along with the cost of living, while the cost of development capital for African countries remains prohibitive, as millions of our youth remain unemployed. Only rapid and inclusive transformation, powered by robust industrialization, can place us firmly on a path towards sustainable resolution of these challenges. A sound understanding of the nature and causes of climate change, coupled with our experience of its devastating effects, has provided us with a robust early warning system that the classical economic development progression precedent is not available for us as a pathway to this transformation. As Africans, we are strongly persuaded that not only is it urgent for us to execute an audacious leapfrogging of the traditional developmental pathway to industrialization, but urgent ecological imperatives also dictate that we must go green first before industrializing, and not vice versa, like the advanced industrial economies had the luxury to do. I emphasize this point to underscore the principle underlying Africa's position on climate action agenda and the foundation of our strategic, institutional, and policy direction. We have an unprecedented opportunity to abandon the well-trodden yet unsustainable path of the past and forge a new route that aligns economic inclusion and shared prosperity with climate commitment imperatives. Africa's low rate of greenhouse gas emissions must not relegate us to the margins and footnotes of the global climate agenda. Africa must step forward as the cornerstone around which effective climate solutions are built. Yesterday, I encouraged participants in this summit to disregard the grievance standpoint and instead consider climate action imperative through an opportunity lens. As soon as we do that, the moment of natural assets from carbon sinks to arable land and mineral wealth confer on us the indispensable fundamentals to swiftly become a cost-competitive industrial hub with ample capacity to decarbonize global manufacturing and green the economies of our continent, our neighborhoods, and the globe. It is good for us to be open about the need to confront a couple of basic truths. First, it is demonstrably clear that none of the world's industrialized nations will be able to achieve their net zero goals within the time indicated by scientists to avert further warming. Secondly, unlocking Africa's potential to undertake economic transformation along a green trajectory is the most feasible, just, and efficient way to attain a net zero world by 2050. With those two combined, Africa's capacity to limit its own emissions is the clearest pathway to enable the world to achieve its climate action targets. Africa's opportunity is a global opportunity and a chance for humanity to redeem its intergenerational legacy. Scientific experts have consistently demonstrated from analyzing available evidence and making projections that these can be achieved while generating jobs in their millions, creating enormous investment opportunities, and catalyzing unprecedented economic growth. Under a proper green growth paradigm, climate action also serves as a robust engine for poverty reduction, employment and wealth creation, and economic transformation. By definition, effective climate action must entail technological leapfrogging to disrupt and invent the industrial development pathway and go green fast. It must also involve effective decarbonization of global production and supply chains and deliberate efforts to remove carbon from the atmosphere at scale. Understood this way, green growth aligns perfectly with opportunity-oriented perspectives of climate change, which presents Africa with its most important means of achieving stability, prosperity, and development beyond middle-income industrial status. To achieve green growth, we in Africa have committed to move with speed and under various effective frameworks to develop the necessary instruments, institutions, policies, and strategies through which we shall design and implement incentives that will accelerate the delivery of priority actions. We shall also support our youth, especially those in enterprise, to enable innovation and deliver localized solutions for the benefit of our communities, and at the same time attract other African and international investors to finance climate action. Every step of this journey will require partnership that facilitate collaboration and multilateral collective action to achieve just development financing mechanisms, deliver equitable access to markets for Africa's green products and services, and a just regime that provides liquidity, debt relief, and affordable investment capital everywhere on the continent at scale. We are all connected to our common humanity and a shared stake in the vitality and livability of our planet. We are also bound firmly by the fact that Earth is all we have, that we have no other home, and that no alternative planet to resort to when things burn here. The most salient implication of this knowledge is that we cannot approach climate action and human development from a disconnected or adversarial standpoint. We cannot pursue climate action through insular, solitary policies. Global warming cannot be mitigated by air conditioning our little pockets and corners of the world. Prosperity cannot and must not be pursued in a zero-sum, exclusive fashion, because the resulting injustice and inequality are the drivers of inequity, poverty, conflict, and activities that threaten biodiversity and encourage pollution. We are all interconnected. That is a statement of fact. And this existential moment provides us with a unique opportunity to reconnect with our shared humanity. In this summit, you will have heard and will continue to learn more about the bold, transformative, innovative fruits of partnerships, cooperation, and collaboration that are already underway in various parts of Africa. I invite you to pay close attention to as many of these cases as possible, and assure you that you will be surprised, challenged, and inspired by the many wonderful demonstrations of bold initiatives in the face of many opportunities. That is the essence of this summit. It is an orientation, and in fact, an orientation run designed to familiarize us with our journey into the future, driven by African solutions, powered by African resources, and anchored on African opportunities. The collaboration I have in mind must be bold in ambition, broad in scope for their vision, deep in terms of diversity of their stakeholders, and long in terms of their geographical reach. An impressive example that I have had opportunity to interact with is the Global Center for Adaptation, an organization based in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, whose constitution is an appealing emblem of our aspiration, from the aspirational design of its global headquarters and futuristic regional headquarters in Nairobi, comprising green walls and roofs, as well as rain gardens, to the collaborative culture of its staff. Unsurprisingly, the center is intended to inspire the world to thrive with nature instead of pursuing the dangerous course of seeking to thrive at the expense of nature. The center spearheads the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a focal point collaboration with the University of Nairobi, Africa Development Bank, and the Africa Union Commission as part of the continent's response to the climate crisis. I am delighted to announce that as an outcome of this summit today, Kenya will host the GCA Africa headquarters here in Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, it has taken tremendous courage, effort, and determination to leave behind us the old continent that was historically profiled with intense negativity. The Africa whose people neither are there to be seen or heard has summoned the confidence and readiness to confront hard facts, engage truthfully, and forge a common position on critical issues that project a new, bold, radically transformative voice into the global discourse. And let me say here that we have discussed potential. And it is true, we need to have a conversation about Africa's potential. Why? Because we have been profiled negatively. The continent of disease, war, poverty. But we are stepping forward to say, look here, Africa is the continent with 60% of the world's renewable energy assets. Whether you talk about wind, whether you talk about solar, geothermal, hydropower. Number two, we're saying Africa is the continent that has 40% of the world's critical minerals for energy transition, whether you talk about nickel, cobalt, lithium, manganese, this is where those reserves are. Number 3, this is the continent, the youngest continent with a median age of 19. 25% of the world's population will be living in this continent by 2050. We will have 40% of the world's workforce by 2100. This is the continent number 4 that has 2/3 of the world's uncultivated arable land that can transform through smart agriculture into the store, the production store of the world. And number 5, this is the continent that is the lungs of the world. We have the largest natural carbon sequestration infrastructure. In fact, we dare say, if there was a company for collecting garbage globally, and I'm talking about carbon garbage, Africa would have the largest shares because we have the largest lungs. The only problem is that those who produce the garbage refuse to pay their bills and profile the company as broke when it is actually them who have refused to pay the bills. So that is our continent. It's a continent of tremendous potential. And that is why Chinua Achebe told us that until the lion learned the art of writing, all stories glorified the hunter. I think we have learned to write, I think we have learned the art of writing. And that is why we are going to write our own narrative. That is the continent that we belong to. Let me also say another thing, opportunity. Yes, this climate crisis, climate change, and the climate crisis that comes with it, yes, it is true, we contributed the least. Yes, it is also true, we are suffering the most. But in this crisis is Africa's opportunity. And that is what we want to focus on, Africa's opportunity to unlock the tremendous resources that we have for green energy transition. And we must exploit this opportunity. And number 3, so that I conclude, is that this is the continent that has the highest investment potential. We are only limited by 2 things. Number 1, we are limited, as I said earlier in my statement, by high interest rates for development capital. Many of our countries, and we are here and they say figures don't lie, 9 countries are already in debt distress in our continent, over the cliff. 13 countries are classified as high risk, and another 17 countries are classified as moderate risk. And the biggest contributor to debt distress in our continent is high interest rates. We pay 5 times more than others, meaning that in fact, the architecture is set up in a manner that if you borrow, it will be difficult for you to pay. And that is why we need a conversation, and a very candid conversation, and we are saying this in all honesty, around how do we get concessional funding? How do we pay as much as others are paying? how do we get Africa away from paying 5 times more? And I asked in this gathering, we're not asking to be favored. We're not asking to be treated differently. We want a fair financial system that treats everybody equally. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not too much to ask. A fair international financial architecture is not a fair proposition or an unfair proposition to make. Number 2, many of our countries are headed into debt distress because of climate change. Let's be honest, we are suffering the most, whether it is in the Sahel with drought, whether it is in the Horn of Africa with drought, whether it is in South Africa and the southern part of our continent with cyclones, and we are saying the suffering is across the globe, but we carry the biggest brunt. I'll contextualize this. And because of climate change, we are forced to divert resources that are meant for economic growth into dealing with the effects of climate change. I will contextualize this. In Kenya, we lost 2.5 million heads of livestock in northern part of Kenya. Combined with Ethiopia and Somalia and Djibouti, we lost 9.5 million heads of livestock. So what did I have to do in Kenya? So in Kenya, I've had to increase resources meant for school feeding from 1.5 million children in school, under school feeding. We've had to scale up this year to 4 million kids in school to be put under school feeding. And we've had to rearrange the budget to provide for that. So when we say climate change is destroying our economies, we are not making statements. We are making statements of fact. And that is what is driving many of our economies in that direction. And let me contextualize this further. When I was first elected as a member of parliament in a rural constituency in Kenya, I represented a community that is so proud that they think debt is not a good thing. They are risk averse and very debt averse. So, to try and encourage the community that time, then there was this phrase, and I want to say it in the indigenous community. There was a phrase that Kaigai Kobarin Besen Kosir Kobarin Banan. I will explain to you what that means. There is Besen and there is Banan. Besen is debt. Banan is poverty. So it is said in this community, if you must die, it is better to die of debt than to die of poverty. Because you are dying anyway. So it's... And so, to contextualize that into this debate, we don't want to die in this continent, we don't want to die of debt, but we also don't want to die of poverty. That is why we must have a conversation around multilateral development banks and concessional financing and how we can finance our economies using resources that do not punish us. And when we make this proposition, we have tremendous respect for our multilateral development banks. They are doing their best. We have the best of respect for them. But we believe they can do better. we believe that there is an opportunity. We need to explore the SDR, Special Drawing Rights window. And this time round, we want to have that window when it's made available because it is possible. Let those who need the resources get, not those who don't. In the last experience, those who did not need the resources got more than those who needed the resources. We need to have a paradigm shift this time round. And number two, we believe that it is possible to expand concessional financing through leveraging on the balance sheets of these institutions. And finally, to be able to unlock the resources that we need to be able to drive these new investment and financing opportunities, especially for green energy. We believe it is time to have a conversation about carbon tax. I said we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. And I mean we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. Yes. We believe it is the only way, it is among the ways that we can raise additional and adequate resources for us to finance our development. And while we are thinking about financing, for us in Africa, three things are very important. As they say in Kenya, mambo ni matatu. Number one, speed. It takes inordinate to access any meaningful resources. Number two, it requires scale, because we've all agreed that enormous resources are required. And number three, affordability, so that we all pay the same. And that is why this event is both Africa's climate summit and a global pre-COP28 convention. Africa is meeting, and Africans are talking. The world is listening. We must use this opportunity to lead the world in a new direction towards a future that holds immense promise for both Africa and the entire world. The many initiatives showcased at this summit testify to the courage of African enterprise and innovators to pursue breakthroughs, exploit opportunities, develop models, and take risks to make our tomorrow better than our today. When the global stocktake is released, there will be another opportunity to test our courage and resolve by asking each other hard questions in the spirit of fashioning the new way to achieve rapid improvements. We have therefore committed to conclude this summit with a declaration which will firmly encourage everyone to keep their promises, even in hard times, as a matter of justice, to hold each other to account, to collaborate, and to innovate. This African moment is a global moment. We are in word and deed full stakeholders in this global journey and its primary navigators at this stage. I urge everyone at this summit to exercise bold leadership and contribute to our efforts to reconfigure global markets and international institutions around African aspirations and strategic goals. I call on each one of you to do their part so that the potential that lies in our continent can deliver opportunities for Africa's youth, communities, enterprises, and nations to actualize a future for all of us. It is a matter of long-standing African wisdom that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. We have a long way to go and no time to lose. In this moment of existential urgency of whole humanity, I dare say that we have our ancestors' permission to innovate a way not only to go fast, but also go together, provided we consult thoroughly, engage in good faith, collaborate effectively, and proceed inclusively. This is an emergency, and we must undertake climate action and green growth with this understanding. I thank you. God bless you. God bless Africa. Asante sana.
Your Excellency, you have some tasks to perform, so please come back to the stage.
I have been requested to ask the climate envoy from America, who is scheduled to take a flight, to take a few moments and come and speak to us. My good brother, John Kerry, is somewhere in this audience. Welcome, because he also has a declaration to make and an announcement to make. Welcome, John.
Mr. President, distinguished presidents, Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling that after that extraordinarily powerful presentation by President Ruto, nobody should say anything. We should just act. Maybe I should start by just saying jumbo. Works. Mr. President, thank you for convening everybody here. Over the years, I've been privileged, Mr. Secretary General, like you. We've been at many of these conferences, and the words come easily. The actions seem to have been more difficult over time. It's a great honor for me to be able to be here representing President Biden at this very important summit. And I want you to know, as I listened, and as you listened, I could feel this room, something is happening. This is different. I feel that. This is different. I think, Mr. President, I would just say to you, your leadership is palpable. You feel it. What you have said today, there is such a clear path ahead for all of us. Africa is meeting. Africa is speaking. Africa is deciding. And nothing could make a greater difference, I think, on a global basis, given what you just heard from the President about the remarkable resources that are here in Africa, about the young people who are thirsty, hungry for a future. So Africa and this moment offer an enormous opportunity. This problem that we are facing is human-made. It's about pollution. It's not very complicated. It doesn't take a rocket scientist or a mathematician or equation work to its end in order to understand what's happening. Humanity is threatened by humanity, by the decisions that we are unwilling, it seems, to make. So, at this moment, I believe it is clear that Africa presents some of the greatest opportunity in the world. To do what? To win this battle about how we heat our homes, drive our vehicles, light our factories and our homes. This is about fundamental production of energy. And if we will make the right choices about that, the future is different for everybody. That's what's so attractive and important about what President Ruto was saying. You want to have a cleaner life? You want to have a healthier life? Less cancer? Eliminate 8 million people dying every single year because of the lack of quality air that we breathe? All of that comes from the unabated burning of fossil fuel. And it is challenging, if not threatening, our very planet that we all live on. So 20 countries produce 80% of all the emissions. Mine is one of them. 20 countries. And it is critical for all of those 20 countries to immediately take steps to get on the path to the Paris Agreement, to align, to have the ability to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That will only happen if those 20 countries take the lead and make it happen. Crisis now is also, if justice is to mean anything, it certainly has to mean that if there's going to be a transition, everybody has to be able to share in the benefits of that transition. Right now, it is clear that you can't talk about a just transition, when some people, there's no transition at all. Or when some people, there is acute, unfair debt that swallows and drowns the choices that those countries have to make. My friends, adaptation, which wasn't on the front burner in the early years that we've been working at this, but it is now, and it should be, for the simple reason that without adequate adaptation, we don't make it. That's the predicament that we've created for ourselves for where we are now. So adaptation is critical, and the damage, Mother Nature is telling us on a weekly, daily basis. Every 18 days, we have a $1 billion climate event somewhere on this planet. So adaptation is critical. President Biden has now launched a program called Prepare, the President's Emergency Program for Adaptation. And he has committed that we are going to help at least 500 million people in developing countries, especially in Africa, to be able to adapt to the worst impacts of this crisis. He has committed the United States to work alongside African nations to lead the way in adapting to and managing the impacts of the climate crisis. And as part of Prepare, he is providing, or will fight with the Congress and guarantee that we will provide $3 billion annually for adaptation for the $12 billion program that he believes is essential in order to be able to do our part to adapt to this challenge. It is why we are working with partners on the Transitional Committee this year to design an effective fund to help vulnerable developing countries respond to loss and damage. And it is why last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, the President decided that the United States needed to try to accelerate that process, that we joined with our friends in Europe and elsewhere to say that no, it's not adequate to do that over a 2-year period. We need to close out and understand where we're going with the Loss and Damage Fund in 1 year, this year, when we all meet in Dubai. So in addition, as part of implementing Prepare, I'm pleased to announce today also, we're going to provide an additional $30 million for climate-resilient food security efforts across Africa. First, $20 million to the Africa Adaptation Initiative for the Food Security Accelerator, and that will invest in agricultural businesses and help them create their own independent climate-resilient supply chains. Second, $10 million will go to the Climate Resilient Adaptation Finance and Technology Transfer Facility to scale technologies so that we can advance adaptation efforts like cold chain storage, which would help maintain the quality and the safety of food from the farm all the way to the homes of people in the world. We've learned that adaptation saves lives, creates jobs, and obviously it's just plain old common sense. Roads and bridges that are built today can only spur growth and curb poverty if they're still standing tomorrow. So in many ways, we have learned Africa suffers to a great degree the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And it is essential that every country step up to help other nations, and particularly Africa at this point, in order to be able to adapt to the climate impacts. But at the same time, we also have to continue to mitigate, and I think you all understand that. Of the 20 most impacted countries in the world, 17 are in Africa. That tells the story. We all have a moral obligation. The rest of the world, and particularly the developed world, the world that has those 20 countries with the biggest economies, we have a fundamental imperative for all of us to get this job done. Ladies and gentlemen, I am personally convinced we are going to get to a low-carbon, no-carbon economy. I see incredible things happening around the world. With the IRA in the US, we are breaking new ground on battery storage, on new technologies for wind turbines that will get 30, 40 megawatts of power from one turbine, new technologies for accelerating the transition with hydrogen and so forth, all of the things that President Ruto talked about. The vision that your president has put forward today is not just a vision for Africa, it's a vision for the world. President Ruto is showing a path for everybody to follow, and I hope everybody will feel impacted by what he has said here. One of the great philosophers, I just close by sharing this with you, one of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment, people decided that they would listen to science and not be browbeaten into somehow believing that everything was the sort of result of a vengeful God punishing people for their sins. But people decided and understood certain scientific facts make a difference. And they're real. And that has guided us for the centuries since then. Those pathfinders helped us to understand how to break ground and build a world in which we can have vaccines and deal with new technologies and go to the moon and so forth. We can win this battle, but we only win it if we make some fundamental decisions. Immanuel Kant, one of the great philosophers of that time, wrote, "Science is organized knowledge. Wisdom is organized life." Well, right now, if you look around you at the life we all lead all around this planet, science and the knowledge are unequivocal. All that is left for us is to summon the wisdom to organize the world to do what we know we have to do. That's the vision that I heard from President Ruto, and that is the vision that I'm convinced will come out of this week of great effort at this summit, which can help to prepare for a groundbreaking COP at which we do the job people are asking us to do. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, we are moving on to a very important session where we will be listening to each and every one of you as you make your national statements. But a few minutes before that, I want to usher in Zain to, and Your Excellency, President William Ruto, to undertake a signing ceremony here, and then we move on to the national statements. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very significant moment in the Africa Climate Summit. We are going to start this green revolution together and launch right now Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. I would like to request our leaders to step forward and sign off this important strategy. I'd like to invite Thomas Ostros, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Dr. Barbel Koffler, Parliamentary State Secretary of Germany, Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Please do come onto the stage. We have a symbol here on the stage that will be representing this agreement. And so we're going to ask all four of our leaders here to take one of the pens that you'll be given and sign this very important moment. And just for context, as we get set up over there, over 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable energy sources with a drive to reach 100% by 2030. I would like to invite also on the stage European Union ministers to come and stand behind our party here, as well as Mr. Davis Chichir, Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum, and we can take a group photo of this extremely important moment as we launch Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. Green hydrogen plays a very central role in Kenya's green energy transformation. I mean, it really is going to offer a very significant potential to produce local green fertilizer and drive emissions-free transportation fuels. So this is a critical moment as we all gather here and take a photograph and really document and understand that this is a key step in reaching this ambition. And as the signing takes place, congratulations everyone, a round of applause. And this really does demonstrate how Kenya is prioritizing economic expansion and charting a course for the country to harness the potential of green hydrogen as a key driver of energy transition, promotion of environmental stewardship, as well as the generation of jobs. Thank you so much, Excellencies, for this very critical moment and for launching the green hydrogen strategy. I'd like to invite Mike Gitonga to take over, the head of protocol.
Thank you very much, Zain. And distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a short interlude of music as we set up the stage in preparation for the statements that are going to be made immediately after. So I'll request that we have the stage set up for the next session that we're going to have. We'll have a short interlude of music, then we'll have the statements to follow shortly after. Thank you.
Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. PEMC. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows. We have all it takes to change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Yeah. Let's come together now to bring down all barriers for a greater tomorrow. So Africa, arise. Let us all arise.
please take your seats? We're moving to the next part of our activities today. Kindly take your seats. Order, order, order in the House. We're moving to our next session, and here we're going to hear from the heads of state. This has been an incredibly consequential morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like you to consider for a moment Africa setting the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel proud and inspired, please clap your hands. If you feel proud, clap your hands. Let's hear it. They came, the world came for our human resource. Africa did not benefit. They came for our lands. Africa did not benefit. Now Africa is at the table. Once again, a call for everyone to take their seats. I'm going to welcome Your Excellencies up. Settle the room down, please.
Excellencies, we are moving to the national statements, and this segment will be moderated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency William Ruto. Please take the stage. And the session will also be co-chaired by His Excellency, President Assoumani, President of the Comoros. Excellency, please take the stage, as well as the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Musa Mahamat. Please take the stage, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now transiting into the next session, where we will ask our heads of state to make their country statements if they wish to. And we are going to start. Okay. I'm going to ask our elder, President Sassou Denis Nguesso, to make his statement. Your Excellency, sir. And you can choose whatever podium. You can use that, or you can use this. Let us request the people standing to please take your seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président de la République du Kenya, cher Williams, Monsieur le Président en exercice de l'Union africaine,
the President of the African Union, Sheikh Assoumani, the President of the Union of Comoros, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of states and governments, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the President of the African Union Commission, Madam President, Chairman of the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency William Ruto.
President of the Republic of Kenya and the people of Kenya, for the warm welcome accorded to me as well as to my delegation. In addition, I have the pleasure to express my gratitude to the Republic of Kenya and to the organizers for the kind invitation to attend this first African Climate Summit, which obviously is focusing on climate in Africa. To develop green growth and the solution for financing climate for the world and Africa and the world, and is an essential theme for which we should mark our presence. And I want to congratulate warmly His Excellency Mr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for the successful convening of this summit here in Nairobi. The quality of the exchange of views should lead to recommendation for the establishment of a new architecture of the financing of climate financing, as mentioned in Paris in the beginning of July this year. The issue of the financing of climate action is crucial on more than one score. It is for the perennial nature of our collective efforts in favor of climate, for the preservation of biodiversity, and I would even add to guarantee peace, civil peace, and the development of our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, dear colleagues, without anticipating the conclusions of the summit, that's Climate Summit, whose success for our continent is of great and capital importance, may I mention the way we still have to go, which in my humble view, before we meet in beginning of December at COP28 in Dubai, and then to talk and speak with one voice. Indeed, in mid-September in New York, on the margins of the UN General Assembly, we'll have high-level discussions that will focus on the establishment of a sovereign carbon market, which is in line with the interests of our African nations. Then it is in Brazzaville, in the Republic of the Congo, that on 26, 27, and 28 October 2023, the summit of the three basins of ecosystem of biodiversity and the tropical forests. The last stage before COP28, a summit that the President of Brazil, President of Indonesia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo have wished, and the Republic of the Congo have wished. A summit that will lay down cooperation between the Congo Basin, that of the Amazon, and the Borneo in the Southeast Asia. And I will have the single honor to host as the chairman of the Congo Basin Commission. Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, the three basins concentrate, in fact, 80% of the world biodiversity and constitute the regulator of the carbon balance of the world. The Brazzaville summit will aim at South-South cooperation in order to support the efforts of the United Nations in favor of the restoration and conservation of tropical forests, which the various places and the mangroves, and will establish a platform for proposals, and I dare to say, to establish relations and to weigh in with all its weight on the resolutions that will be adopted at COP28. Cooperation between the three basins will not be an exclusive club that will be dealing only with only its members' interests. On the contrary, by acting on the negotiations for COP28, it will serve as a lever for climate justice and access to international financing by all the South countries in the South Hemisphere, and then to meet the exigencies of our continent. From then on, the success of the Brazzaville summit, after that of Nairobi, is decisive for Africa, which the Secretary General of the United Nations be thanked already for this invaluable support. Excellencies, heads of state and government, and you all, you who fight for climate justice, I invite you to join us in Brazzaville, which will be a summit before COP28 of Dubai. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me now give the floor to President Isaias Afwerki, the President of Eritrea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to express our gratitude to President William Ruto for hosting the African Climate Summit and for for the warm hospitality accorded to us. Climate change poses, by all accounts, one of the most pressing challenges of our times. Its impact in Africa will be immensely aggravated, compounded as it is by a host of other major hurdles. Extreme weather change that entail more frequent and intensified droughts, irreversible change to Africa's ecosystem, marine biodiversity, as well as rich flora and fauna, cannot bode well in Africa's potential and aspirations for rapid economic growth. They will also mortgage the opportunities and livelihood of future generations. True, there are reservations and skepticism on the accuracy of the forecast and doomsday predictions in relation to the voluminous scientific data collected so far. There are also those who bemoan media hype and sweeping generalizations pronounced in various conferences. But these differences of emphasis notwithstanding, the gravity and urgency of the situation will be downplayed only at our collective peril. In this perspective, and in our modest view, efficacy and impact of our collective response is positively correlated with the linkage and synergy we develop in a three-pronged approach: the national, continental, and global platforms and networks. The policies we articulate and the implementation mechanisms we map out at the individual national level will not provide the primary panacea to this global challenge. The second tier approach that has particular relevance to the summit, here are the programs that can be pursued at the collective continental level and supplement our individual national endeavors. In this context, Africa can tap and incorporate the numerous scientific measures undertaken by global players in the field to bolster its purposeful mitigation measures. At the institutional level, it will be important for our continent to establish its own professional African advisory panel to undertake timely research and complement available literature on the subject. The structure can cascade down to regional and national levels as appropriate, so as to generate comprehensive and accurate scientific research and information that has wider validity and applicability for all the constituent parts. Africa must strive to foster and develop viable and national framework of cooperation on climate change at the global level or in the third track. This is vital both for reasons of synergy and also because Africa deserves much support as it has largely been on the receiving end. Indeed, its greenhouse gas emission footprint has been and remains comparatively small. In conclusion, may I remind this August gathering that Africa mobilized its own resources rather than extend hands for handouts that may aggravate the existing situation by inviting interference and corrupt practices, while mobilizing our own resources will be enabling and motivating creativity at the level of the continent. I urge everyone to not be attracted by the billions that are being promised by so-called donors. Rather, we would like to mobilize our own resources, and get away from this dependency that will definitely compromise everything at the level of the continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause for President Afwerki. Let me now take this opportunity to request my brother, His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the President of Rwanda, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azalia Sumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and Chair of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chair of the African Union Commission, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I wish to thank President Ruto for hosting us in a beautiful and vibrant Nairobi for the Africa Climate Summit, organized in collaboration with the African Union. Every year, the world is reminded of the real and growing threat of climate change. Recent findings tell us all kinds of stories, including that July was the hottest month ever recorded in human history. Africa continues to carry the burden of rising temperatures, despite contributing the smallest share of global greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot just keep talking about it without doing what is required to fix the problem. This is unfair, but in the long run, playing the blame game is not the answer. A more pragmatic approach is for Africa to be a key player in the search for global climate solutions. Africa stands united and should remain so in this and in its position. In this regard, allow me to take this opportunity to commend President Dr. William Ruto for his exceptional leadership of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. In Rwanda, we want the private sector to play a greater role in building a green economy. Our strategy is to position ourselves as an attractive destination for international climate financing and investment. That's why the COP27, at that summit, Rwanda launched Ireme Invest, a green investment facility created by the Rwanda Green Fund in partnership with the Development Bank of Rwanda. So far, more than 200 million has been mobilized, US dollars that is, from domestic and international partners, including the European Investment Bank and the Green Climate Fund. We have also been working closely with the International Monetary Fund as a participant in the Resilient and Sustainability Trust, we have access to long-term financing to further integrate climate into our economic policies. This is a good sign that the international community is taking seriously the call to reform our global financial architecture. But there is still room for improvement. In this context, I welcome the discussions held at the Paris Summit for a new global financial pact. The Bridgetown Initiative, spearheaded by Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, also deserves consideration and serious attention. Any meaningful structural change must favor debt restructuring and lower interest rates, as President William Ruto has so eloquently explained. As chair in office of the Commonwealth, Rwanda supports the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index led by the United Nations in partnership with the small island developing states. Gross national income, GNI, does not accurately measure a country's vulnerability to climate change. In any case, small islands and developing states should not be penalized for having higher income levels. Ultimately, what Africa wants is fair and equal partnership, which takes our priorities into account. That is going to be the basis for trust and solidarity. I hope this summit will serve as a good foundation for discussions later in this year at COP28. I thank you for your kind attention, and Mr. President, thank you for convening us here.
Round of applause for President Paul Kagame. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now is the opportunity for President Salva Kiir, the President of South Sudan, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe lundi kwaye mumbe kama rumwelezereko kulaiwa kuba nenda kamatunda kwa buhuru mu Kenya.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chairman of the Committee of African Governments on Climate Change, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency John Kerry, United States Climate Change Envoy, Your Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, COP28 President Designate and the UAE Special Envoy for Climate Change. Honorable Ministers for Climate Change, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start my remarks by expressing my deepest gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for the warm welcome and for successfully hosting this first Africa Climate Change Summit. Excellencies, the biggest threat faced by humanity today is climate change. It is a threat whose effects are felt by all. But its causes have their roots in the action of a few. Take Africa for instance. We collectively emit less than 5% of carbon, but we are the most vulnerable region. My country, South Sudan, with tiny emissions, for example, is currently experiencing floods, droughts, heat waves, and irregular rain patterns. We have over 2 million people who have lost their livelihoods as a result of climate change and are in dire need of support. In the face of this reality, we cannot continue to lament about the impact of climate change, nor continue to wait for the financial support that has been promised but not delivered. We must seize this opportunity given to us by this African Climate Summit to come up with additional ways to address the impact of climate change. Why am I calling for additional measures? The reason is very clear. The $100 billion that was pledged at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP15, in 2009, has not been delivered. More importantly, that amount is not enough because Africa alone requires over $3 trillion to enable, mitigate, and adapt to the climate change. As Africans, we need to understand that transitioning to low carbon economy will come from within, and its path lies in operationalizing the theme of this summit, driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa, and the well. This is the way to go. Driving green growth will allow us to come up with solutions that will address the financial gap between what was pledged in Copenhagen summit in 2009 and the actual figure needed by African countries to combat climate change. Excellencies, in South Sudan, we are endowed with the natural resources, and the challenges we face as a country are about finding ways to exploit these resources in a sustainable manner. The key question we have always is, how do we responsibly exploit these resources in ways that contribute towards mitigation and adaptation to the impact of climate change. Part of our answer to these challenges lie in aligning our climate change policy with climate action plan that cuts emissions and adapt to climate impact. Presently, South Sudan has developed its second nationally determined contributions with the goal of generating 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy from hydro, solar, with the wind, and geothermal gas. This to us is the path to net zero carbon by 2050. On top of this planned path, we aim to embark on climate-smart agriculture to meet our food needs. Apart from changing how we plan our development to mitigate the impact of climate change, we also have a vast potential in carbon trading that can generate further revenue to finance our climate adaptation. Our natural forests and the Sud wetlands have the largest capacity to absorb carbon in the world. In fact, I'm proud to say that the Sud wetland in my country is the third long of the world. These ecosystems can sequester millions of tons of carbon dioxide annually, and in them lies the potential for carbon trading I just mentioned. Excellencies, what I have enumerated are steps we can take individually as countries to reverse the impact of climate change. However, we in the global south expect developed countries to play their part, first by cutting their emissions by over 45%, and second, by living their commitment that was made in 2009 in Copenhagen to finance climate adaptation in developing countries. We cannot meet the target of maintaining the temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius by 2030. If the developed countries fail to meet their commitments, both in providing resources to assist with climate adaptation and leading the way in cutting their own emissions. Once again, I congratulate Kenya for successfully organizing the first Africa Climate Summit. I hope that all of us will speak with one voice at COP28 in Dubai. The time for climate action is now. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's give a round of applause to President Salva Kiir. Let me now take this opportunity to request President Macky Sall, the President of Senegal, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President William Ruto, dear brother, chers collègues, chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Chairperson of the African Union Commission, current Chairman of the African Union, heads of delegation, honorable ministers, distinguished participants. I thank you, President Ruto, for your kind invitation and the brotherly welcome accorded to us, and for the invitation to this first Africa Climate Summit. I want to congratulate you on your leadership and as has been demonstrated in your very powerful statement this morning. The time is ripe for taking stock of the implementation of the commitments on climate and also to agree on an African common position. Everybody knows the risks and dangers related to global warming that continue to affect our countries, and worse still, they have even worsened. The last report of IPCC confirmed that the African countries will be the most impacted by climate change, while they contribute less than 4% of global warming. Africa, we must say, reacts in line with its measures, in line with its means, through innovative and research for solutions or decarbonization and also the climate change. At the global level, 11 Saharan countries execute the project of the Great Green Wall for a decade now. On that score, Senegal implements a reforestation program of 500,000 hectares of indigenous forests, and in order to stop the encroachment of the desert and restore, rehabilitate soil, the biodiversity, and support the silvopastoral activities. We pursue our efforts, to, in fact, execute the carbon resilient projects, and particularly as regards energy transition. And thanks to the implementation of our mixed energy programs, renewable energy represents today 31% of our electricity installed capacity, and part of it is from solar energy, and the other components come from wind and hydroelectric power. We at present implement an important program of rural electrification of more than 1,000 villages, financed at the cost of 75 million euros, together with the Green Climate Fund and also with the West African Bank. These efforts will be strengthened thanks to the strategy. That is, we need to agree, and we cannot prevent Africa from using its domestic energy sources. We, in this transitional phase, ensure that the solutions, African solutions, be lower in carbon and also be resilient, and obviously for those who pollute more, less than 3%, that energy transition be abandoned. It will be, in fact, another injustice to Africa. For us, gas is an energy transition, and our policy in energy transition towards net zero, is on the transport system with the regional express train, which is operational for 2 years now, which carry more than 130,000 people every day, which obviously is electric, and also the rapid electric bus, and which obviously will be used before the end of the year. In the same spirit, Senegal signed last June with the partners of G7 its program for an energy transition, which is based on JEPI, with an investment that requires the mobilization of 2.7 million euros and we have the ambition of raising it to 40% of renewable energy in our energy mix by 2030. Having said that, we have to agree that essentially the African countries should realize and implement their green program, and Mr. President, you have reminded us about it, while the financing of adaptation should be supported by at least by concessional credits in conformity with the, what was agreed in Paris. In the perspective of COP28, we should pursue our advocacy for the mobilization of resources dedicated to green financing. That is the key to resolve the problem of climate change and global warming through responsible and interdependent efforts of countries from developing countries. To conclude, I want to express my support to the Alliance for Green Infrastructure initiated by the African Development Bank, the African Union, and Africa 50 in order to support the execution of the projects that are carbon sober and that are resilient. And I want to invite all the partners to contribute to this initiative. And finally, I thank the Central Adaptation Center in its work of promotion of the program to accelerate adaptation in Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause for President Macky Sall, please. Now it's the opportunity for President Jacinto Felipe Nyusi, the President of Mozambique, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Asante ndugu Rais Ruto, naongera kwa mkutano mzuri na kujaribu kurudisha heshima kwa Waafrika. Sua Excelência William Ruto, Presidente da República do Quênia, Sua Excelência Azar Ousmane, Presidente de Comoros e Presidente em exercício da União Africana.
At the AU, distinguished heads of state and government, Your Excellency Moussa Faki from the AU Commission, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to commend the invitation of Your Excellency President Ruto and the warm welcome and the invitation to participate in the Africa Climate Summit hosted by the Kenyan government together with the AU Commission. Your Excellencies, the decision by the African Union General Assembly to host this event is in order to have a shared African vision regarding the climate crisis that is affecting the world and mostly Mozambique, Africa. And looking specifically at Mozambique, the country is cyclically ravaged by the impacts of climate change. It's not what I've heard about. This is what we live. And as of February every year, and even until May, we suffer from the adverse effects of climate change. Since 2019, we have suffered from the cyclones Idai, Dineo, Freddy, amongst others. We had many natural storms and drought. Cyclone Freddy was extraordinary because it took longer time, more than 14 days, and we were affected twice by Cyclone Freddy because first affected us on the coast and then went back, and then it affected again Mozambique on its pathway to Malawi. We know that such disasters affect negatively populations in Mozambique, not only, but in other countries. Your Excellency, your President, the interventions that we've heard were exhaustive. Such statements try to explain what is climate change and what are the impacts of climate change. So I'll not be repetitive, and I would like to be more objective and straightforward by sharing the experience of Mozambique with regard to climate change prevention, mitigation, and adaptation, and to emphasize the following. First, the conservation areas. 25% of the Mozambican territory is covered by parks, reserves, game parks, including marine protection areas. In this perspective, different actions were endeavored by the Mozambican government together with private partners and local communities in protecting these areas that have led to the reduction of poaching of rhinos, lions, as well as illegal logging. So why am I referring to cooperation of communities? Because very often we just talk at a high level, but those that are living those realities with the nature is communities. So they have to be collaborating with us in order to protect what are their livelihoods. I've also spoken about elephants. You know that the best gardener in the forest is the animal, specifically elephant, meaning that if we do not protect, for example, our animals, our gardens, and our forests can be threatened seriously. Secondly, Mozambique hosts the most extensive Miombo forest, which is the largest ecosystemic system in the world, and it extends for more than 2,564 kilometers throughout the Zambezi Basin. As a way of protecting the Zambezi Basin that covers 8 countries from Southern Africa, last year we have held the regional conference under the leitmotif towards an integrated and sustainable management of Miombo, towards resilience to climate change and protection of the Great Zambezi. Thirdly, in Mozambique, the disaster risk management is governed by law, whereby it sets forth an integrated disaster risk management reduction, sustainable recovery of human resiliency, as well as infrastructural resiliency, ecosystemic resiliency, and climate change adaptation. I would like to emphasize that, for example, for each construction work that occurs in Mozambique, they have to comply with the law in order to be considered as resilient construction works. Fourth, we have created disaster risk insurance in order to cater for situations of natural disasters and support of vulnerable groups. One of the efforts towards disaster risk management and reduction is by engaging local communities, as also referred, but we are also prioritizing conservation agriculture. This is relevant in our strategy towards food security, and we promote the preservation of soils, soil quality, the preservation of water resources, the prevention of wildfires that led to deforestation and adverse effects from climate change. Moreover, the management of biomass energy, considering that our rural communities greatly rely on firewood. So we have been expanding rural electrification based on our national grid from the Cabora Bassa Dam and solar grids within the initiative Energy for All. Besides expanding the Cabora Bassa Dam that serves up some of the countries in Southern Africa, we are also prioritizing some hydroelectric projects such as Pandankua, as well as the Ntemani gas plant. And Ntemani will have around 400 megawatts, will be the major one. Eighth, we have the territorial planning project. Through the territorial development and spatial planning. And this occurs because very often we see that people just build irregularly. And if we do not plan how we are going to build our urban spaces, we can lead or contribute towards erosion. Another aspect has to do with institutional and legal reforms based on the protection of biodiversity, including the reactivation of the main fines, and meaning that we have severed fines and penalties against poaching, related to poaching, as well as illegal logging. As a result of these institutional and legal reforms, Mozambique has been considered in the carbon credits, and Mozambique is the first African country to receive payments from the World Bank related to carbon trade. By strengthening the early warning system, we have implemented the program One District, One Weather Center. I'm just emphasizing what we're doing as a country because we cyclically suffer from adverse weather effects. So we have decided to strengthen our early warning systems so that communities are ready when those disasters strike us. This year we have also inaugurated the Beira meteorology radar in the central part of our country in order to detect cyclones in a radius of 400 kilometers, and we are planning on setting up 2 additional radars in the northern and southern part of the country. Hence, we will be covering the whole country. We also adopted the Maputo Declaration regarding the integrated early warning system that fits into the national operational and strategic goals. We would also like to share that Mozambique also hosts the the SADC Humanitarian Operation Center, which is a center aiming at protection and prevention. Mozambique has an extensive coastline of around 2,700 kilometers, meaning that we should give special attention to the ocean as the regulator of temperature and climate in the planet. We have ratified the Marpol Convention of 1978 regarding sea pollution that also complements the national legislation regarding illegal fishing and the protection of marine diversity, meaning that if we do not protect our biodiversity, we are going to contribute towards negative impact of the environment, especially the oceans. Your Excellency, before I conclude, Your Excellency Ruto, I would like to show my appreciation for this initiative, and we also would like to exhort all the leaders here to subscribe as a single voice the Nairobi Declaration regarding climate change, and we have a collective action towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause again for President Nyusi. Let me now take this opportunity to give the floor to President Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President Ruto, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I join other speakers in applauding the Kenyan President, our host, President William Ruto, for his initiative in convening this summit, and thank him for his hospitality. A summit to define a common African position towards the deliberations of COP28 in Dubai is a highly commendable one, especially if it can help us define how we can mobilize our own resources to address this critical issue of climate change. Ghana's nationally determined contributions towards combating climate change have been fully incorporated into government's coordinated program for economic and social development policies to facilitate their implementation. We have introduced major policy interventions that have development and climate projection imperatives. Our flagship programs, whether they are the programs for planting for food and jobs, or One Village, One Dam, or One District, One Factory, are all geared towards boosting industrialization and rural development, as well as building our resilience to the impacts of climate change. The strategic focus of the One Village, One Dam initiative, for example, in the northern regions of our country, is to provide all year-round access to water to smallholder farmers who practically have no viable livelihood alternatives during the long dry seasons. We're also determined to make natural gas, which we have in abundance, available for the generation of electricity. We placed a ban on illegal mining, the phenomenon we call galamsey, which was destroying our water bodies, vegetation, and our forests. Some 20,000 young people have been engaged to plant more than 30 million trees in 2 years to create jobs and restore degraded land. These policy initiatives are already using positive results to the attainment of the SDG goals, particularly the goal of reducing our carbon emissions. Additionally, I've established an advisory group of prominent private sector chief executives who are setting up a $100 million SDGs delivery fund and a $200 million green fund to complement government's efforts at tackling climate change and funding the implementation of the SDGs. Whilst we strive to do our bit to halt climate change at the national level, we expect also a lot to be done at the international level. One major issue of concern to us is the need to streamline access to international climate finance to complement national funding. I believe this forum will throw more light on practical ways to mobilize financial resources to support the implementation of national climate actions, especially how we can guarantee a different future from the past and ensure that the commitments of the developed world towards climate finance, which have not been met in the past, will be met in the future. Excellencies, it is obvious that we have to act swiftly and decisively to mitigate these effects and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. The impact of climate change, as we know, is not limited to the African continent alone. It is a global issue that affects all of us. Thus, addressing climate change in Africa, as President Ruto so forcefully articulated, is a moral and strategic necessity for global climate action. Hopefully, COP28 in Dubai will provide us a concrete roadmap towards that end and ensure a just energy transition for us in Africa. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause again for President Nana. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my sister, the President of Tanzania, President Suluhu Hassan, to make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chair of the African Committee of Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, thank you very much for being a gracious host of this August Assembly that sets the tone of Africa's growth now and the future. I thank the government and the people of Kenya for the excellent preparation of the summit and the warm reception accorded to me and my delegation. The convening of this important summit is both timely and opportune, as the theme, driving green growth and climate finance solution for Africa and the world, is quite befitting, especially now ahead of COP28, where parties will take stock of our efforts to address the climate crisis and commitment to address both climate crisis in the context of the Paris Agreement and the Climate Convention itself. Excellencies, the stakes are high and actions have to take place not tomorrow, but today and literally now. As Africans, we have no choice but to seize the moment to capitalize on its potential to offer solutions to green growth and decarbonization, and while creating resilience to its our communities and economies. We can no longer afford to address economic development, climate change, and African poverty burden in isolation. The interplay between development and climate change is undeniable, and this interlink demand integrated and coherent solution that will provide opportunity for socio-economic development of Africa. Excellencies, while the continent is highly impacted by the changing climate, it is nevertheless holding the key to solving the climate challenge. The just released Economic Development in Africa Report 2023 shows the potential of Africa to capture technology-intensive global supply chains, and it said it all about development of Africa with climate change. It provides a unique insight into Africa's centrality to the green transition that will clearly transform our continent economies. It is said that all metals and minerals that are important and strategic for the low carbon transition are abundantly found in Africa. And these are chromium, lithium, natural graphite, nickel, niobium, rare earth metals, silver, and many more. Given the abundance of these minerals, the continent needs to reposition itself not only as a supplier of raw materials globally, but strengthen the value chains by ensuring their conversion into intermediate and final products is done within the continent. As critical minerals, as they were called critical minerals, they have to make critical contributions to our internal revenue collection and employment creation. They also have to contribute critically in the environmental protection in our countries. So having all these, Africa has to stand firm to use the materials for our own development. Excellencies, human capital dividend in Africa is another force to reckon. To avoid the past mistakes in the history of our continent, we need to focus on human capital advancement by training our own people, especially youth, so as to be able to reap from these vast opportunities. we need to consider the climate crisis as an opportunity to address the youth unemployment challenges. Excellencies, beyond the African potentials, we have potentials in our individual countries. My country, Tanzania, is leading the way by demonstrating strong momentum in driving the green growth. Almost 95% of our energy is from hydro and natural gas. We are also leading in nature conservation with almost 38% of our land mass under conservation in various regimes. We are also committed in nurturing the ecosystems that hold the promise of creating thousands of new jobs and unlimited national economic and global benefits. Talking on the offering of critical mineral to the world, Tanzania has huge deposits of some of these critical minerals needed today. Helium is present around Lake Rukwa Basin, nickel deposits around Lake Victoria, graphite reserves at the southern eastern part of the country, and we also accommodate other deposits, critical minerals, including copper and lithium, as well as rare elements. Despite of the above scenario, we, however, need to face the fact that Tanzania, and indeed the whole of the African continent, still faces unprecedented impacts of climate change, with limited capacity to finance the mitigation and adaptation needs. And thus, as we head towards COP28, we have to raise an African voice on the establishment and capitalization of a special fund for Africa. The contribution and the pledges which are given by the advanced countries have to say what percentage of those pledges goes to Africa, and not just a blanket pledges. As I conclude, and as you are all aware, Tanzania is hosting the AGRF Food and Agriculture Summit this same week. The presidential summit is on 7th of September, a day after tomorrow. I therefore wish to use this opportunity to once again invite you to Tanzania, and I'll personally be there to welcome you all. Once again, I congratulate you, Mr. President Ruto, for organizing such a successful event, and I look forward to seeing you all in Dar es Salaam. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause for President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Now it's my pleasure to request my brother, President Mohamed Yunus Memphi, the President of Libya, to make his remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, President William Ruto, and head of the Committee of African Heads of States concerned with climate change. Heads of states, heads of governments, members of the African Union, Mr. Fuka Musa Fiki, head of the African Commission. May I extend my wholeheartedly thanks to President Ruto and the Kenyan people for hosting this very important summit. It is important for Africa and it's important for the whole world. I'd like to congratulate President Ruto for his wise leadership for the African Committee. on climate change. I value the efforts exerted by the Commission to have a uniformed African stance with regards all sorts of related matters and all sorts of mutual concerns. Since the inception of the African Union, Africa has always been saying that it should get rid of the historic injustice it's suffering from until now. But we're facing so many risks and challenges imposed by climate change, and it's affecting the whole world. The African Union called on us to work hands in hands, rich and poor, north and south, and to mobilize all our efforts and resources to mitigate those risks and to also adapt to those changes and to change and transform those risks and challenges to opportunities based on strategic partnership to bridge the financing and technical gap, to empower Africa and the South in general to move forward from the weakest link to the high level of being a partner. And this would give more opportunities for adaptation to the whole world. And that would help us to achieve a sustainable horizontal development. We should undertake quick and urgent measures to eliminate any kind of damages or risks that could be irreparable in the future or could threaten life on this planet Earth. We need more solutions. Africa has always been a promising continent. As you can see in this summit, Africa can provide to this planet a lot if our partners are committed to their pledges. This is a good opportunity to deal with the risks in an efficient way, starting with carbon emissions to green growth, green minerals. All those opportunities to provide sustainability and opportunities for energy sources that can be very well used in environment-friendly uses by bridging the technical and bridging the financing gap and the technical gap, and to have different renewables like, for instance, solar energy, wind, and all sorts of other sources. And also, we need to talk about fossil energy. We need to have some kind of harmonized climate initiatives to face climate change and to stand against the individual interests of some of the industrialized countries. The African continent requests are clear in the documents of this meeting and also in the decision of the African meeting that decided on holding this summit before COP28 in Abu Dhabi. And in the draft declaration of our summit, all these texts helps us to have concerted efforts and to stick to our stance and to call on bridging any kind of barriers between us and other industrialized countries, and to draw together the upcoming stage on basis of partnership, seeking one unified goal and according to partnership. Would like to greet our development partners attending today, the international organizations, the private sector, the scientific research centers, the academia, the civil society, women, youth, and also the participants in the Environment Expo. And after the conclusion of this meeting, which is going to be crowned with our declaration representing the unified African stance, we're going to be able to mobilize our efforts And we're going all to attend and participate in COP28 to defend the outcomes of our summit here in Nairobi. And thank you very much. Thank you, President Ruto.
Much, Your Excellency. A round of applause for President Memphi again. Thank you. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my brother, Julius Bio, the President of Sierra Leone, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General for Commonwealth, Your Excellency First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm pleased to address this high-level session of the African Climate Summit 2023 under the Kenyan presidency and to reaffirm Sierra Leone's commitment to scale up climate action urgently. I must thank His Excellency, President William Ruto and the government of the Republic of Kenya for the excellent arrangements made for this summit as African countries seek to address climate change priorities in this critical decade. From coastal kisses with the Atlantic Ocean to the panoramic vista, from the towering cane of the mountains, the Loma Mountain, to our sprawling national parks, Sierra Leone is a canvas painted with nature's most vibrant hues. Our golden beaches are a testament to nature's artistry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you've not been to Sierra Leone, I'm inviting you to come. However, beneath our nation's beauties lies an unmistakable urgency. With a median age of just over 19 years, our young population, like the other young populations representing Africa's vibrant future, stand at a defining crossroads. Their legacy, and indeed our collective legacy, is shaped by the choices we make today. The seas, once serenading us with gentle lullabies, now one of rising tides that could erase generational achievements. The rains which celebrated our lands now pose a looming threat. Why Sierra Leone is rich with nature's gift. This very geographical splendor renders us vulnerable. Climate change for us isn't a distant shadow. Climate projections in Sierra Leone include temperature increases, extreme weather conditions, intense precipitation, and rising sea levels. Our shores, symbols of natural grandeur, are receding. Many of our communities face displacement, and our pristine beaches risk fading away, and calamities like landslide and floods have become hauntingly regular. The surge in pests and diseases is another testament. to our enduring imbalance. Without swift collective action, we risk witnessing the obliteration of Sierra Leone's invaluable ecosystems, leading to further dislocation of our communities and the devastation of their sources of sustenance. This is not just a Sierra Leone story. It is an African story. And I dare say it is a global story too. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our world is in trouble. But our continent is even more so. The evidence is clear. The time for action is now, but we are running out of time. Grounded in this stark reality, my government remains unwavering in our commitment to fortifying climate resilience, ensuring our people thrive sustainably and harmoniously with nature. In our updated nationally determined commitment, Sierra Leone has defined a progressive pathway forward for cutting greenhouse gases emission from the 2005 levels by 5% by 2025, 10% by 2030, and 25% by 2050. My government is unyieldingly devoted to climate change resilience and adaptation. This includes support for community-based adaptation in agriculture and energy sectors, integrated water resource management, and climate change disaster risk management. We are also poised to improve meteorological services for early warning systems and enhance and protect conservation of natural habitats and ecosystems. Furthermore, our climate change mitigation strategies extend to promoting renewable energy, infrastructure, resilience, and extensive reforestation efforts on at least 960,000 hectares of land. As we engage in country planning, we will also prioritize low carbon screening. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to reaffirm our commitment, we have institutionalized efforts against this global menace. We have established a dedicated Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and a Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security Presidential Initiative led by Dr. Kande Yomkela. We are designing policies and programs and laying the framework for establishing strong partnerships for funding and implementing projects on major cross-cutting thematic areas of national and global significance. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. Recognizing the core importance and extreme vulnerability of agriculture in Sierra Leone, we are focusing on resilience and innovation within this sector, leveraging technology and forward-thinking strategies for climate adaptation. Our overarching aspiration, as enshrined in our National Development Plan, is clear. Achieve food and nutrition security by 2030 through climate-smart practices bolstered by renewable energy throughout the agricultural value chain. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, meaningful inclusion and intergenerational dialogue are crucial to achieving SDG 13, to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. In Sierra Leone, we consider our women equal partners for development. We passed the Progressive Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Bill which guaranteed by law a minimum of 30% representation of women for all appointive and elective positions. My government is committed to promoting the inclusion of women in climate resilience programs and the participation of women in decision-making for climate change adaptation and mitigation governance at all levels. We must harness our demographic dividends on the continent and involve our youthful population in our climate adaptation and mitigation efforts throughout by involving the youth in everything that we do. Sierra Leone's quest for environmental resilience hinges upon our capacity to address climate finance, build local competencies, and refine our legislative blueprints, and etc. Solutions like carbon markets, innovative debt swaps, and novel financial tools such as leveraging our natural resources may be our bridge to surmount a fiscal chasm. Our appeal is clear. Sierra Leone seeks equitable, nimble, and timely access to climate financing. We ask for unbarred access to new climate change adaptation and mitigation technologies and shared knowledge. Our salvation from escalating climate crises lies in collective wisdom and concerted efforts. Another challenge is our institutional prowess in designing programs that attract climate finance is still developing. We yearn for guidance and backing to boost our legislative architecture, especially concerning forest conservation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while shared, the responsibility for climate adaptation and mitigation is not and should not be evenly distributed. Expecting countries like Sierra Leone to bear the brunt of a crisis that scarcely contributed to without robust support from the primary emitters, the industrial giants, is fundamentally unjust. Our stance is unequivocal. We are here to collaborate, not to capitulate. We seek cooperation, not charity. The actions of significant polluters must pivot from mere declarations and vague commitments to actionable, technology-driven reparations. It is a demand grounded in the technical feasibility of climate justice, not just its moral imperative. A unified front against the existential crisis is not just desired, it is imperative. As I close, I implore all of us present, the hourglass of action is dwindling, and the sands of time wait for none. Let's come together, not just in spirit, but in action, but in actionable solidarity. For in unity, we find just strength, but not just strength, but salvation. Thank you.
Another round of applause for President Bayo. Thank you very much. Now let me take this opportunity to request my sister again, Her Excellency Saleh Work Zewde, the President of Ethiopia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important summit. Congratulations to the African Union for organizing it, and for Kenya for being our gracious host, as it is in the tradition of this country. Africa has tried its best to make its voice heard. This is not the first time that we meet to do so. In fact, to speak in one voice and to alert partners of the disastrous consequences. Ethiopia has been on the forefront of this fight. A lot has been done to coordinate our efforts in order to have a strong common position. Common position is indeed always needed in our African Union Forum. Today, it's about climate, but the continent's major issues such as peace, stability, progress requires indeed our common position. It has been increasingly difficult to explain to our people, and particularly to our youth, this contradiction. Resource-rich continent and yet poor people. To explain the injustice that has been mentioned many times here today. That is why our summit cannot and should never be a talk show, but a place where concrete actions and actionable actions are being taken. Let me also say that without sufficient research publications, it would be difficult for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to get accurate representation of Africa's special needs and circumstances that would build evidence-based for advancing the key ask of the continent. So it is imperative that as Africa, we prioritize investments in our research capacity to develop scientific publications to inform and guide global efforts to combat climate change. We must emphasize on investing in African research institutions to produce regionally relevant science that can inform the different working groups under the IPCC. This endeavor requires a strong commitment from both African scientists and the international community, accompanied by the financial capacity necessary to deliver this research. Ethiopia has witnessed in the past decades, including the last consecutive years, persistent drought, flooding, locust invasion, where millions were severely affected. We've been carrying out different practical policy and action interventions as a step to contribute to emission removal and building adaptation capacity. Besides, we've also put in place national adaptation plan to build and boost resilience and adaptation capacity. Building climate resilient green economy is one of the pillars of our 10-year national development plan. As per our strategic consideration, we have launched the long-term low-emission and climate-resilient development strategy that has been submitted to the UNFCCC with the aspiration to achieve net zero emission and building climate-resilient development by 2050. The Ethiopian Green Legacy Initiative that has been mentioned again today, that was launched in 2019, has succeeded in planting 25 billion seedlings on the degraded landscapes by mobilizing volunteers throughout the nation. The initiative helped for the development of more than 120 nurseries and created more than 180,000 jobs throughout the country. More importantly, the initiative is intended to inculcate the green behavior in each of our citizens. The greening initiative has been scaled up into fruit-bearing perennial trees, thereby directly linking the initiative with our food system transformation strategy. In the agriculture sector, Ethiopia has achieved notable progress in enhancing its wheat production, effectively transforming a deficit of 15 million metric tons in 2019-2020 into a surplus of 65 million quintals in 2022-23. I think this achievement has enabled Ethiopia to meet not only its domestic need, and in fact commence with exports. This gives me a good opportunity to thank the African Development Bank, and most particularly its president, my young brother, for the support that was given to us. The plan is to cultivate 2 million hectares during the dry season alone in 2023. The success of wheat production is critical for the country's efforts to enhance food security and achieve food sovereignty. In terms of renewable energy production, Ethiopia is also investing on green energy projects such as hydroelectric, wind, solar, and geothermal energy sectors, as well as promoting modern rural cooking technologies. We have successfully run the hydro energy producing projects, including the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with domestic resources which will significantly make difference in the country's status in terms of social, environmental, and economic needs. Ethiopia is striving to finance climate actions proactively and persistently as means systematically addressing the economic challenges of the country. Accordingly, the government has invested over $82 million from 2011 to 2019, mobilized from domestic, bilateral, multilateral sources, as well as from international climate finance institutions on climate change mitigation and adaptation projects and programs in agriculture, energy, transport, industry, forest, urban development, and health sectors. Despite this investment, Ethiopia still needs to attract and mobilize a significant finance to support its climate-compatible development agenda. We still count on our partners to fulfill their commitments to developing countries and committing themselves for the new challenge of setting new quantified finance goals in the coming years. We also strongly urge multilateral financial institutions to undergo a serious reform that fits for purpose for the needs and circumstances of developing countries, rather than fueling the historical debt accumulated on the shoulders of developing countries and mainly Africa. Our future depends on our decision now. Urgent action is needed in limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid worst impact. 8 years after its signature, ensuring the implementation of Paris Agreement is not an option again. As I conclude, I would like to assure you Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to work with our fellow Africans and other global partners to achieve our priorities and the long-term objective of making the planet comfortable for present and future generations. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Another round of applause for President Zewde. Let me now take this opportunity to request Brahim Ghali, the President of Sahrawi Arab Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, and also his head of the Committee of Heads of States on Climate Change, and also head of the AU, and also Mr. Musa Fiki, head of the AC, Your Excellencies, heads of states, heads of governments, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure at the outset to extend my wholehearted thanks to the Republic of Kenya, the government of Kenya, and the people of Kenya, and President William Ruto for this gracious invitation to attend this meeting. Would like to thank you for the excellent hospitality, and would like to thank you for all sorts of efforts and generosity for the sake of the success of this great event, which is the Climate Summit in Africa. And our Saharan Republic also is facing the climate change like so many other countries in the world. We're facing all these challenges related to climate change. Meanwhile, we have another struggle to put an end to occupation in my countries due to the occupation because of the conflict with Morocco. And those challenges are intertwined. This situation led to the displacement of more than 200,000 of our citizens to some territories that are suffering from climate problems, and temperature in the refugees camps are immeasurable. In our occupied territories, the different practices of occupation, which is outside the control of the international law, without any kind of control. It leads to the aggravation against climate change, like, for instance, the problems with fishery, and this depletes our water and agricultural resources for the sake of exports. And this kind of military occupation is sort of a wall and divides our country into two parts. And this deprives the occupied territories from water. And this is a very dangerous environmental deterioration, and this increases drought in our region. It also led to so many deeply rooted changes in the surface of the land, which became more exposed to wind erosion and also water stagnation. There are also mined areas along this wall became inhabitable, and also it has a very limited economic production. Those challenges, huge challenges, required practical measures on our side to deal with this situation. And in this context, we developed our NDC, and we identified through it the urgent measures for adaptation with climate change and mitigation. of its limits, and we did that through strengthening development, which is based on renewables instead of fossil energy. And we supported NDC by having an NAP or NAP through the common ministerial initiatives that included several ministries. In the Sahrawi refugees camps, we developed agricultural systems to reduce the use of water. We also developed modern means with lower costs for housing. And the purpose of that is to face the increasing risks of floods, in addition to the spread out of using solar energy in small units. We also have experienced some electricity projects using solar energy, wind energy, and we're using it also in medical facilities in remote and isolated areas. There we use solar energy. Mr. President, although we have a desert nature, but we do have so many resources to provide to the blue economy in Africa. We have long coasts, and it's very good for fisheries. And our coast, which goes as far as 1,110 kilometers, the land there is known for its resources, and of course it's adopted by Ramsar Convention. Those areas are Wadi Saqiya, Bujdur, Dakhla Bay, and Sabkha Imlili. And although all those resources are exposed to climate change, because of the excessive depletion of those resources under occupation, but our country emphasizes that it's committed to execute and implement cautious plans in this area, and this is in harmony with the African initiatives and its goals to protect the African coasts in Africa. In addition to our work or setting out administrative plans for the important environmental areas, and according to the climate change requirements, we're going to work with other countries and have partnerships and with those countries and African organizations to build our national capacities and to exchange experience in relation to the blue economy. The delay of the termination of the occupation by the United Nations, which is the last in Africa, that doesn't mean that we are fully participation in the international global efforts to face climate change and its detrimental impacts. It is illogical that we're deprived of getting the required and allocated financing to face climate change, and we're also deprived of the technical assistance through the climate change mechanism under the United Nations and other organizations. We cannot be deprived from our rights and duty to take part with Africa and the world in this kind of efforts against climate change. And also, we have been coexisting for years and years with those dire and difficult climate circumstances like other countries. We should be represented in the new FCCC, and also in the COP. And also we should sign also the Paris agreement and take part in the negotiations, and to also adopt our NDC regularly to the UNFCCC. Our voice is and will be an African voice, and it's going to support the African voice and stance. Sustainable development and the management of blue economy in Africa is strongly related to the way we use to respond to climate change. And we are ready to contribute with our brothers and sisters in Africa and the whole world to achieve the best results and outcomes. I wish you all the best in this summit, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Gali, for that statement. Now it's my humble duty to request His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mheshimiwa Ruto, na hongera sana kwa maandalizi mazuri ya mkutano huyu.
I want to thank God for having given us this very beautiful continent and many opportunities for development. Excellency William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, our host, Excellencies, heads of state and government present, representatives of international and regional organizations, all protocols observed. At the outset, may I thank President Samuel Ruto, the government and people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to us. I also congratulate the government of Kenya and the African Union on the excellent organization of this summit, which is being held at the appropriate time. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is one of the greatest collective threats to mankind. In Burundi, the impact of climate change, mainly through drought and torrential rains, violent winds, floods, and landslides are the major factors of displacement of people. To this, we have to add the rising of the Lake Tanganyika and the growing land degradation, which push families to fight about the remaining fertile land. According to the findings, the annual loss in Burundi is estimated at $100 million. In these losses, 72% because of flood, 5% because of torrential rain, and 40% of violent winds. Thus, these weather vagaries, in fact, lead to $70 million of loss, and it impacts on the well-being of the peoples. Their livelihoods provoke the destruction of human habitat as well as infrastructures, the proliferation of and the spread of diseases and loss in human life. Over the past 20 years, the 1,001 hills of Burundi are exposed to the impact of climate change. Burundi was used to having rainfall of 9 months, but today drought has even grown beyond 4 months, with an unusual season and rhythm of seasons that affect agricultural productivity as well as animal husbandry. Burundi has increased the number of initiatives in order to face this phenomenon. Burundi is in line with all the conventions that relate to climate change. In this regard, Burundi has adopted an environment code in 2021, and one of the policies for environmental orientations taking into account climate change. This program is accompanied by the mobilization of farmers and by putting, that is, the planting of trees in fertile arable lands in order to retain the rain water. Burundi prepared in 2021 its nationally determined contribution operational plans for adaptation plans also adopted, and according to Article 4, paragraph 9 of Article 4 of the Paris Declaration. At the practical level, Burundi is mobilizing regularly youth on vacation in preparing the nurseries for agroforestry and forestry seedlings, and to plant them during the period of reforestation, and also to have a program that is Burundi since 2018 wants to rehabilitate the degraded forest lands. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Burundi has the ambition by 2040 wants to develop its objectives of development and the protection of environment and the enhancement of resilience to climate change. According to these perspectives, there are many projects that are envisaged in order to consider a climate resilient program. The establishment of agropoles, hydroelectric centers using photovoltaic cells, and the removal and the processing of waste, and through technological innovation that are adapted to the agricultural and situations where you will have fuel, wood, and other natural gas and biogas which were going to be used. As you know, Africa is bearing the burden of the impact of climate change, although it contributes less than 4% of global warming and emissions. Therefore, there is an urgent appeal to the developed countries to honor their commitments in Paris, made in Paris, and to work in favor of the developing countries in order to mitigate the climate change and also ensure the transition towards a green climate. To conclude, we reiterate our commitment to the Paris Declaration and also the Plan of Action of 2022 to 2032 of Africa as regards climate change and also resilient development. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your comments. Another round of applause for President Evariste Ndayishimiye. Let me now take this opportunity to request the Vice President of Angola, my dear sister, to come and make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencia William Samoei Ruto.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, Mr. Azali Assoumani, Chair of the African Union, Your Excellency, Mr. Moussa Faki, the Chair of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Allow me, Your Excellencies, to present to you, first of all, the regard of His Excellency, Mr. João Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola, whom I have the honor of representing in this August summit, attended by member states with the aim of contributing to finding durable solutions to address global challenges related to the climate change on our continent. We would like to take advantage of this opportunity to applaud the government of Kenya for the warm welcome I received, as well as the warm welcome to the Angolan delegation. We would like to applaud the African Union for this important initiative. We would also like to applaud His Excellency William Ruto, the President of Kenya, who is a coordinator of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government for Climate Change, for incentivizing member states to contribute for the process of green transformation of the continent and for the development of the continent's human and natural resources. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, about half a century ago, the environment came to the center of the development of human development. Just like other regions, Africa has been affected by the global shocks, including the global financial crisis, the increasingly growing impact of climate change, and of extreme weather events such as floods and droughts, which amount to a threat to the African economies, which has had a negative impact on the implementation of the different national programs, and which has been preventing us from achieving our sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, continues to prioritize issues related to climate change through the National Program for Sustainable Development 2022 to 2027, which has defined as a priority food security, family agriculture, local development, and adaptation to climate change, the education, health, for greater development of human capital, the creation of inclusive employment, as well as modernization and expansion of national infrastructures, both port and road infrastructures, the development of industrial centers to support the diversification of our economy and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is a continent rich in opportunities where women and youth are some of the greatest producers of food supplies. Therefore, we must fund initiatives and projects that involve women and youth. We need to finance green employment for the youth in order to increase and strengthen the adaptation and resilience of our communities and promote sustainable development. Angola is fully committed with the implementation of the UN framework for climate change. For that reason, we have been implementing policies and action plans, such as the National Strategy for Climate Change 2022-2035. This strategy aims to address the challenges launched by the Paris Agreement and to assure the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as establish the vision of the African policy for the Angolan policy for 2035. Out of its own initiative, the Republic of Angola is developing a diversified energy program, and today it incentivizes energy transition for clean and renewable energies through the implementation of two projects, which is the project of the photovoltaic panel, which will be producing 235 megawatts, which will help reduce the impact of the greenhouse gas emission to the tune of 935,000 tons a year. We are also building 5 photovoltaic parks in 5 provinces in Angola. When it comes to adaptation to climate change, we have been implementing mitigation activities to help mitigate the impact of the drought in Angola. The country has invested more than $130 million for the construction of the Kafu Channel, an infrastructure that will bring water to the communities affected by the drought, as well as to support agricultural activities, in this way building the resilience of our rural communities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge that the road is long. With regards to technological solutions and innovative solutions for climate challenges, the responsible, sustainable production and consumption. On that end, we are working with the African Group, implementing initiatives that will allow us to honor international commitments, especially when it comes to increasing and ensuring that at least 70% of our energy comes from renewable sources by 2035. Ladies and gentlemen, the damage and the losses Africa is suffering as a result of climate change are high. They have been contributing for social instability. They have been contributing to mass displacement and have been contributing to the existence of conflicts. Angola, therefore, calls for a fairer and more equitable global partnership. Angola believes that the investment in climate projects in Africa will not only benefit African nations, but will contribute for global climate stability. We must act fast. And to conclude, I would like to thank everyone who helped organize the summit, and I would like to reiterate the commitment of Angola towards equality, resilience, and towards everything related to the progress of our beloved Africa. I would like to reiterate our trust in the African Union and in the international community, so that together we can face challenges associated with climate change. Together, we can overcome the obstacles and build a better future for our communities, for Africa, and for the world. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Another round of applause for Angola. Thank you very much. Let me now take this opportunity with all humility to ask President Ismail Omar Guelleh, the President of Djibouti, to make his statement. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, may I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, and the brotherly people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. It is a real pleasure for me to take the floor at this forum, which is in line with our strategic thought and dialogue and exchange of views for the sustainable development of our continent through the potential which a blue economy affords us. The Republic of Djibouti subscribes to the Moroni Declaration and the strategy of coordination for a mechanism of the coastal countries which alone
de territoire océanique.
Kilometers. Our country is the desert country and affected by climate change, and this has been imposed also on us. That is why the tertiary economy occupies 87%, while 3% only is for other components. In fact, we have a very important part played in our economy by the port and the sea. In fact, seawater has enabled us to resolve the problem of access to drinking water, and Djibouti has realized its first regime of desalination. That is to say that the development of economy, blue economy, is an imperative need for Djibouti, and it is in this spirit that we have worked out a national strategy for blue economy in 2023, and the national vision is the guiding principle for the action of the government. Its partners and the civil society in working in the maritime economy. In fact, we have worked out a 5-year strategy as well as a plan for implementation of a blue economy, and both are aligned to the strategy and the plan for blue economy and the strategy of IGAD for blue economy and inclusive sustainable economy that can contribute significantly to the transformation of the Horn of Africa. The other sectors identified, that is, in addition to the port and maritime activities, are fishery and aquaculture, and also the maritime security and safety. We have renewable energy and telecommunications through the submarine undersea cables. Mr. President, the oceans transcend the states and they connect all of them. And we should harness this potential in order to create wealth. This is the essential of what it means to develop a blue economy, that is to establish partnerships that will enable us to make use and exploit our oceans, and also a paradigm for action leading to sustainable development. That is why the strategy of blue economy should depend on three principles: enhancement of economic activities and the maritime activities, the safeguard of natural resources and ecosystem services, and the establishment and the creation of sustainable jobs and growth. We have to ensure that oceans create opportunities for our peoples. More than 80% of the people of Djibouti live on the coast. That is why we think that inclusiveness, ownership, and the empowerment of the coastal people and communities are essential for the implementation of blue economy before we can think of other world supply chains. We need to guarantee the local capacity, legitimize, regulate, and establish opportunities. Mr. President, the awareness of the possibilities of the oceans by our societies, and also is associated to sensitization about the various threats, and also the threat to maritime and climate change, because this can unleash a dynamic for a better system of protection and sustainable use of marine resources. The preservation and protection of our oceans will guarantee the sustainability of our planet. And this preservation should be accompanied by action, that is, to fight against inequalities and the harmful practices that impede and affect the governance of oceans. Illegal fishing, commercial, unlimited commercial and industrial fishing, the dumping in the toxic waste in our oceans are major risks to our planet. This conference should, in fact, be the point of departure for the trajectory of development of our oceans and seas. We are aware of the African potential as regards blue economy, but also our vulnerability. That is, to unleash the potential of blue economy will regenerate in Africa and beyond, and will demand the mobilization of adequate financial resources, because the capacities of our states to take advantage of blue economy remains inadequate. In spite of many commitments made by the international community as regards adaptation to climate change and increase and enhance resilience, our achievements in fact remain below what is expected and what is demanded. That is why Africa continues to urge our partners to develop and honor their commitments because the development of blue economy is in line with the spirit of sustainability and resilience that is recommended by Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, and is a breath of oxygen for our countries and for our deserts. I thank you.
Another round of applause for President Ismail Omar of Djibouti. Let me now to take this opportunity to invite the Vice President of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to extend warm greetings from the Republic of Namibia, specifically from Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, to you, President William Ruto, for your excellent leadership in the fight against climate change and for hosting this very important and timely summit on climate change. I further extend my gratitude to you and to the people of Kenya for the excellent way this summit has been organized and the warm hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. As Your Excellency have said, I'm finally happy to have returned home to East Africa. Today, I wish to shed light on the effect and impact of climate change on Namibia and her people. Namibia's geographical location in southwest corner of Africa, with its vast desert landscape and arid climate, make it particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, and prolonged droughts are becoming more frequent and tense, wreaking havoc on the country's economy, on our environments, and of course, affecting our people. Agriculture, a cornerstone of Namibia's economy, is significantly affected. Prolonged droughts and unpredictable rain patterns lead to the reduced crop yields, livestock losses, and increased vulnerability to food insecurity. As a result, farmers struggle to provide for their families and to contribute to the nation's food production. The impact on rural community is thus severe, exacerbating poverty and inequality. Moreover, climate change exacerbates the water scarcity challenges facing our country, with limited freshwater resources and a growing population, the demand for water is increasingly high. However, as temperature rises and rainfall becomes erratic, rivers and water bodies dry up and groundwater reserves deplete. This scarcity not only affects drinking water availability, but also impact on agriculture, industrial activities, and hydropower generation. The water crisis strains communities, hinders economic development, and threatens social and communal stabilities. Your Excellencies, these challenges are not unique only to Namibia, as the whole continent experienced similar, if not worse, consequences of climate change. We need to be clear in our message to the international community as it relates to what some refer to as climate injustices or climate justice. The global response to the effect of climate change in Africa should be characterized by agency, collaboration, and support. Africa, as a continent, is particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, despite contributing minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions. Developed nations must fulfill their commitment to provide financial and technical assistance to African countries. Adequate funding is crucial to support adaptation and mitigation efforts, improving structural resilience, and promote sustainable development. Technology transfer and capacity building initiatives can empower African nations to implement climate-friendly solutions and maximize their potential for clean energy generation and sustainable agriculture. As Africans, we need a stronger voice, unity, and wield more international influence to bring around the necessary change on the continent for the betterment of our people if we want to realize, and I quote, the Africa we want, in line with Agenda 2063. By working together, we can build a more resilient Africa, mitigate the impact of climate change, and ensure a sustainable future for the continent and all its people. I'm therefore positive that through the Nairobi Declaration, we send a clear message to the international community, and especially to our partners present here at this conference, that the time to act is now. Merci beaucoup, obligation, obrigado, thank you all, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Now it's my opportunity to request the Vice President of Colombia, my sister, to come and make her remarks. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President. She is the first woman of color to be Vice President of Colombia. Welcome.
Buenas tardes.
I greet the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto. I greet the excellent President of Comoros, Azali Assoumani, His Excellency Moussa Faki, the President of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, all the presidents and leaders, ministers, the media, and all those present here. In first place, I wish to thank the President Ruto for having invited Colombia to participate in this great summit on climate here in this African continent. I come sent by the President Gustavo Petro, who was invited personally by the President of Kenya, and I'd like to thank him for blessing the central discussion that we have today, as that is a call to all of humanity to care for the great challenges, especially this planetary challenge that is putting into risk the life in the planet. As an African descendant woman, I'm very proud to be here in the mother continent. From here, my ancestors came. They were slaves when they left, but today I return as a free woman vice president, and that means that we have done, we have chosen freedom, justice, and dignity as people. It's an honor for me to be here to form part of this very important discussion, and it is the challenge that we have to, and which our nations face with the climate change. As you have said, Africa is the voice of the planet, but it's also the place where humanity came from. And today, knowing that Africa is giving directions on how to save the big house, the planet. However, it is necessary for this voice to be heard, to be extended to the global south. Today here, Latin America is present, the Caribbeans are present, because we are suffering the same challenges as you are. My country this year, as a government, we have had to face a crisis, a very strong crisis, on account of the effects of climate change, floods, which have put in danger the lives of the most vulnerable. But now we have a drought which is starting and which is going to put into danger human life and the life of the fragile ecosystems which form part of this great lung of the world, which is the Amazon and the Pacific region. As we know here, there is another part of this lung of the world, which is the Congo Basin, the region of the Congo, a very strategic region for guaranteeing equilibrium. In this sense, President Gustavo Petro has made several proposals to the world in the United Nations, and today these propositions are placed before you. Whatever has been said today here about how to assume the polycrisis, the different crises that we're experiencing, the crisis of hunger, the crisis of migration, crisis of health, and the pandemic. All this is a sign of this planetary crisis, and of the many crises that derive from the impact on the planet of the climate change. And in this sense, therefore, the countries of middle income, or the vulnerable countries, are the ones that suffer the greatest consequences, as has been said here several times by the speakers. We are not the people responsible for the emissions, but we suffer the greatest consequences of them. And here the problem is a problem of finances. How do we finance the actions that we are carrying out in our countries and in our regions? The real problem is a financial problem. It's not a lack of political will to do something. The real problem is that we don't have the resources, sufficient resources, to to challenge these planetary challenges, to face them. And therefore, we support the proposal of the President of a new reform of the structure of the financial system. We cannot attend this crisis with the same rules and norms of the international financial system, which certainly has a colonial view, or colonialist view, where the rich people sustain themselves in the economy by exploiting the poorer ones. And this colonialist vision will not allow us to challenge the situation that we are experiencing. Therefore, we propose the exchange of debt for climate action. This exchange of debt obviously cannot be in the traditional way as has been done before, because there would not be any just situation. We would not have the sufficient conditions to do properly these exchanges. These exchanges obviously imply special conditions, and one of these proposals is that we should reach agreements, multilateral agreements, to work on this transformation and on the financial system. And in addition, we should together build within this agreement, this multilateral agreement, a plan, an urgent action plan. The planet doesn't have much time. We do not have much time to continue speaking. We have to go into action. And this happens because of political will. The political will of the countries of the North, the G20, who continue emitting gases, but it is not sufficient for us to act in the South if the global North does not take up the challenge of limiting its emission of the gases, as we were saying, as the General Secretary of the United Nations said a few minutes ago. In this sense, therefore, we propose that we should do the same, that what was done in the case of the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund should issue special bonds so that these can contribute to create a global fund to allow the middle-income and vulnerable countries to have the economic conditions to be able to face these challenges. Without this, it would not be possible to advance. Without this commitment to reform the financial system, our countries will continue being drowned in debt, and worse, without getting real responses, solutions to our populations that are dying. As a woman, I celebrate that in this space, in this summit, we are considering the role of women in the policy of life, in this the policy of using our instinct, our maternal instinct, to save our mother, the earth, the bigger uterus. Thank you for this invitation, and I repeat, Colombia expresses its commitment in climate change and its commitment to strengthen South-South relations with Africa and with the Caribbeans, which will allow us to give concrete, specific responses and to this planetary challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, mi hermana.
For that candid statement. And by the way, Francia has a Kenyan name. She's called Nyawira. And when she came to Kenya, we traced her origin to a place called Meru. So thank you very much, Nyawira. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for Nyawira, Francia. Thank you very much. Now, let me take this opportunity to request my brother, the Prime Minister from DRC, to make his comments briefly, because we've really overshot the runway. Your Excellency, please.
Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and host of this summit. Excellencies, heads of state and government, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Madame von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Mr. Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to take the floor on this day on behalf of His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, on the occasion of this African Climate Summit in this magnificent and beautiful Kenya International Conference Center. Like those who took the floor before me, I would like to thank the Republic of Kenya, the sister republic, for the warm welcome accorded to my delegation, and I would like to extend this gratitude on behalf of the President of the DRC. Organized under the thing that is to develop positive solutions for climate in favor of Africa and the world. This summit affords my country the opportunity to meet the expectations as regards the problem of climate, and precepts are based on three fundamental principles, that is, a green economy, biodiversity, and renewable energy. As we can not overemphasize that the DRC is a kind of solution country which imposes on the world because of its potential and innumerable assets, which is an undeniable contribution that is there for the conservation of nature. A favorable ecosystem, our country, in fact, has huge forest resources and 155.5 million hectares, which is more than 10% of the forests of the Congo Basin, an important reserve and a well of more than 30 gigaton of carbon, and also its potential of the solar energy, which represents 37.7% of Africa and the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo can, through its hydroelectric power, can provide and supply Africa with this energy, and also its young population, its labor force, and which is a great potential. And as President Ruto has said earlier on, the African potential is known. Here It is a question of transforming this potential and harness this potential in responding to the issues of climate. We, last year, had a crisis, the fact of the deregulation of the wells and the dry season, which in fact had a lean corn season in East Africa, in Central Africa, as well as Southern Africa. And this has destabilized our economies. This has made us more aware of the response that we should give to this climate problem. For me, and the response of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there are three indispensable ingredients. One is the will, solidarity, and determination. The will is through the honoring of commitments that we make, particularly the countries that pollute, and as regards the carbon tax, as agreed at the COP15, will on financing, innovative financing, and financing green economy, as agreed at the last summit in Paris. And then the investment on energy, the development of value chains here in Africa, and this with a response for jobs for our youth, and the will to enable us, as it has been said here, but is access to financing on fair and equitable conditions, and the reduction of debt of the vulnerable economies through compensation, because it has also been proposed and I think it has to be recalled. And the second ingredient is solidarity. Solidarity as regards projects of common interest. I'm here thinking of and referring to energy, green energy, the needs in energy and the peoples who live in the forest, and also thinking of the Inga Dam, an integrating project, and we are open to proposals so that we need the efforts of each and every one. I can give another example, the agreement between the DRC and Zambia on the development of value chains, solidarity on issues of common interest, as is the case like the Congo Basin, the Amazon, and the Mekong Basin, as called by President Denis Sassou Nguesso. And then solidarity as regards peace and security in order to guarantee the protection of forests, biodiversity, which has been destroyed by various criminal activities. Then determination, which is the third ingredient, in the search for innovative solutions to climate, as it is the case here in Kenya, and then the determination for a better world to be bequeathed to our children, and also the new climate economy, and access to conservation and the rehabilitation and restoration of our forests for the production of, and then regenerative agriculture, and also to ensure food security. It is for this reason that we are in favor of the establishment of a fund for climate change. We also are making an advocacy, and we want to do it on the margins of the UN General Assembly, which will be organized on 19 September, on a carbon market that will be profitable for Africa, and that will be on the margins of that summit. So all these issues will show solidarity. And this should apply not only to Africa, but also beyond. I sincerely want to thank President Ruto and all the participants for this opportunity that is afforded to us through this summit, which will contribute undoubtedly to all the meetings on climate. I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much, my brother Sama, for your comments. And another round of applause for my brother Sama. Let me ask that we now prepare the clip from my sister Motley. Just hold it as I give the floor very briefly, maybe 2-3 minutes, to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Salah Jama from Somalia, if he is there. Okay, if he's not there, can we take the clip from my sister, Mia Motley?
Your Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, Your Excellency Azal Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, I'd like to thank you for co-hosting such an important summit. Thank you also to Your Excellency UN Secretary General, my dear friend and brother, Antonio Guterres, and to Presidents, Honorable Ministers, and everyone present for contributing to this remarkable occasion. We are gathered here today for what is truly an important summit, not just for Africa, but for the entire world. And while I do wish I could join you in person today, please accept my participation by way of this message as I bring this from you from my own shores here in Barbados. President Ruto, you know that Kenya is one of my favorite places, and if I could be there, I would be there. My friends, so many people across the globe are now imperiled and impacted by the climate crisis and the interconnected impacts that take place, such as pollution and deforestation. The world has discussed and debated all of this. But the fact is that for too long, we have done far too little. And as I said in Paris, we're not moving at the pace or with the scope that is necessary to tackle the environmental decline if we are to safeguard our people and our planet. The climate crisis affects everybody, but particularly it has devastating consequences, life and death consequences, for the very poorest and most vulnerable. And they come from countries who didn't help cause it. But my friends, we still have a choice. We can continue to talk amongst each other, seeking perfection or even casting blame, while the world literally burns. Or we can choose to transform our future. We can choose to shape it. To do so, we've said all along, we need to take action now, and at the pace and the scope that matters. And why with such urgency? We now live in a world of superlatives. I call it the season of superlatives, the hottest, the rainiest, the warmest. Everything is breaking new barriers and new records for the Guinness Book of World Records. And yet every day we continue to do nothing or enough as we see the impacts of the climate crisis. We need to stop talking and we need to do. The Bridgetown Initiative is an action plan that we've identified to make the world a better place, only because we live in a world where capitalism and money dominate so much that unless we unlock the financing mechanisms, we're not going to be able to take the necessary action at scale and with speed. At its core, the Bridgetown Initiative sets out how we can rebuild the international financial architecture to be fit for purpose, so that countries like ours and yours are no longer disadvantaged by systems that were not built with us in mind when they were established. Now is the time to do what needs to be done. There's no other word. N-O-W, a simple three-letter word, now. We are at the crossroads for humanity. And this, my friends, is a time when political will, matched by the recognition of our reality, will make all the difference in the world. I know that many of us recognize this who are there today at this Africa Summit. Your countries and your people continue, like mine and ours in the Caribbean and across SIDS, to face the brutal effects of this climate crisis. And we also face, of course, that climate financing gap that is limiting your ability to respond effectively. This cannot and this should not be. Brothers and sisters, I say to you today that it is up to everyone to do all they can to ensure the continued health of our nations. We must work together from the African continent to the Caribbean. Understanding nature and the climate crisis does not respect the boundaries which man holds fast to as borders. Indeed, I say now it doesn't matter because we're seeing it in the north, in the east, the west, and the south. We must stand up for what is right. We must share a sense of responsibility to our environment and indeed to the loss of biodiversity on land and in our oceans. We must share a sense of responsibility to each and every generation. We, my friends, are capable of achieving common goals, but we can only do so when we share that sense of responsibility to one another. We must be our brothers and sisters' keepers, and we must look to treat others as we would wish to be treated. If we apply these simple precepts that our children live by daily, then I believe that we can begin to see success. I trust that the science will continue to be all at the center of all that we do, and I trust, therefore, that that ability to link science with finance, with public policy action, can make the difference to ordinary people in Nairobi, ordinary people in Bridgetown, ordinary people wherever they are found on this planet. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, my sister Motley, wherever you are, and for your very kind comments. Let me now take this opportunity to ask the Deputy Prime Minister from Somalia, Mr. Jama, to make your statement, and I request my brother to make it brief. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
President. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow leaders from Africa and around the world. On behalf of the President of Somalia, Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and the people of Somalia, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to the President of Kenya for convening this very timely inaugural African Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, across the African continent, from the southern tip to the northern edge of the Sahara, from the Sahel to the Horn, the impact of climate change manifests itself in some very similar, cyclical, and destructive patterns. And it's this common threat that brings us all together to form a unified voice championed by President Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia, located in the Horn of Africa, is acutely aware of the profound weight of climate change vulnerabilities. Rising temperatures are very common in Somalia, and the predictions state that by 2040, 2060, the temperature will increase by 1 to 1.7 degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight a set of variables that interact together and render the African states extremely vulnerable and their communities. The era of climate change has become synonymous with the nexus of food insecurity, forced migration, and displacement, coupled with conflict. It has been widely stated here today that over 150 million Africans are subject to food insecurity and hunger. Around 60 million of those are in the Eastern Africa and the Horn region, and 5 million in Somalia. Since much of the African countries are not industrial states, climate change impact affects us at our most vulnerable places. In places like Somalia, pastoral communities and agrarian communities are the most hard hit. So today's very proud livestock herder or a farmer could overnight find themselves in an IDP camp outside the big cities, becoming another added number to climate change vulnerabilities. I would like to allude to an element of combating climate change that has not been widely discussed in this plenary today, and that is our coastlines and the blue economy that President Gale spoke about. Somalia has the longest coastline in the mainland continent, but overall in Africa, our blue economy is underperforming, and rising water levels, extinction of coral reefs and mangroves, and biodiversity is an imminent threat. For the ocean gives us more than 50% of the oxygen that we consume. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia annually loses a revenue worth of 300 million to illegal fishing. And I think investment in the sector would allow us to enhance our potential to cope with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the final question I would like to raise is how well are the African states and societies situated to combat climate change? I think that point has been very well articulated by the previous speakers. The African states have a unique set of challenges that puts them in a precarious situation. Limited fiscal space, changing global markets and volatility, lack of access to finance at a reasonable rate, all these elements compounded, and the climate change divert the African states from investing in development and sustainable development goals, and on a regular basis focus on humanitarian interventions. Such an approach should be abandoned, and we must look for more meaningful engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, when droughts hit California, you do not see the death of people. But when droughts hit the Horn of Africa, you see both the death of people and the loss of livestock. So climate change affects Africa in some very profound and immediate ways. Finally, I fundamentally want to agree with the argument put forth by President Ruto that Africa should be and ought to be part of the solution to combat climate change. We have a very young, vibrant population. More than 70% of our population is young. We have 60% of the world's potential in terms of renewable energy. We have the greatest potential for agriculture and livestock. And instead of the world feeding us, Africa has the potential to feed the world. But for that to happen, there needs to be justice and reform in the global financial institution. If we cannot access finances at a reasonable rate, a rate equal to others, then for us, bringing about transformation would be an elusive goal. I'll give you the final example of where Somalia stands today. We are fighting a war against Al-Shabaab, Mr. President. That's why our president could not be here. He is in the front lines. We are finalizing a debt relief HIPC initiative that took us almost a decade, serious fiscal limitations. After we complete the fight against Al-Shabaab and we finish our debt relief program, we will find ourselves in a very interesting situation. Do we go for concessional loans to invest in infrastructure, in human capital, in sustainable development goals, or do we deal with the droughts? We almost averted a famine a year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, in the last 30 years, Somalia has experienced 18 droughts, 2 famines, an equal number of floods. In order for us to develop the resilience and the mechanisms to cope with those things and empower our resilient citizens, we ask for international financial institutions to be reformed, adaptation programs to be increased, and Africans should have a common voice so that we can take it to the next scope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. And I want to confirm as a neighbor, the whereabouts of the president of Somalia and give him our regards. Let me take this opportunity. The president of Nigeria passed by and did request me to give a chance, a very brief moment, Minister, 2 minutes. Isaac Adenkule, the Minister of State for Environment from Nigeria. If he is in the house, you have the floor. And, oh yeah, thank you. Minister, please make it brief.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am here to deliver the Nigerian statement on behalf of my president, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is unable to be here because he has to be in New Delhi, India, to be part of the summit of G20 leaders. Your Excellencies, President of the African Union, my brother, the President of Kenya, fellow African presidents, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, speaking on behalf of Nigeria, I extend my heartfelt congratulations for the landmark occasion that marks the inaugural AU African Summit. This event, as well as our recent efforts and advocacy on the topic of climate change, boldly demonstrates to the global community that Africa is rising to the challenge and taking decisive steps to deliver a sustainable economic future for our people. The African Climate Summit occurs at a pivotal juncture, offering us an exclusive stage to spotlight our priorities, solutions, and needs regarding climate action to the global community. As a continent, it is critical that climate action spurs socio-economic development for us. We know that with robust planning and increased investment in the region, this is achievable. Africa is already bearing the brunt of a climate crisis that it did not cause. But our continent, with our significant renewable energy resources, critical minerals, vast carbon sink, and growing population, can be a strong solution center. Distinguished participants, in Nigeria, we have articulated our unchanging position to advance climate action without jeopardizing economic development. We designed an ambitious energy transition plan to achieve universal access to energy by 2030 and net zero emission by 2060, while prioritizing industrialization, job creation, and economic growth. Significantly, our plan helps to crystallize the scale of resources needed to deliver climate targets, so that by the current financial flows will not suffice. Nigeria's energy transition plan requires 1.9 trillion in spending up to 2060, including 410 billion above business as usual spending. This is additional financing requirement translates to about 10 billion per annum, but average international financing flows to Nigeria for clean energy have been about 655 million per year over the last decades. Similarly, the unconditional target in our nationally determined contributions requires $7.7 billion in investment annually. In 2019-2020, all sub-Saharan Africa received barely approximately 20 billion USD in climate finance. Annual climate finance flows to Africa are currently just 11% of what we require, so more investment have to come to the continent. For us in Nigeria, we are presently establishing partnership with both public and private sector players, driving innovative policy changes, advancing renewable energy projects, including on-grid solar and electric vehicle development, and exploring innovative financing mechanisms like carbon trading to lay the foundation for an all-encompassing transition. I recently made public the key focus of my government captured as an 8-point agenda. Climate action and environmental sustainability is central to achieving 4 of those agendas, which are food security, poverty eradication, sustainable job creation, and security. We recognize that just energy transition partnerships are emerging as an important source of capital for climate-sensitive energy efforts in developing regions, and Nigeria wants to be considered for one. My team is currently working on a proposal to the G7 for the JET-P for Nigeria. It is encouraging that South Africa and Senegal have secured JET-Ps, but they must be scaled up across Africa in addition to other strategic financing opportunities. This summit is essential for highlighting such requests, sharing ongoing efforts, and establishing inter-country collaboration. Mr. President, I assure you and fellow leaders of Nigerian unwavering support as we embark on this journey to clearly communicate Africa's position on climate action and expedite an equitable, sustainable future for all of us. God bless Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. I will extend another 2 minutes to my brother Ban Ki-moon, if he is still in the house. If he is not, then I will request the Honorable Huang Rungui from China, the Minister for Ecology. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
OK， 尊敬的鲁托总统，尊敬的阿苏马尼总统。
His Excellency Asli Assoumani, President of Comoros, Ministers, Heads of States, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all. I am very honored on behalf of the Chinese government to be invited to join the Africa Climate Summit to discuss with African leaders, friends, and colleagues on climate change and sustainable development. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Government of Kenya and President Ruto Williams to successfully convene this summit. I would like to also thank President Ruto to invite the Chinese government to attend this event. Since the beginning of this year, extreme weather events have occurred frequently around the world. Forest fires in Canada, heat waves and floods in many parts of China, and floods and mudslides in Malawi, among other African states, have caused serious loss of life and property, as well as ecological crisis. Climate change is a global challenge that can only be effectively addressed through solidarity and cooperation. The UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement are hard-won gains, which reflect the greatest global consensus. We should always adhere to the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, equity, and respective capabilities, so as to build a solid political foundation for global climate cooperation. Africa is one of the regions in the world most vulnerable to climate change. Which also plays an important role in the climate governance and actions. Faced with the multiple challenges of development, poverty reduction, and climate change, African countries have taken vigorous actions in adaptation and mitigation, and have made great efforts to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. China, as the largest developing country with over 1.4 billion population, can totally relate to what Africa is experiencing in face of all the challenges. President Xi Jinping has pointed out that addressing climate change is not something that others want us to do, but something we must do. China has set the goal of carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060 as our NDC. China has taken vigorous actions which have led to positive progress. In this regard, China has become an active player to respond to climate change. Over the last decade, China has supported economic growth of over 6% per year, with only an average annual growth of 3% in energy consumption. Thus, the installed capacity of renewables in China is up to over 1.3 billion kilowatts. And China has brought down the global cost of renewables, contributing significantly to the global response to climate change and emission reduction. China has launched a national carbon market covering 4.5 billion tons of emissions per year. We also produced over half of the global e-mobility vehicles. We have afforested an area of 1.02 billion mu, equivalent to 6.8 million hectares, contributing to a quarter of the world's new forested area. China and Africa has been very effective in climate cooperation in the past 1 decade. We have assisted Africa's low-carbon and climate change adaptation demonstration zones, supported its clean energy infrastructure and smart agriculture, and helped enhance disaster prevention and mitigation in Africa, and also facilitated the implementation of the Great Green Wall program in Africa. In late 2021, China and Africa jointly issued the Declaration on China-Africa Cooperation on Combating Climate Change. As of August 2023, China has signed MOUs with 15 African countries on climate cooperation. I want to take this opportunity to announce that in order to implement this declaration, China plans to launch the program Africa Solar Belt under the South-South Cooperation on Climate Change to assist relevant African countries in developing and utilizing solar energy, address power shortage, and transition to green and low-carbon development. Development is the way to enable people to live a better life, a top priority for developing countries. Recently, President Xi Jinping has launched new initiatives such as the Support for Africa's Industrialization Initiative and China's plan for the modernization of African agriculture. We are ready to work with African countries to deepen cooperation in climate actions and sustainable development, and to join hands in promoting green, low-carbon modernization. Meanwhile, we also call on developed countries to proactively shoulder their historical responsibility and fulfill their commitment to provide developing countries with at least $100 billion every year in climate finance. As President of CBD COP15, I would like to also call for your attention to the intrinsic linkage between biodiversity and climate change. I have heard a lot of remarks just now which have mentioned the rich biodiversity and forest resources in China. In Africa, containing huge carbon sink. China would like to work with the international community to fully implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and to create harmony between man and nature. Finally, I wish this meeting every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me now take this opportunity for another 2 minutes to ask my brother Achin Steiner, the UN Undersecretary responsible for UNDP, to make some brief remarks. That is another Kenyan from a place called Nakuru.
Asante sana, Mr. President, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A great deal has been said this morning, but I'm still inspired, if I may say so, by your speech this morning, Mr. President. And with that, I take a license for a moment to take you back to a year in Kenya's history when you were 15 and I just a little bit older. It was the year that in Olkaria in Hell's Gate National Park, the first geothermal unit was installed. I mention this because the journey of Kenya in so many ways represents, when it comes to the energy sector, to leadership, to transition, to many of the things that you spoke about this morning, reflects what happens when people do not take the answer, it's not possible, it's not doable, it's too expensive, too seriously. Hell's Gate National Park is only about an hour outside Nairobi. Kenyans know it well. Visitors, please visit it, because it is today one of the most remarkable places, the backbone of Kenya's electricity generating economy. That first Mitsubishi turbine installed in 1981 was installed against a great deal of skepticism. I learned about this history during the years that I spent here. It took many pioneers to envisage it. Today, Mr. President, I believe that Olkaria, with its various generating turbines, generates almost 1,000 megawatts of electricity. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in a country that may very well become the first country in modern history to actually generate its entire electricity supply with clean energy sources. Kenya today is a country that has passed the 92% mark, and it is no longer alone. In fact, Mr. President, there is another country in South America I visited, and I did not know. Uruguay, today, well over 90% of its electricity supply with renewables. This is not to say that every country can follow the same path. But what we do in UNDP, and why I'm so proud to be here together with my Secretary General and so many of the partners that are today invested in precisely the kind of vision that you have laid out for Africa, is that we can be partners. We have listened, we have learned together, and today, as UNDP, 36 countries on the African continent have invited UNDP to help them undertake integrated national financing frameworks to address this continuously frustrating reality that this continent is asked to borrow for things that it was neither responsible for nor it can afford to borrow in this world of today. That is why looking at finance with the kind of lens that you have both spoken to this morning is so important. Secondly, also pioneering projects such as solar mini-grids, another major enterprise of UNDP. For the first time in history, we are supporting 21 African countries to try and connect over the next few years 260 million people to electricity supplies. A $65 billion investment opportunity, but it needs hard work, both to prepare the ground, to find the investors, and to then roll it out. And finally, Mr. President, let me just commit to you, in the presence of so many leaders from across the continent, the United Nations Development Programme, as part of the United Nations family, as you heard from the Secretary General this morning, is deeply committed to Africa's future transitions, coming out of the reality of today, but investing every day across the continent. I'm proud to today lead an organization within our UN development system that is literally present in every African country on this continent. We are invested in terms of your nationally determined contributions. We are invested in your energy transition just as deeply as we're invested in poverty eradication and ultimately a future for Africa that you spoke so eloquently this morning. Thank you so much for the privilege of addressing you today, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Steiner. I guess everybody, when they get a chance, they speak about their village. The Olkaria, where Steiner has very passionately talked about, is in his county of Nakuru. Thank you very much. Now, let me give another 2 minutes. Finally, this is the final one, to Bill Gates on video for 2 minutes, and then we will move the program to the next stage.
Hello. I want to thank President Ruto for convening this event and prioritizing this important work. I started work on climate change over 2 decades ago after I left my full-time work at Microsoft, and I was focusing on fighting poverty and fighting diseases. When I visited Africa, I saw 2 things. First was how climate is already affecting agricultural output, although they've contributed almost nothing to these greenhouse gas emissions because they're dependent on farming, they're near the equator, they're already experiencing more damages than other countries. But I also saw the energy shortage, and we need Africa to have lots and lots of energy to develop their economies. It's fantastic that the African researchers and companies are now thinking about how they can reduce their emissions and continue to grow their economies. Breakthrough Energy is the organization I created to help with climate mitigation. The goal is to innovate, to make the cost of being clean far, far less. And that means we can reduce the emissions and avoid this temperature increase that has such a negative impact. Late last year, I was in a farm in eastern Kenya, and they were experiencing drought. And so I talked through with Mary, who was the farmer, how the new seeds and new approaches were helping her. She had drought-tolerant seeds that made a very big difference. She also had chickens that were bred so they could be more heat tolerant. And because of those new tools that were empowering her, she was expecting to do well despite the tough climate challenge that she faces. And so this is just one example, but by helping with better tools, allowing farmers like her, who are very innovative, to do new things, we can minimize these damages. I've seen there's African researchers work on innovations in fertilizer, making sure these new crops fit their ecosystems and getting those seeds out, getting them approved, and making sure they're low cost. So we do need to invest, whether it's in the innovation or the deployment, getting resources against those, including the promised support from rich countries, will be very, very important. The global goal on adaptation, which will be finalized at COP, should lead to more investment to help Africa deal with these challenges. And so we need partnerships. We need government, philanthropists, businesses to come together to focus on climate adaptation. Yes, we need mitigation, but adaptation doesn't get the energy it deserves. And so I'm excited that you've come together. I'm excited to work with all of you to solve this problem. So thank you for your efforts.
Investments that are being made currently by the African government to adapt to climate change with their own meager resources. And think about the disruptions. I'm coming to your question.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we now wait, we're going to take a very short interlude of music. And at this point, can we all just stand up and stretch a little bit? Just stand up wherever you are. see whether we can stretch. I'm sure some of us have been sitting for long, long periods of time. So the next part we're coming to is the new global climate finance architecture. This is the centerpiece and a part that we've been waiting for all this time. And therefore, thank you so much for your patience. You can sit down now. You can take your seats. I just wanted you to stand up and stretch for a little bit. And this is definitely going to be one of the highlights of this whole conference. So we request that we just remain patient, and this is where we are heading from here. So I request that we have a short interlude of music just to get us ready for the next session. As mentioned, it's a new global climate finance architecture that is coming up right here. So for now, let's have the interlude of music as we get ourselves ready.
First and foremost, you need clear policy actions from African governments.
Once you've stretched enough, you may take your seats.
Africa, rise, rise, let us all rise, rise, Africa, rise, rise, PEMC. Let us all rise, rise, we are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows. We have all it takes to change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Let's come together now to bring down all barriers for a greater tomorrow. So Africa, arise. Let us all arise. Start to be counted. Let us all arise. We are part of the solution. Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. Epoto Beyobo, Akeni Hamoyama, Epoto Beyobo, Anu Boyama, Epoto Beyobo, Anu Henabema, Epoto Beyobo, Akiting Yama, Epoto Beyobo, Anu Nigetiama, Epoto Beyobo, Akipumi Yodi, Epoto Beyobo, Anu Nigiamala, Epoto Beyobo, Akayakin. Kenya, Kenya, Supal que retlang niña que llega al gumo. Supal que retlang a tomar raíz del gumo. Será el que retlang a ver por la shonga bang. Será el que retlang tu miel siri yanga bang. Supal que retlang será niña titile. 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 Ethiopia kaop ani buni yo Kenya ki jo poroko choki boy ginoria erara na kajo kakaneya yang Italia ya Lugania ya to ya modi ya kodogwan ya
Professor Benedict Orama. Professor Benedict Orama, if you're in the room, kindly, if we can just have a word behind the tent, as we say it in Kenya. Professor Benedict Orama, kindly, if you're in the room, would like to have a word with you very quickly. Music can carry on.
Kenya, 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 so why get the land today? Kenya, so why get the land today? Maria yo gendo gora ugaro eredio yebyo ejare muduangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro eredio ejare muduangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro eredio yebyo ejare muduangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro eredio ejare muduangunga
achiel ma wan go e dalawaka, joma beyo, joma chunygi gitiyo matek kendo gigero pinywa. Anapuoyo anapako anahero achiel ma wan go e dalawaka, joma beyo, joma chunygi gitiyo matek kendo gigero pinywa. Anapuoyo anapako jodala.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
najivunia utulivu kweli twafurahia omorembe twanyogokera buya mono chisokoro chaito obosibore twabotengera
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Utangamano wetu wafurahisha, umoja wetu sote wapendeza. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu. Daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu. Daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Mi mzalendo nitaijenga Kenya yangu, niendapo Kenya ni mama yangu, liwe liwalo hapa nyumbani kwangu, kote kote ubora tueneze, vile vile pia tuwajibike, wananchi sote tumakinike. Tungane tudumishe amani, Wakenya tuishi kwa umoja, ni nguzo yetu si wazalendo.
Hii ni moto watu wangu. Ale, 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 ale. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Danser, 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 danser. Danser, 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 danser. Danser, 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 danser.
Production.
Gatera kegeni kyali magori dukubuna lero abageni baitu bongo bolinga yamule wate abubono minto turatenga baitu mwana minto twende etwani yabugire etwani enze yaito yabugire ge koranju bwenda nyama no morembe yabugire ge koranju bugambye buya no borembe yabugire ge koranju bugambye buya no borembe twanye ito ya Kenya ngaingo janji ko yerora baba aya bono nane tuira ni ya kabere tata Teko wa matera maya yo kokokia Tagale la wana magana ndaki teko wa devia manzu Gaitu gata twende Aye baba tigato tere Aye baba tigato tere Enze ya itone omorembe Enze ya itone omorembe Wenjani no mo boto konye Wenjani no mo boto konye Abakenya rindi tenenato denge Abakenya rindi tenenato denge Abantu twenzi tenenato denge Abantu twenzi tenenato denge Denga Nengie Kenya ya ito Eyo mwando O Kanjani Amono morembe Mindo to jamo
Umoja wetu wa kitaifa ndiyo nguzo ya nchi yetu. Tukiungana sote pamoja, tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Siku ya pili ya kongamano hili almaarufu kabisa kama the African Climate Summit, kongamano ambalo linahusu mabadiliko ya tabia nchi barani Afrika. Tangu asubuhi, mtazamaji, tumeweza kushuhudia mambo mengi ambayo yameweza kufanyika hii leo. Tumeweza kuwa na makubaliano ambayo yaliweza kuafikiwa mida ya mchana, ambapo tuliweza kuona baadhi ya viongozi wakikubaliana kuwa ifikiapo mwaka 2030 nchi zote zinafaa kuwa angalau zimeanza kutumia kawi safi ili kupunguza athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Mtazamaji, vile vile tumeweza kuona baadhi ya marais ambao waliweza kuhudhuria ama wameweza kuhudhuria kongamano hili wakiweza kuongea tu, wakichangia katika mijadala ambayo imekuwa kwa siku ya leo, na vile vile wakiweza kuhutubia wajumbe ambao wameweza kufika katika kongamano hili la kihistoria ambalo ni la kwanza kabisa barani Afrika. Baadhi ya viongozi ama marais ambao waliweza kuhudhuria kongamano hili wameweza kugusia mambo kadha wa kadha, hasa mambo ambayo yanaangazia kuleta suluhu katika athari ambazo zinakumba bara hili la Afrika. Kikubwa, mtazamaji, ni kuwa Afrika ni mwamko mpya kwa bara hili la Afrika. Tumeweza kuona baadhi ya marais wakiweza kuongelelea umuhimu wa kukuza maendeleo katika bara hili kwa kuzingatia rasilimali za bara hili la Afrika. Wengi wameweza kusema kuwa bara hili lina rasilimali nyingi sana, kutoka kwa madini ambayo yapo katika bara hili, misitu, na vile vile watu ambao wanaweza kufanya kazi katika rasilimali hizi ama kutumia rasilimali hizi. Mtazamaji, kwa sasa na kuregesha tena kwenye kongamano hili tuweze kufuatilia mijadala ambayo inaendelea kufikia sasa.
And catch up with some people, but I'd like you please to take your seats as we commence this very important part of the next program. It's the core, really, of this entire summit. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, funding climate action in Africa is really going to require a reform of the global financial architecture. Africa has submitted its reform proposals, highlighting the link between global financial inequities and insufficient finance for development and climate needs. We want to talk a little bit about what exactly these proposals are. What do we want? Why have they not received the kind of attention that we believe they need to receive? And how can Africa speak with one voice in championing this critical agenda? So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors for the African Export-Import Bank, Professor Benedict Orama.
Our distinguished convener, dear brother, His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the Chairperson of the African Union, Excellency, Heads of State, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the government and people of Kenya under the leadership of His Excellency President William Ruto for the wisdom of hosting this very important event and granting me the honor of moderating this high-level panel. The key message of the 2015 Paris Climate Accord was that no country should have to choose between fighting poverty and fighting for the planet. The Paris Summit identified a critical role finance will play in ensuring this. Extensive commitments on climate financing were made there. 8 years since Paris, Africa and many developing countries have no resources to fight neither poverty nor the climate challenges that we face every day. The problem, though, hasn't been a deficit of ideas and suggestions, but rather the lack of action on the part of almost all stakeholders. Whether it is the pledge of G7 leaders to commit $100 billion climate finance, or the Bristol Initiative calling for international lenders and multilateral development banks to become more adaptive and innovative in structuring loans and debt servicing for countries affected by climate disasters, or caused by developing economies for the reform of the G20 common framework to give voice to the global south. The challenge remains the difficulty of moving from words to action. It is estimated that Africa will require about $200 billion per annum to achieve SDGs by 2030. Another $160 billion will be required for African countries to pursue loss and damage mitigation and adaptation, implying a combined annual cost of pursuing a climate-efficient development of over $350 billion. When you add the money needed for infrastructure of over $100 billion, you can begin to imagine the level of financing that is required. And the question had always been, who will bear the cut? Who will fund the gargantuan cost? We find ourselves in quite a unique situation today. A situation where the economies that are responsible for the most emissions, in a cumulative and static sense, are also the wealthiest. That scenario makes it easier to apply the principle of burden sharing that recognizes the degree of contributions to emissions and the level of access to resources in the distribution of responsibilities. Therefore, we must call on developed economies and G20 economies in general to honor their commitments to developing nations towards climate finance. Nonetheless, in the absence of firm global action, Africa has not been sitting on its palms, especially because it is the continent that suffers the most from the loss and damage inflicted by climate. It is the continent that needs to adapt to the changes we are beginning to see. So things are being done, even at a very small scale. For instance, Afreximbank and Africa Risk Capacity have jointly created an insurance product that protects African economies from food insecurity that arises from climate disaster risks. Afreximbank finances the premium and provides food import finance and co-guarantee to Africa Risk Capacity, while Africa Risk Capacity fronts the provision of the insurance capacity. Funding at just $1 billion for this product, you will agree with me that this is grossly underfunded. There is therefore a scope for the World Bank, the multilateral development banks in general, capital-rich economies to step in by providing capital to this fund as a way of meeting their loss and damage obligations. A global carbon tax, which His Excellency President Ruto emphasized on today, can also be a major source of funding for the climate insurance program. Money from that can be used to subsidize the insurance that countries may pay to buy this climate disaster insurance. Afreximbank has also launched a $2 billion climate adaptation facility, a product we co-conceived with the government of Kenya under President Ruto. And this product provides facilities that makes it possible for countries to engage in adaptation projects in a way that does not lead to additional sovereign debt, leveraging public-private partnerships. The first transactions will be done here in Kenya, and we expect to replicate those transactions in the Sahel and other parts of the continent. While these are tangible proposals and initiatives, political leadership and collective will are paramount to breaking the course of further development and fighting climate disaster. This high-level panel of key leaders, we aim to provide the political guidance needed as we prepare to make an even stronger case at the upcoming COP28 in the United Arab Emirates later this year. I'm sure that our distinguished panelists will bring greater illumination to these issues and more. In this context, it is my singular honor to now welcome our esteemed panelists. Let me begin by inviting our hosts, His Excellency President William Ruto, to please come up to the podium to take his seat. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, Prime Minister of Egypt. Her Excellency Francia Marquez, Vice President of Colombia. His Excellency Dr. Sultan Jeba, COP28 President and Honorable Minister of the UAE. His Excellency Sigrid Kaag, Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Sorry, Her Excellency. Thank you again, and on your behalf, let me welcome our panelists once more. Since this morning, we've had quite extensive discussions and presentations on ideas about what to do to make sure that we move from discussion to action, especially with regard to climate finance. So let me begin by asking host, President Ruto, what he should consider to be the key elements of global climate finance architecture that we should all be aiming at, especially when we get to UAE for COP28.
Thank you very much, Professor Orama. As I said this morning, how do we move from potential to opportunity? And how do we turn the opportunities we have into jobs, into investments, and into industrialization, manufacturing, and growth. That's really what we need to do. And front and center is the big elephant. Where is the money going to come from? How are we going to finance our transition from opportunity to growth? In my opinion, there are 3 areas that we need to focus. Number 1, we need to focus on where do we find money or resources or financing, number 1, at scale, and number 2, that is affordable, and number 3, that is accessible. And that is why we have insisted that while we appreciate the contribution of our multilateral development institutions, the current financial architecture to support our progress, what they are doing is good, but it is insufficient because our current challenges are compounded. We're not dealing with a normal situation. We're not dealing with the situation for which these institutions were built. And therefore, it is important for us to realign our sources of financing with the realities of the moment. The moment we need a scale-up of development resources. And that is why we are speaking about scale. At the moment, we need to make sure that these resources are available at rates that are friendly to the investments we want to make. And therefore, in my very honest opinion, the reform of the multilateral development banks will achieve 2 things. And when we talk about reform of multilateral development banks, some of those banks, whether it is IMF or World Bank, we are shareholders. So legitimately, these are our institutions. And therefore, we need to deal with how do we make these institutions of ours much more fit for purpose? How do we make them fit for purpose? So, number 1, we think like we did with COVID, when there was some creativity and innovation that resulted in special drawing rights. We think that there is scope in that window of special drawing rights to meet the challenges that we have of the moment of energy transition. What we would want done differently this time is that the manner in which these resources are allocated should be different, where those who need it most get it, while those who need it least don't have to get a lion's share of what they don't need. That's number 1. Number 2, we believe also creatively and in an innovative manner, there is scope for us to use and leverage the balance sheets of these institutions. And I must do a disclaimer. I am not a financial person. I am a scientist. But I am very confident that we have very intelligent people. We are not short of good economists and analysts and financial people who can imagine that space and tell us what is it that we can do to leverage the balance sheets of these great institutions. And that is what my sister Motley is talking about, the Bridgetown Initiative. how do we raise an extra $500 billion every year, or at least in 5 years, to be able to do what we must do with energy transition? And finally, I think the other option that we need to have a conversation about is carbon tax. This is a very controversial thing, but it is the right thing to have the conversation about. However controversial it may be, I mean, we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. If we are to raise the scale of resources needed for energy transition, we must have a conversation about carbon tax. In fact, the numbers speak to it. The IMF has actually done a lot of work around it, and they have told us it is possible to raise 870 billion shillings from carbon tax. The only problem that IMF is pointing to us is that there is insufficient political will. And there are challenges with political will. Surely, faced with an existential threat to humanity, aren't we able to muster the political will to achieve this? And let me give one more thought around it. The EU Parliament has already considered FTT, the financial transaction tax, as a means of raising resources to deal with climate change. And in fact, they've gone all the way to their parliament. So the idea of a carbon tax is no longer remote. We must have it firmly on the table. And finally, Professor, we are making these suggestions because we are practical. We are dealing with practical situations. As I said this morning, 9 countries have already gone off the cliff. Many are on the way there to debt distress because of high interest rates and because of climate change. Unless we deal with it, and let us not imagine that we are sorted, especially because when we were in Paris, admittedly, there were found ways of dealing with countries that have been already in default. But the question we ask ourselves, do we have to wait until countries have gone to default to sort them out? Isn't it possible for us to sort them out ahead of the cliff? And that is the conversation we are having. And let me conclude by saying that this time round, we're going to be firmly on the table. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable this conversation is. It doesn't matter who we annoy. We are going to be here until we are heard and until the right thing happens.
No, thank you very much. Let me go to Chairperson Musafaki. Chairperson, you just heard what President Ruto said. As we form the views as a continental view, from the African Union's perspective, what should we be expecting? What is the African Union's views and strategy to make sure that all these ideas that we are forming here find their way into implementable actions when the COP28 convenes? Thank you.
Merci, Professeur Orama. J'ai écouté effectivement attentivement le président Ruto.
President Ruto. And I thank him I thank him for his strong advocacy, his leadership, but also and particularly for the concrete proposals that he has put on the table. The situation of Africa is well known. The challenges faced by the continent are known. And the expectations that are nurtured are known. Its important potential also is known. The promises made to Africa are also known. There is a lot of literature on this matter. Now, what should we do? This is the question. First, we have to accept the specific nature of the continent. 600 million Africans don't even have electricity. It is a continent which is under-industrialized, and then is being asked here and now to bring about ecological transition. President Macky Sall earlier was saying that we need to follow the rhythm and peculiarity of this continent. All this can be possible. Transition, yes, it is important, but we need to establish the necessary conditions for it to become possible. Africa is not coming empty-handed. It is a reservoir. So I think we need to think of that, how this important potential may be harnessed for the benefit of its peoples. This is a substantive issue. The promises that have been made, including the reform of international financial institutions, and what we have seen in the past, the structural adjustment programs, which for decades had been applied by the African states. And I recall, I'm talking of Chad, my country, we were asked even that certain agricultural productivity, particularly rice, they should stop production and import rice. It did not work. We have to admit that. It did not work. Then we went to programs of the World Bank, poverty reduction. What is the result? Let's take stock. Some countries are now even poorer. And I do not exclude, and I am not condoning poor governance, and I am not excluding the responsibilities of the states, but the special drawing rights. There was some hope. Out of 650 million, we got only, and I'm really asking whether this was disbursed, 33 million or 33 billion. After a terrible pandemic like COVID, can we really have economic recovery? It is not possible. The Green Fund, we have been told about it. All this within a context of debt servicing, and then the situation of countries that are appreciated, which are some countries that are considered arid. I'm not a pessimist, and by the profession, my training, my nature cannot be pessimist. That is why we expect, and from this important conference, and it is very timely, so that around the table with our partners, with the financial institutions, with international organizations and the member states, since the challenge of climate change does not forgive anybody, does not distinguish between African, American, or Indian. I think we are all in the same boat. Let us make sure that this boat doesn't sink. That is the real problem. I'm not a technical expert to go into the various labyrinth of how to market carbon, etc. and all. I think we cannot be just content with promises. Those that have been promises made have never been fulfilled, have never been honored. Let us ask ourselves the real question, and honestly, whether politically we have decided this time to be serious and to be consistent. And thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think with the kind of enthusiasm we've seen here, the passion and the commitments shown by our leaders, I believe that Africans have had enough. I think everybody now wants to see action because we've used many years to think and talk about what can be done. Now it is what will be done. With that, let me invite our brother Mo Ibrahim to join the panel. Mo. Yes. No, thank you for joining us. So. And let me ask Prime Minister Madbuli, given the challenges many countries face today, the financing challenges, interest rates, debt overhang, and of course the large financial requirement for meeting the climate finance requirements, at country level and continental level and so on. What would be your suggestion on the best approach? President Afwerki mentioned we should look inwards, we shouldn't look outside. Many said we should look outside. So there are different views. The important thing is we need the money. So from your perspective, what would be the suggestion on how to find the money? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me start by stating that climate finance is undeniably the central pillar for empowering the delivery of climate goals and nationally determined contribution, or NDCs, in particular for our African continent. In this regard, allow me to summarize Egypt's vision in this respect as follows. First, climate finance constitutes a cornerstone and foundation for the full implementation of national commitments and contribution as outlined by developing countries, and to the transition to a green economy and addressing climate change issues. International agreements, including the UN FCCC and Paris Agreement, clearly established a direct link between the level of financing provided to developing countries to support their efforts and the level of ambition and national actions. And needless to mention that this does not imply any backsliding from exerting maximum efforts nationally to deliver on ambitious commitment and NDCs, but rather underscores that financing should serve as a key driver and enabler to complement national resources with a clear goal of swift and effective implementation. Secondly, it is essential to deal with the staggering funding gap with a realistic approach and build upon current estimates to enable the implementation of the commitment declared by developing countries, which amount to around $5.6 trillion by 2030. The required investment in renewable energy alone is approximately $1 trillion annually. Likewise, the amount of international funding needed to achieve carbon neutrality amounts to about $4 trillion annually. These are the estimates required to implement the scientific recommendation to maintain the 1.5-degree target. Thirdly, this volume of financing underscores the need for a significant overhaul of international financial institutions and multilateral developing banks in alignment with the objective laid out in Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan. This restructuring should be driven by three core goals: additionality, through increasing climate financing levels without impacting the funding already designated for sustainable development and poverty eradication; accessibility, through facilitating access to climate finance by developing countries without stringent conditions and other obstacles; and right finance instruments, through offering concessional financing instruments and removing, as His Excellency President Ruto mentioned, and removing the unfair and unbalanced rate posed on developing and African countries, including the surcharge imposed by some multilateral development banks. Such a reform should also consider the constraints posed on by debt, limited resources for adaptation efforts, the escalating cost of financing due to the interest rate surges, and the collateral requirements to entice global investment. In a sense, this approach aims to prevent the deepening of the debt crisis in the developing world and the African continent. Fourthly, there is a need to transform the challenges of debt into an opportunity for innovative financing mechanism. This includes effective mechanism for debt for climate swap, redirecting financing towards developmental and environmental projects, as well as a review of international financial institutions' policies regarding restrictions and fees on loans to developing countries. In this context, we welcome the Bridge Town initiative as a step forward in facilitating financing for developing countries facing the impact of climate change. I would like further highlight Egypt initiatives in partnership with the Economic Commission of Africa on Sustainable Debt Coalition endorsed by African Ministers of Finance, which aim at decreasing the cost of green financing. Those initiatives contribute to the reform of the international financial architecture. We already have the support of more than 22 African countries for the Sustainable Debt Coalition and call for all African countries to join these initiatives. Lastly, it is crucial to explore innovative financing tools, including carbon market and certain fees or taxes on specific activities and economic sectors. But in doing so, and in considering such innovative sources, we need to ensure that they are in line with the international agreements and fully considering its socio-economic implications, particularly on our developing countries. At the same time, ensuring that we are refraining from any unilateral actions that might hinder the competitiveness of our African exports or our ability to attract foreign direct investments. I would like, at the end, to state that Egypt firmly believes that raising the level of ambition in the new NDCs without a corresponding increase in appropriate financing and a review of current financing mechanism will not contribute to achieving the desired goal, whether in energy transition, emissions reduction, or adaptation. It is imperative that we witness a clear shift in the policies of multilateral financial institutions and development partners in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellency, for that. And I think you just sent a message inviting all African countries who have not yet joined the coalition to do so. There are 22 already. I think the invitation is for the rest, 33 countries to consider joining so that we can have one voice in pushing this. So thank you. Let me go to the Deputy Prime Minister, Kag. You've had from African leaders about their expectations, what they want from the discussions that have been ongoing on financing climate. You looking from outside to inside, what is your take on that, on what they've said? What would you suggest, and what do you think the developing economies or developed economies can do to support the initiatives that have been proposed? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for President Ritu for this fantastic initiative. Actually, I don't think there are any sides. There are just different shades of the same coin and different potential affordability and accessibility. But there's one side, and that's the climate action and the urgency. Because we are one humanity, and we will all perish together, some sooner than later, but this is the stark reality. So I think from that vantage point, we've heard a lot, also in recent years. We know what success looks like. The big question remains political leadership, political will. And this is where differentiation lies in, because some countries will have to do more, and others will have to do less. And some might lie in between. Let me just detail this. We know we need to stand for climate justice, and this needs to be detailed in a more meaningful way so it makes sense to all, that also general audiences in Western Europe or OECD countries actually figure this out from a relative vantage of an advanced economy. We need to consider equity and urgency. Now, I'm very seized with the notion of opportunity because I think it's very big, it's equally important, and it's the only way we can drive this agenda away from being only an existentialist crisis and to keep people along with this flow. Now, the how, that's the what. The how is straightforward, technical support, but it differs per country. It can be high-level technical support, but it needs to be quick, it needs to be available, and it needs to be affordable. And very often it's still costed by the countries themselves. Here, we need to fix that. Equally so, I think we've lost a lot of time in focusing too much in a lot of agendas on mitigation as opposed to adaptation. We now know both need to happen, but we need to make up for lost time. When it comes to finance, of course, very often the elephant in the room. I've been a minister for trade and aid. I've worked a long time for the UN. The best ideas fall foul of lack of political will, or affordability and finance. The substance most can agree to. Now, on the MDBs, we really think as shareholders and as partners in this endeavor, the reforms, the capital adequacy framework reforms need to happen now. There's an institutional burden of proof and leadership at the MDBs, as well as the IFIs, as well as the shareholders. I think President Ritu said that as well. We're all in this. We own part of it. We need to make this happen. We also see potential in differentiated pricing, in hybrid capital. It's only a pilot, but let's make the pilots work and scale them up. Too much time is lost in talking about pilots that remain standalone pilots. Secondly, private sector. I've heard a lot in recent years on how the private sector is willing, and I'm fully convinced, yet they need very often the right governance framework, they need to know which partnership they are part of, and they need scalable and callable projects where governments, such as mine, can guarantee the risks. The onus should not be on the developing or highly indebted country to also guarantee the risk. This is where I think we sometimes fail to connect the dots. Now, last but not least, governments. We need to really make serious business out of onward lending of the SDRs. We also need to increase the SDRs. We need to provide the additional finance. Now, as a Minister of Finance, of course, my other hat, I'll tell you, this is not a very popular theme. Everybody nods, yes, very important. No, we agree with Mrs. Kaag. But then it's either cost-cutting or it's increase of taxation or other means of financial availability. And this is where domestic audiences suddenly become reticent. This is where political will comes in, to make this a shared agenda for all of us. It's not easy, it can be done. We actually won elections on this ticket in the Netherlands last time round. I don't think we'll do as well this time, but still, it can be done. Innovation, an obvious one. Blended finance mentioned. Green bonds. We were the first AAA rated country that issued green bonds. We can assist other countries, but we also need to find ways for many of the developing countries to issue their own green bonds to also provide for the domestic resource mobilization that needs to happen as part of accountability. The sensitive topic of loss and damage, I look forward to the discussion at the COP28 because I think there's a fair claim that has been put forward. Now the negotiations will see how far we'll go. I think the political symbolism of the discussion is equally important if we talk about equity and a shared agenda. Now, last but not least, carbon tax and carbon pricing. Very, very important. Unless you price it, unless you tax it, it often has little meaning. The only way to change behavior, productivity, the way we produce and consume, particularly at the large emitting countries, is if we price it more and we make that part of a global public good. But that's part of a discussion. Last but not least, together with my friend and colleague, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, I co-chair the Global Coalition of Ministers of Finance for Climate Action. So a 1-second pitch, all Ministers of Finance, if not in the room, join this coalition. Make your budgets work for climate action. This is where the duty and opportunity of care lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for the illuminating comments. I see there is no actually night and day between what the African leaders are saying and what you've said. Let me now go to Francia, the Vice President. From Colombia, from Meru, and then exported to Colombia. We share the same heritage, and incidentally, the same problems. We understand ourselves. We understand the burden we are carrying. We understand the challenges the climate has posed on us. So, looking from where you are, inside and listening to our leaders and also the Prime Minister from Netherlands, what would be your suggestion, especially from your experience in Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. In the first place, I must say that Latin America and the Caribbean are experiencing the pressures of powerful economies that want to continue exploiting our natural resources. And this pressure of exploiting our natural resources contribute to increasing the climate crisis. There are very few the governments who are taking up the decarbonized economy, an economy that makes a transition and a transformation in this matter. Obviously, in low-income countries, the vulnerable countries, or the middle-income countries like the Latin American countries, this is a great challenge because we have based our economy on extraction. We have based our economy on carbon, to coal. In my country, we are the first alternative government, and we are creating a change in the laws and also a change of paradigms, in social paradigms, because we have to create awareness that contributing to the exploitation that accumulates capital but does not generate well-being and that destroys the ecosystem is not a path that we accept. In this sense, we want to make a transition, and as I had said before, we have serious problems, serious financial problems, which in some way do not allow us to resolve the challenges of the effects of the climatic crisis. But in the case of Colombia, we have a conflict, a social conflict, an armed conflict, a war, which we are experiencing, which contributes to exacerbate this situation of vulnerability in our country. And in this sense, I think that we have an increase of the debts with very high interest rates that do not allow that within our country we can have the necessary resources to invest in these proposals for energy transition and actions for mitigation and adaptation to the climate change. This will not change if we continue with the current financial system, as I have said, which has a colonialist point of view. The financial system, the international financial system that we have today, is one that does not allow justice, social justice, and neither does it allow for climatic justice. In our countries, the basic needs are not satisfied. So, and there are lots of needs. We are one of the countries where there are the most inequalities in the planet. Sometimes we have to not invest socially in drinking water, in health, in electricity, and connectivity in order to use these resources from the treasury to pay the external debts, which, as I was telling you, has very high interest rates with respect to countries which do not have the same conditions that we have. In this sense, we have spoken about exchange of debt for climate action with new rules, not the same traditional rules, because this problem, which is not a traditional way of carrying out things, we have to innovate with new actions, new rules. The financial system today does not help us to face the challenges of climate change. It's not a system that was created for us, and it's not a just system for our countries. And in this sense, we have come to present a multilateral agreement because this is already a global crisis that requires a global response. And that means that, as we had done during the pandemic, we can do, or maybe in this multilateral agreement, we can do what was done during the pandemic, to issue special rights that can allow the vulnerable countries and the middle-income countries to generate conditions of flexibility in regard to their debts, and to free resources to invest in our lands, in our communities, in our nations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to care for this situation. This is a proposal which President Gustavo Petro has presented to the world, and we agree with President Ruto about the need to reform the financial system. The qualifiers of debt increase the crisis, because in a catastrophic situation of our country, the risk rating makes it more difficult to access to credit, which allows us to finance these programs. Therefore, we are in a situation of inequality, and which has some effects that are higher than those of other countries that are in better economic conditions. And this implies that we have to think that Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa should unite with one voice and to present in a very specific way what we have been doing to reform the financial system so that our countries we can access to better conditions of social and climatic justice.
Thank you very much, Vice President Francia, for those comments and insights. Let me now go to Brother Mo. Mo, I will call you a private sector person, a businessman, and a philanthropist. So you straddle all. So you have been campaigning for good governance, campaigning for climate justice, and so on. As we gather here to have a common view, a common position for Africa as we prepare to go to COP28, and having listened to everybody here, from your perspective as a philanthropist, as a businessman, what would you like to add? Or what do you think we should not take with us to the world? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I really have 4 points to make. And the first one really is there is a silver bullet to solve this problem. And we are just like dodging all that to talk about, oh, how we can get more money for climate finance. Just tax carbon. Use the market. You guys in the rich countries taught us about, you invented capitalism, invented market. Why aren't you applying market forces to carbon? Why? And that is the question, because the problem now is that people make promises. Oh, you know, those poor guys in Africa and somewhere else, they have a problem there. Okay, well, we are kind people, you know. We're going to offer them some money. How about $100 billion for climate fight? But then, actually, things are tight. Oh, sorry, we cannot make it this year. Well, in those guys' mind, it's charity. It's charity, and that's a mistake. It should not be charity. This should be an international clear agreement. You break it, you own it. That is the honest answer. Without changing the market dynamic, will not change. Now, every American, man, woman, child, emits 17 tons every year. Every European, 6.5 to 7 tons a year. China, same. Now, the question here, excuse me, who gave you the right to use all this amount of carbon? We are 8 billion people in this planet. Science tells us we cannot emit more than 24 billion tons a year. That's 3 tons per head. 3 tons per head. Who gave the Americans the right to do 17? Who gave the Europeans the right to do 7? Why? You pay for it. If you pay for it, then you change. Then you cannot change behavior unless you pay for it. The only problem is that we have very few statesmen. We have many politicians, very few statesmen. President Juncker, who is the president of the European Union a few years ago, said something very beautiful, actually. He said, you know what? All of us politicians, we know what to do. But we don't know how to get elected if we do it. And that is a problem. That is a problem. We have a lot of politicians want to be elected, but nothing will happen then. So nothing happens. So we must fight for carbon tax. I love what the Deputy Prime Minister said about that. And the first time I hear a senior European politician say that. Look, soon there's going to be a seat available for the Prime Minister in your country. I hope you get it. Anyway, because that's honorable of you to say that. Those guys are in denial. Who puts all this carbon up there? Who put it up? Own it. You need to own what you break something, you do it. That's the first point. Without carbon tax, everything else is charity. It doesn't work. That's one thing. Second thing, we talk about investment in Africa and green investment. We have been talking about investment in Africa for ages, but nobody invests in Africa. Trickle. Simple reason, it is impossible to invest in Africa. If all this rating agency rate you guys as junk, you are sub-grade investment. Who's going to invest here? Most of the money out there, private money, is in pension funds, insurance companies. By law, they cannot invest here. By law. If I'm running an insurance company and I want to put $1 billion, and a lot of those people are nice people, they want to invest in Africa, but they say, look, if I invest $1 billion, I have to put another $1 billion here as a security, because I'm sorry, but you are sub-grade. You are not investable grade for me. This system is broken. It has to be sorted out. And this rating agency, they all have one office in South Africa, as if South Africa is Africa, 54 countries. They sit in South Africa and pontificate about all of Africa. Again, those guys act as auditors, and guess what? They sell consultancy for African countries about how to improve their grade. Excuse me? This is a clear conflict of interest. You cannot grade people and you go and say, I offer you consultancy how to improve your grade. Excuse me? People go to prison for that. Anyway, so that is something about the rating agency. It has to be sorted out. Then we come to this multinational. I'm amazed about the lack of governance in the World Bank and the IMF. And, I told Ajay and Kristalina the other day, we were all in Paris for a meeting. I said, you guys, if you're running or your banks are listed in any decent stock exchange, you will have been delisted because your governance sucks. Can you have a listed company? Can you have any bank in the world without senior independent directors? Where are the independent directors in the World Bank? None. It's the shareholders major shareholders hug it. Where is the independent directors? Where is the voice of the other countries? Fine, major shareholders keep 60%, 70% of the shares. Fine, but let some fresh air in the room. Get some independent directors in the room. Otherwise, your governance sucks. You'll be delisted. Something else gross really happening in this institution. Do you know that this is the only banks in the world where the board sits in the headquarters? They sit in the headquarters with their staff. And I asked Ajay, how you run your business? You are the president of this institution, and you have this board and their staff living on top of you, running around, telling the staff what to do, lobbying for their countries, whatever interest. No, don't give loan to this guy. Hey, you must give that. What is this? This is breach of basics of good governance. Do you know how much it costs the World Bank to keep those guys in residence? Every year, it is over $100 million. Do you know that? $100 million to house the board and their staff every year. Excuse me? What is the job of the World Bank? To eradicate poverty? $100 million every year would have educated 1 million kids in Egypt every year. Why those guys sit there spending 100 million? This is the issue of governance. It has to be addressed. I'll stop here.
Well, thank you very much for bringing the private sector angle, the market angle to the discussions. But the good thing is that it somehow aligns with the suggestions that have all come here. What I get from that, because it helps me to summarize, is that the carbon tax is an agenda that must be taken from here to COP28. And I also agree with it as a banker, because you are right. You use tax and subsidies to make sure that you direct certain actions where you want them to go. So I think that's one of the things. And there's also a consensus on reforming the international financial architecture. I don't want to call it architecture. The way the international financial system operates. And that's not just the multilateral. You touched on even the rating agencies. People can also talk about how the stock exchanges operate, if you want to extend it to all those. So I think a comprehensive approach to it is important. And as I agree, that the part of the problem is that the negotiations we have is David and Goliath negotiation. Incidentally, the person we should be telling to do more is the Goliath. And the others are the Lilliput, who really should be treated more fairly. But your voice can't rise to that level. But by coming together as Africans, coming together with the Caribbean and Latin America, and having politicians like the Deputy Prime Minister, I think we can start forming a consensus, which started last year in Sharm el-Sheikh. For the first time, loss and damage came on the table. It means some progress is being made. It's a common problem for everybody, and we must make sure we all work together, rich and poor, those who emit and those who don't emit, to make sure we solve it. So thank you. I would now invite, I think, President Ruto to say the last word.
Maybe just three things. I want to agree with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance that in this debate, there are no sides. We're on the same side. And we need to begin to drive this from the same side, because the risk that we face when this place burns, it will burn with everybody. The emitters and the non-emitters, the people from the south and the people from the north. That is settled. And because of that, we need to listen very carefully to what Mo Ibrahim is saying. We need to listen very carefully to what Mo Ibrahim is saying. Whether it is carbon tax, and then I believe that that conversation is overdue. If we will not be having a conversation about carbon tax in COP27, and not just that conversation, on the mechanism of the how, and with a proper timeline, then we will not have a meaningful conversation. Number two is the conversation around rating agencies. Credit rating agencies are destroying our economies. We have to be honest with them. Their algorithm is faulty. they are not using empirical science. And I'm saying this as a scientist myself. There is a problem, a big problem with creating credit rating agencies. And in some instances, they are conflicted. And there must be a candid conversation about their data, their findings, and whether they are doing the right thing. And finally, is to say, as Africa, we will be putting together the Nairobi Declaration that is going to be candid, bold, and practical for us to carry that conversation into the UN General Assembly and into COP28.
We are all on the same side. If we burn, everyone burns. His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, thank you so much for that conversation, wonderfully hosted by Professor Benedict Orama. Thanks everyone for a great discussion, and to Mo Ibrahim, if you break it, you own it, and reminding us too that there actually is a silver bullet, carbon tax, which His Excellency President Ruto said really has to be on the agenda at COP, regardless of whether it's a David and Goliath negotiation. Today, government leaders have been gathering here to discuss a vision for a greener future. A private sector declaration was signed under the leadership of Equity Group and Dr. James Mwangi, together with international collaborators such as the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, the East African Business Council, and the Africa Business Leaders Coalition of the UN Global Compact, among others. This declaration in support of government is a commitment to combating climate change by the private sector, which acknowledges the importance of coordination between the public and private sectors to achieve the shared goal of climate action for resilience and green growth. Alongside the Nairobi Declaration, this private sector statement will be heard during the upcoming United Nations General Assembly, the World Bank, IMF, Marrakesh meetings, and at COP28 as the private sector voice of Africa offering its own commitment to responsible solutions related to climate change. I'd like now to introduce Dr. James Mwangi, Group MD and CEO of Equity Group Holdings, for more to discuss on the global finance architecture and the private sector's point of view. Please, everyone, a very warm applause and welcome to Dr. James Mwangi.
Hey, bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe lundi waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko ulai kwa kubanenda kama dunda kwa buru mu Kenya waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko ulai kwa kubanenda kama dunda.
Thank you very much for a great day. I commend all of you for your patience. I assure you, Your Excellency, President Ruto, that we have heard you, and we want now to give the multilateral development banks an opportunity to respond. We want to give the global financial experts an opportunity. They have been in the room. They have heard what has been said. And hopefully they can give us their way forward to the issues that has been raised by the African leaders and the private sector. Without much ado, I want to invite Dr. Akiumi Adeshina. If Adeshina, you are present. Quickly, Honorable Silusua, Minister of State for Development, Francophonia and International Partnerships. Honorable Babel Kolfa, Parliamentary State Secretary, German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Alexia Tutor, Assistant Secretary of International Trade and Development, U.S. Secretary, U.S. Treasury. Body Deputy Managing Director, International Monetary Fund. And last but not least, Axel Van, Senior Managing Director, World Bank. Thank you very much for leader being patient this afternoon. It was really great listening to the African leaders on the issues of finance. It's apparent that the big elephant in the room is finance. And it appears that the ball has been pushed to the court of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. I seem here to have truly the shareholders, if I may say, of those institutions, the policy decision makers. And we want to give them a chance, maybe to respond to the issues the African leaders are raising, to respond to the issues that the private sector, Mo Ibrahim has articulated, the issues of the private sector. And broadly, if I may summarize so that we have a common understanding of the issues that has been raised, there is the issue of accessibility of finance and speed at which disbursements are made. There is a big issue of affordability, at what cost. His Excellency President Ludo said Africa pays at least 5 times. And the rationale there has been questioned because it's not an African risk. It's a global climate risk that we are talking about. And it has been said, if the world bans, we all ban on it. So it's not a country risk that we are financing. It's a climate risk. So when it comes to that issue, and there is also the question of how much is being availed. And those 3 issues seems to be really at the center of concern of the African leaders. And so we could be able to address ourselves to those issues. But there is also a question of our institutions failing to connect the dots in the way they respond, and particularly to the issue of risk. This issue, and eventually it boils down to the question of equity, fairness, justice, and equality in the world. And so it is in that light that we will be responding to the issues that we have. So without much ado, I've been told the IMF Deputy Managing Director may be catching a flight, so I will ask fellow panelists, maybe if we could give him a chance. And the question maybe to Bo Lee is, how can you talk about IMF's role in climate financing? In particular, I know that the FAD has introduced a new tool called the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Would appreciate hearing an update on that instrument. And finally, what are some of the keys you see to unlocking additional financing for climate adaptation, especially here in Africa?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor first, because I have to go to the airport after this. Good afternoon. It's an honor to join this distinguished panel. I want to speak very briefly on climate finance and the challenges as we see it and how we can help. Climate finance challenges are most acute in Africa, where adaptation needs are much higher, but climate finance flows are too low. Our number shows that about 20% of all flows reach the continent of Africa, but most is geared towards mitigation. But we know adaptation needs are very high. Let me briefly touch on 4 priorities that we think are important to scale up climate finance, including adaptation finance. The first priority, we think, is to increase domestic resource mobilization. That means both public finance and also private finance domestically. International communities can work together to help African countries to build capacity, to broaden tax base, to increase public financing flow. At the same time, international community can also support African countries to build domestic capital markets, to encourage higher private savings, and also to support financial sector development. The second priority, we think, is to maximize international support. Grants and concessional financing are very important, and so is equity financing. There is already too much debt in Africa, and we need more grants, concessional financing, and equity. The IMF's new Resilience and Sustainability Trust is providing long-term concessional financing and helping countries with limited room in their budget to invest in long-term resilience, including climate. So far, programs have been approved for 10 countries, half of which are in sub-Saharan Africa. The third priority, we think, given the strained public resources, we need to find ways to crowd in private capital. We see a 3-pillar approach to crowd in private capital in scale. The first pillar is to create a policy and regulatory environment that are conducive to private finance. The second priority, we think, is technical assistance and capacity building, such as green public financial management, climate public investment management, and project preparation. IMF and MDB partners, we do a lot of technical assistance to support African countries to improve their capacity in these areas. The third pillar refers to innovative financing solutions and financing arrangement that can promote public-private partnership. The keywords here are de-risking and blending. Public sector, including international partners, need to take more calculated risks if we want to crowd in private capital. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great contribution. Let's turn to Honorable Crisora. Crisora, France has commendably played a global leadership role in the conversation on both climate finance and reform of the global financial architecture. A key issue that has emerged in this conversation is the role of the G7 and the G8 in both mitigation and adaptation finance, especially with regard to the realization of pending pledges and commitments. And what is in the progress of on France-led initiatives like the new Global Financing Pact? What do you see as challenges in delivering the new Global Financing Pact and architecture?
Thank you, James, and Excellencies, dear friends. First of all, I'd like to tell you that it's an honor for me also to speak today on behalf of President Macron, 2 months after this important rendezvous in Paris. That was the Paris Summit for a new global financial pact, as you said. And so I'd like to thank Kenya and particularly President Ruto for this historic summit. So, as you said, we listen the African friends and African voices. We listened today, but it's for many years that France and the European Union, we listen the voices, the priorities, but also the solutions. So I think you asked me about G7. I'd like to speak about my country. And in European Union, it's the same, but I would like to speak about France because I think we believe in leading by example. And we believe on SDR reallocation and what we did, you know, with 40% of French SDRs reallocated towards vulnerable countries. We deliver on climate finance with 6 billion euros per year for our partners, 23, I see my colleague from Germany, 23 billions European Union, that is, we take our responsibilities. We deliver on debt treatment in the Paris Club and common framework. This is important because we speak about G7, but it's the time to say what we do, each of us. And now, as I said, we make our part, but we see also the global injustice, James. And it is true, as you said, that you have to build now a more inclusive and just international financial system who can fit the challenges of the new century. So you spoke to me about the Paris Summit. It was the beginning, and now we continue here in Nairobi, and all together we hope to arrive to COP28 with some results. In Paris, we achieved some important results, the first results. The first was to put together all of them, G7, countries from G7, from G20, the international financial institution, the UN, the small islands, because only together we can build something new. The second is that we have absolutely to restore the trust. If there's no trust, we cannot go forward. And that's why I told you for the first time, we achieve the targets, 100 billion for SDRs and climate finance. and the debt of Zambia, that was very important. So, last, I'd like to say that we propose also a common roadmap, and this roadmap that we call Paris Pact for People and Planet, it is simple. At the end of the story, no country has to choose, no government has to choose between fighting poverty or fighting for the planet. So it is very important. The second thing that we believe, all of us, because there are 30 countries who signed and we believe this roadmap that we push, it is that each country must be able to define their own strategy. And we have to just to support them. And of course, as you said, also the colleague, they said more money, and not only public money, because we put the public money. How the private sector will come, how we can create this shock. So just to finish, I'd like to say that we see two major issues for this climate summit in Nairobi. The first, that we have to advance the discussion on international taxation. This is very important. The second one, yes, everybody has to participate if we want to save our planet. So tax on fossil fuels, on shipping emission, financial transaction could unlock massive resources. And this is very, very important. And of course, we spoke about the debt. The debt, yes, we cannot cancel the debt. There's not a magic, but it is not acceptable that African countries spend more on debt services than on climate action. So we have to strengthen the things that we have, like the common framework. And this is something that France and many of us, and of course I think the European Union, we believe. And I'd like to say that President Ruto said that global north versus global south narrative is not possible. I would like to say that I disagree. I totally agree with President Ruto, and I don't like this division. There's not global north and global south. There are global leaders and global laggards, and there are both in the north and in the south. So Kenya is definitely a leader. I think France and EU, we are a leader. So thanks, James, and
Thank you very much, Asra. It's really, we have been brought to a common framework of decision making, irrespective of whether south or north. Thank you very much. Let's come to you, Honorable Baba Kolfa. Germany has been a significant player in the global conversation on climate, finance, and the reform of global financial architecture. What elements do you regard as the most pertinent when it comes to leveraging more climate finance? And what are the biggest challenges in realizing them? Which steps is Germany taking to enhance climate finance?
Well, thank you. There's so many questions. I was just wondering if there's a fifth one coming. So, but thanks, James, for the questions. And thanks for having me at that conversation here, because I really want to underline what also Chris Fuller was saying. I really like the spirit of this summit, which is a spirit looking for solutions for global challenges and global big problems. And I really want to thank also the Kenyan government for inviting us and for having us and for pushing us forward. That is very important. I think it's crystal clear. Facts are telling us, researchers are telling us, we have to act now. That was the sentence I heard most in that conference. We had all the facts on the table, but we have to act now. So there in our opinion in Germany, two layers, I would say, where we have to act. The one is nationally, what we can do nationally on mitigation. I think there is no country in the room who has not room for improvement and becoming better in fulfilling the Paris alignment and really reaching all the national targets in reducing carbon dioxide and equivalents. That is the first challenge, and that's a financial challenge also. But secondly, it's of course about international climate financing on mitigation and on adaptation, so both. One point I would love to say is I think we also have to stop promising at conferences there. We have to deliver. That is coming from the discussion to the action. I'm very glad to hear from my colleague from France about the 6 billion France is fulfilling this year. I'm very happy that we have figures for 22 now, that we fulfilled in 22 in Germany, the 6 billions. We will struggle and we will continue that. Together with private sector engagement, we are about $9.5 billion in that case. So I think that is a good step in the direction of the 100 billion. That is something for proving that we are delivering. So climate finance, I think there are two kind of countries who should invest. And that's of course traditional donors. They have the obligation to do more to fulfill what they promise. I would love also to invite those who are new emittents, who are new large emitters, also to come and contribute their share. I would invite that to do so before COP already on the Green Climate Funding Summit in Bonn in October this year. So we are pledging Germany 2 million there, and I use the opportunity to invite everybody who feels the pressure to come up also with their ideas on financing. So that's the financing part. That's the financing part. But we were talking also, and I heard very well what leaders here in the panel before were saying. It's about international financing architecture as well. It's about the World Bank reform. It's about how to finance global public goods aligned with the traditional necessities, I would say, in financing development needs and financing those who are really suffering and are the poorest. And it has to be done both. And we have to have reforms which are at the end of the day opening this space and opening this money, and is then at the end of the day also coming up with a better access. We were talking about ratings before, but with a better access to this money also for countries who want to invest in climate change and who are not don't have the possibility now. And the third point I also want to make is, was mentioned by my colleague from France, is about debts. We really, really cannot ignore what's going on in various countries. Also, the leaders here were talking about 9 African countries running into deep troubles already. So it is necessary that we timely come up with decisions by the common framework. I know how challenging that is, but there has to be a decision about that to support those countries. It's about debt relief on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's also about swaps. I think we should talk about debt to climate swaps and those topics also. My country is, or was announcing here in that conference, a swap which we arranged with Kenya and Kenyan government, and it's a debt to climate swap, investing in rural areas and investing in local farmers, which I think is also something quite necessary. So in a nutshell, 3 things. We have to fulfill the financial commitments, all of us, and also new donors. We have to fulfill our national commitments on mitigation. And we have to really come up with a reform of the World Bank and the development banks to open up space and financial spaces for the member countries on this planet. And we have to solve the debt crisis. My government is there for fighting for those 3 goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, really. I was expecting a very challenging conversation this afternoon, but I'm very impressed by the level of alignment. Let's turn to Alexia. The US has played a very important role in global leadership in various areas since the end of the Second World War, particularly in the development of current global financial architecture. Just like then, we are faced with another issue of significant global importance, the climate crisis. Africa, unfortunately, is living the effects of this climate crisis that it didn't play a significant part in creating. How do you see the role of America global leadership moving forward with regard to climate finance in Africa? Of particular interest to Africans, the United States made a pledge of $21 billion in special drawing right. What is the progress on that commitment, and how can the United States play a leadership role in honoring of commitments within the G7 and the G20?
Thank you so much. James, I'll try to answer all those questions. If I may, I'd like to correct just one thing you said when you opened up the panel. You said now the shareholders are, here on the panel. I think we've been hearing, as President Ruto reminded us, from shareholders all day. So this is just a few extra ones, James, on the table. So it's really a privilege to be here at the Africa Climate Summit. I think this summit has proved to be truly a pivotal moment in a year of ambition for trying to partner with emerging and developing countries, including here in Africa, to really rise to the challenge of the moment. And as President Ruto also said, this really is indeed a global pre-COP. That's how significant I think these past few days have been. President Ruto talks often about the importance of clear communication, of stating what is needed clearly, of listening attentively so that we can then act collectively. And I have heard very clear messages here in Nairobi. And what is heartening is I actually see a lot of alignment on some of those messages, James. What's at stake, I think, is clear. In our uncertain world, the one thing that is certain is that shocks there will be. And what's disturbing is that these shocks are coming fast, they're furious, and they're highly frequent. And they hit first and hardest the most vulnerable countries and communities, including the countries that have the least means and fiscal space to respond to them, to rebuild, not to mention to actually prepare for them. I think the second thing that is very clear is that climate change demands new approaches. And the Nairobi Declaration, I haven't seen the final version, but the drafts that I've been seeing, the latest draft I saw, there is so much in there that the United States can fully subscribe to. And I think it really does lay out a path of what is needed with respect to these new approaches. So let me now quickly share 4.5 points to answer, James, your more specific question about US leadership. And I should say, US leadership will only work if it's in partnership. So first point is indeed evolving the MDBs. Secretary Yellen, about a year ago now, launched a call for the development banks to evolve to provide 21st century solutions to 21st century challenges. And she laid out 4 areas where she thought those reforms were very important. And there's now a broad coalition supporting this work. The first one was around the mission and the vision of the development banks. And that's really a simple message, which is that sustained progress on poverty reduction and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals will not be possible if we don't address global challenges, climate change first and foremost. And I think President Ruto said it yesterday, the goals of climate change and development are positively reinforcing. Secretary Yellen often says mutually reinforcing. I think it's the same message. Second area of reform is around incentives. And the Nairobi Declaration talks about incentives for countries to make investments that are climate aligned. And it's true that we're asking countries to make investments that have benefits that often are regional and global. And so it's only fair that in such cases, the global community helps to pay for the cost of these investments. So that's about incentives. Thirdly is around the operational model of the MDBs. And we talked about the importance of agility and speed and responsiveness to the needs of your countries. That's part of the agenda. Part of the agenda is also making sure that climate change is integrated from the very first diagnostics that are done to implementation through country strategies to monitoring, learning, and evaluation, including in the corporate scorecard to hold the institutions to account. There's talk in the Nairobi Declaration about the importance of working with cities, and we've also asked the development banks to be able to do more at the subnational level. Fourthly, and where everyone usually starts, James, is financial capacity, which has been a big topic here. So obviously, to be able to respond to this more complex agenda, the development banks need to have more wherewithal to be able to deliver. And so stretching the balance sheets of the institutions responsibly, focusing on domestic resource mobilization, helping countries build here in Africa deep capital and debt markets. That's all part of the agenda. But also it's about how we shareholders support the institutions. So for example, providing guarantees to be able to unlock more lending headroom in the institutions, or perhaps purchasing hybrid capital, because now the banks are developing frameworks for that. That is also part of the agenda. And leading into the G20 meeting, which of course is this weekend, the United States has made a proposal, President Biden has made a proposal to Congress to be able to support the World Bank Group to boost its concessional finance. There was a lot of discussion in the previous panel about the importance of concessional finance. To boost the concessional finance of the World Bank by $25 billion, and to help some of that additional headroom be on better terms so that country can use that financing to tackle global challenges, as well as providing money to IDA for crisis response. We're asking countries to join us to provide extra concessional financing to the World Bank in the very near term, and we expect strong G20 language around this call, and certainly hope that other countries on this stage and others will also join us in providing the support to the institutions. So very quickly, the second point is around the climate finance architecture. We have a diversity of funds. It's very hard for countries to even know, do I go to the GCF, the GEF, the alphabet soup? We need to help to reduce the fragmentation of these funds and to make the ease of access better for countries by streamlining the procedures, harmonizing the policies for the ease of access to these instruments. Thirdly, private capital mobilization. This point was made several times already. We think it's absolutely critical to make progress on this. We need better data and information. Investors from my country and other advanced countries have a lot of misperceptions about the risk in Africa. Actually, long-term infrastructure debt performs very well in emerging markets. So we need to have the data to be transparent, to give the confidence for investors to come in. We need to have the right policies also in your countries to make sure that we have clear rule of law, predictability around how courts will behave for investors to come in. We need to have a more sophisticated palette of instruments, whether it's guarantees, political risk insurance, to also be able to de-risk for the private sector to come in, and to also use blended finance. And of course, we need to, and the Nigerian colleague yesterday on one of the panels from the Sovereign Wealth Fund talked about the importance of building the next generation of projects that will be bankable. And then finally, I think the MDBs, and I'm looking at Axel here, they have a role in terms of really changing their culture, their incentives to know that their impact will not actually be by only spending their money, because that will always be limited, however generous we all are. It really is about helping to bring in the private sector. My fourth point is around debt. My colleagues on the panel spoke about it. It is clear that progress has been too slow. We're happy that we're seeing progress now on Zambia. We're starting to see progress with Ghana, but it's been too slow. And so it is a top priority for the US government and the US Treasury to help make the process more predictable with a clear time-bound agenda for when countries can get debt relief and debt restructuring, and more predictable. So that's a top priority. And then my half point is around ideas we have, Bo, for the IMF. And my undersecretary will be giving a speech on Thursday with some of the ideas for the IMF. So I will just say, tune in and listen to him on Thursday to save some time. Let me end to say that climate change clearly is probably the most challenging collective action problem the world has ever faced. And so we need to make sure that the collective is representative of all of the world. And I think the Africa Climate Summit really brought the voice of Africa to the table in a way that is as clear and as strong as I've ever heard it. And I hope that we continue this positive direction this weekend with hopefully the G20 agreeing to an African Union chair so that the collective continues to be as representative as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexia. It's very, I hope France and Germany will support America as regards that agenda in the G7 and the G20, so that truly we can hold each other to account. But let's move to the World Bank. My friend, Axel, you have had the African leaders. They have really been vocal about the need for more and more effective financial support for Africa, including when it comes to climate impacts. How do you see the World Bank ongoing reform process helping to deliver on this agenda? And perhaps specifically commenting on the efforts to ensure resource and capital adequacy of different facilities so that we address the three issues.
Well, thank you very much. At first, I would like to really congratulate Kenya for convening this. Quite frankly, this is a meeting that has been over 30 years in the waiting after Rio. And that is not a good sign, but a good sign that it is happening. And what was, for me, most encouraging is that Africa is articulating a voice. And this is basically when all of you talking about the reform of the World Bank or other MDBs. It's not about the reform of the World Bank, it's the reform of the mindset of everybody. Namely, when you are listening here to voice, then you have to ask the critical question, do we allow that voice into the World Bank or other organizations in a way that should be responding to what is needed? After all, half of our lending is going to Africa, yet African chairs are only representing a very small voice in our board. And so I think also for the membership to reflect is, when we're talking about evolution roadmap, is the evolution of voice. Are we democratizing our organizations and letting also that we listen to the African voice, what is needed, and let them then also reflect this? This is right now not happening. It is overdue. And I think this is very, very important because I think we can talk about a lot of money and a lot of things what need to happen. But at the end, what I think also President Ruto articulated very clearly is that it is the African strategy that will count. And if we don't listen and follow those large outlines, we are missing something. And we are in for a disappointment. This is also managing the expectation. When we have this, are we listening? And do we actually meet the expectation of Africa that it is genuine listening and genuine follow-up, or if it is the politically correct behavior? That's the first one. The second challenge is that Africa needs for climate change every year $280 billion. Yet only 30 billion, 10% is available. The bank covers about a third of this. Everybody needs to need more. And we heard that from domestic resource mobilization, domestic private capital, foreign capital, multilateral, nobody can do it alone. So that is an important thing, that this is a collective responsibility. It's not the responsibility of one or finger pointing. It is how can you actually try to close that gap. Will not be done overnight. But we need to make an effort, and that effort needs to be done by all. And I think there, in that context, it is important that maybe we are setting some targets for ourselves. Are we doing this? I think where we have been helping is actually in IDA, quite frankly, what I have found, having also managed and chaired this, it's actually an interesting process where there's a lot of discussions, also from the donors, but also from the beneficiary countries, to push that climate change agenda. And in that sense, we have achieved, for example, 50-50 at mitigation and adaptation. But this is largely an outcome of a fairly good discussion among both the beneficiary countries, but also the donor countries. And it has also been successful largely through the generosity of donors. And that actually we need to think about this. That IDA has been successful. We are providing about $65–70 billion over 3 years to Africa. And next time we need to be more ambitious. Politically, there's a change. I have never in my career heard in the G20, nor in the Paris Agreement, a half a year before the negotiations essentially start, that actually all actors are calling for an ambitious IDA. I think from a political point of view, that's positive. I've never seen that. Also, what's interesting is that now IDA is more recognized. 10 years ago, in any of the international fora, they would say, what's IDA? Right now, it's accepted. So that is a good news, but now we need to see how we can have this, because the big challenge is how we can be even more ambitious so that actually more money can go into climate change. One of the challenges is clearly the mobilization of private sector. And I think here we need all to be self-critical. We have not been hugely successful. Now in IDA, we have a private sector window that helps to de-risk this. We need to do more of this. What I also think is, only IDA is not sufficient. I have often been wondering, when we talk about the MDBs, why can't every MDB create a private sector window, including National Development Bank, AFD, KfW, others, so that actually we get to a critical mass for private sector de-risking. That is necessary. Secondly, we need concessional resources. All the ladies who are sitting are representing countries whose fiscal situation is under stress. So it's not so easy to mobilize all the resources. So my second suggestion is, what IBRD has done since 1965 is transferring some of the net income to IDA. Why can't not every MDB do that? A little bit, but to the extent that, because we need more concessional resources on this. And I think that is one of the things we all need to start thinking about, that on how we can actually mobilize this. I think that is one of the areas. The second area is, of course, then in the non-concession on the IBRD, and there are these famous capital adequacy framework measures. I think we have gone far. We have a whole package again for October, and you will identify more money. The more difficult question is this enough? And when you compare 280 billion only for this continent versus 30 billion, there is going to be a very critical discussion. How do we mobilize that more resources? And that is going to be a very, very tough one, in which we need to see how we can actually include also more to say really the private sector. That means policy reform at home. how you can incentivize more on the investments. It may well be also capitalizing much more on the Africa for Free Trade area, that actually there is incentives, that there is more economic benefits to it. And it's on the debt situation where I think we are learning now from each other. There is a global sovereign debt roundtable, which is actually interested. It's not only where the managing director of the IMF is and the president of the World Bank, but it has also the Paris Club, other bilaterals, private sector, and the affected countries at the table. And we have it also at the deputy levels. I think actually that dialogue is actually interesting. It starts basically appreciating more the other views, but also the point I think Alexia has been making, it is simply not acceptable that a country like Zambia needs to wait 2 years. We need to find a way that there is some automaticity that countries can do it. For the multilaterals in low-income countries, that may also include, and we did that in Zambia, lending into arrears, because these countries are starting and they cannot afford this. Now I'm seeing we have to stop, so I have to hand this back. I see this is a clear signal. Anyhow, I think what I just want to say, the bank is on the move on this, but we need to move together, and we need to be aggressively on this. But most important takeaway for me from this summit here is voice of Africa matters, and it needs to be systematically included in our discussions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Axel. I really like how you summed it up, and it has been demonstrated throughout the conversation that we have listened to each other. We seem to have developed a common vocabulary on how to deal with the challenges. There seems to be no resistance on reforms. We agree there will be need for reforms. There is need for working together to solve a common problem. And I leave this evening very hopeful that we could see IMF, US, France, Germany, World Bank, speaking with the same voice and responding appropriately to the African leaders. And I'm sure we'll find pathways to complete, to have not just a common understanding, but maybe work together in solving the issue of climate change. I wish we had more time, but I ask my audience to join me in appreciating this panel for leading the passion, the enthusiasm, and the commitment of their faith. I thank you most sincerely for joining us. Axel ended up by saying there is an opportunity for the private sector. And truly, we can't end this conversation without evaluating the markets and the actors in the market. So allow me to call the final panel for the evening. And as I release my colleagues this evening, but I invite you to listen to the next upcoming panel. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. It was really fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Your Excellencies, Your Honorable Ministers, thank you very much. We are going to jump right in to renewable energy and transitions. And I would like to invite to sit on the panel Nigerian Honorable Minister of Environment, Dr. Ishaq Salako. I would like to have join us Senegalese Honorable Minister Leone Ndoye, Minister de l'Environnement, du Développement Durable et de la Transition Écologique. Mary, can we please get a headphones for the Honourable Minister? Okay, thank you. Honourable Minister, you'll find translation. Yes, thank you. Can I please ask His Excellency Brazilian Special Envoy for Climate Change, Luiz Figueiredo, to come join us on the stage? Can I please ask Julia Suda, CEO of Long Duration Energy Storage Council and Chair, Global Renewables Alliance. Can I ask Jeanette Gitobo, Director at the Global Wind Energy Council? And can I please ask Vanessa Nakate, UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador? Minister Ishaq, sorry, do you have a microphone there? Would you mind talking us through Nigeria's energy transition plan?
Thank you very much. Nigeria has an energy transition plan that is anchored on addressing two major crises. The crisis of energy poverty, where we have close to 40 million Nigerians not having access to electricity, and also to address the crisis of climate change. Nigeria experiences extreme weather conditions as a result of climate change, from desertification and droughts, erosion, floods, especially in the coastal regions. And our energy transition plan is anchored on addressing those two major crises. The overall objective is to ensure that by 2030, we achieve SDG 7, and by 2060, we achieve zero emission. In order to do that, we're taking climate actions that is pro-development and doing development that enhances climate action. Nigeria's energy transition plan is aiming at taking 100 million people out of poverty through livelihood programs, through food security programs, and through creation of wealth. We also have a plan to stop flaring of gas so that we can have a more sustainable use of natural gas to drive our vehicles, to use in industries, such that the emission emanating from that is halted or reduced considerably. There's also a plan to ensure that our households use more environmentally friendly sources of energy for cooking, transiting from using of firewood and coal to the use of natural gas, so that our emissions and our plan to achieve zero emission by 2060 is met. So in broad terms, those summarizes the energy transition plan of Nigeria.
Brilliant, Minister. And can you just talk to how is it going to be a just transition?
Well, basically, the plan leaves nobody behind. We're going to ensure energy equity and ensure that every element, every segment of Nigeria, every socio-economic class of Nigeria is integrated and well involved in the plan. Earlier on, I spoke about the plan to create to move 100 million people out of poverty. And that is going to be done involving the communities and community gatekeepers, such that even the lowest person is involved and energized and empowered in the energy transition plan. So there will be a lot of equity and everybody will be involved.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
You're welcome.
I'll now turn to the Senegalese Honorable Minister of Environment, Minister Leone. Minister, first of all, congratulations on Senegal agreeing on a $2.5 billion agreement with the International Partners Group for a just energy transition partnership. For the benefit of us all here, would you be able to unpack that a little bit? Can you speak to what made Senegal a compelling and credible partner in securing this funding and these funding commitments?
Merci beaucoup. Alors, vous avez fait allusion à la signature par le Sénégal au mois de juin de la JETP, avec donc le groupe des partenaires internationaux, la France, le Canada, etc., et qui porte sur effectivement 2,5 milliards d'euros, avec, si je résume, un engagement du Sénégal qui aujourd'hui est en mix énergétique à 31%, de le porter à 40%. Mais également avec un engagement d'accompagnement des partenaires sur toute la partie recherche scientifique, mais également l'acceptation du fait que le Sénégal compte utiliser son gaz comme une énergie de transition, donc avec une stratégie du gas to power. Donc, en résumé de cette JETP, c'est principalement ça les engagements d'ici 2030 de porter notre mix énergétique à 40% d'énergie renouvelable. Et comme je l'ai dit, le Sénégal aujourd'hui, grâce à l'énergie éolienne, grâce au solaire, etc., a un mix énergétique qui est composé de 31% d'énergie renouvelable.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Can you speak to a little to what role gas will play in Senegal's energy transition?
Je n'ai pas eu la traduction. Vous voulez des explications sur notre stratégie gaz pour l'énergie? Oui, parce que nous considérons qu'aujourd'hui nous sommes, du point de vue énergétique, dans la consommation d'énergie fossile, et que le fait de passer par le gaz nous donne une trajectoire beaucoup plus sobre en carbone. Et cela, je pense, est de plus en plus accepté, parce que vous conviendrez quand même que des pays comme le Sénégal, qui vient de découvrir d'importantes réserves de gaz et de pétrole, et qui aujourd'hui a des milliers de villages qui ne sont pas électrifiés. Tout à l'heure, nos collègues ici ont rappelé qu'aujourd'hui, en termes de justice, 600 millions d'Africains n'ont pas accès à l'énergie, et qui dit énergie dit développement.
100 millions of Africans do not have energy, and when you talk about energy, you talk about development. Therefore, that's why we are trying to talk about a just and equitable trajectory in terms of carbon reductions. So gas is our commitment that we are making to try to reduce by 2030, 40%, and this is a more realistic trajectory.
We now turn to Brazilian Special Envoy for Climate Change, Luis Figueiredo. Luis, Ambassador, Brazil has already got a power production that matches a substantial portion of the continent, and a substantial portion of that production of energy comes from hydropower, 64%, I believe. But I want to turn to Brazil's nuclear capacity. Ambassador, what conditions make it safe to deploy nuclear, and how will that help us reach net zero in the rest of the world and in Africa in particular?
Thank you very much for your question. As you may know, Brazil energy mix is one of the cleanest energy mixes in major economies. In terms of electricity, 85% of our electricity comes from renewable sources, while in average in the world, 18% of the electricity mix comes from renewable sources. Again, we have 85%, the world as an average has 18%. So this has to do with a mix of the fact that nature helped us in terms of geography, of course, but it has to do also with a lot of work that was put into that and a lot of investments. So when we talk about energy transition, I think we are very comfortable in terms of being ready to do that. And to move further in other sources of clean energy. It is projected that by 2030 we will have around 25% of our electricity mix coming from wind and solar power. So we are investing very hard. 99% of our population already has access to electricity, and we are investing in getting 100%, working on the 1% that is left, mainly in the Amazon area. We have a new program that will take care of that. So we are doing our homework. On the question specifically of nuclear, nuclear is something that has to be considered when you look for sources of energy that do not emit. And we have a long lasting nuclear program which has proven to be extremely safe throughout the years, with two plants that are currently producing energy, and we are building a third plant. So yes, it is part of our effort, but I would say it is not the major aspect of our energy mix.
Thank you, Ambassador. And apologies to the panelists. I'm going to keep my questions to one question each now. I'm going to now turn to UN Habitat Executive Director Maimouna Sharif. Thank you very much for joining us. Maimouna, the number of people relying solely on traditional cook stoves, earthen and brick cook stoves, has remained largely unchanged for the past 2 decades, in spite of almost 3 decades of interventions to move people to cleaner cooking. Barriers to adoption include the costs of purchasing cook stoves and the costs of using liquid fuels. Are there any new innovative solutions and ideas that UN Habitat has in considering it on how to solve the seemingly intractable problem?
Thank you so much for that questions. I think this is very important, and I would like to bring you one step before I answer that questions. I think I would like to share that when we talk about climate change, we need to link it to the cities and urbanization. If we don't make our cities right, then we will have a lot of problem at the end of the thing to clean up what we call calamities or climate change. And one of the areas that when you talk about cooking, globally 1.3 billion people rely on biomass. And this affects the health and also the pollution, deforestation, and the same 4 million people, especially the children and the women, the death yearly due to this problem. And what we like to see is that how can we make the new innovation, and for example, the gas stove and LPG is to be affordable. The alternative means to be affordable, accessible, and adequate for the people to change, to move from cooking using the firewood into the more cleaner method. And one of the areas is that what we would like to see is that the investment, there is still investment gap from to change the habits or the need from the firewood or the biomass into the more cleaner energy, as what been stated by the President Kenya Ruto this morning, and all those member states and the head of the government was mentioned that. And one of the areas that we in UN Habitat, we look at climate change in two things. One is nature, one is the built environment. And one of the areas that we in the UN Habitat, we already have the collaboration with the Kenya startup when during the urban UN Habitat Assembly 2, we have demonstrated the cheap and affordable stove that can be purchased by the people and at the affordable price for the number or limited number of cookings. I think this is also important, and at the same time, we also looking into the areas of the built environment. When you talk about cooking, and this is also linked very clearly linked to the housing. And the way that we design our home, the way that we design our communities, I think this is also lead to the usage of the biomass. And one of the areas that we would like to see is that recently we work together with the Swiss government in having the good housing, which is green, and also using the solar and a method of cooking that is affordable and is already implemented in Kigali. And we have this model of the housing in Nairobi complex, and please come forward and see yourself the house that in the complex, and also all the areas, two areas. One thing is that the normative part and also the program on the ground. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. Julia, CEO of Long Duration Energy Council, Jeanette, Director at Global Wind Energy Council, and Vanessa, the UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador. I'm going to ask you the questions I'm going to ask you now, and please, if you can give us your responses succinctly. Julia, how close are we to making intermittent renewables cost-competitive sources of baseload and peak demand energy through long-duration energy storage? Jeanette, what job creation possibilities are there in wind? And Vanessa, rounding out with you, when we speak about a just transition, what does that mean to you? So starting with Julia.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and for the question. It's been remarkable to be listening to all the presidents and ministers focus on partnerships. And to answer your question, partnerships are critical to the clean energy transition. Long duration energy storage with solar and wind can bring costs down and are doing this around the world. As we align more with wind and solar targets, as we scale up in our industries, our economies, and our infrastructure, we see the prices drop faster than they did in 10 years. They'll drop in 5 years. And this is happening because the diversity of long duration energy storage, whether it's 10 hours, 24 hours, 100 hours, you get the flexibility you need in a remote system, a mining industry, an urban center, or a microgrid. And so these 4 different types, whether it's hydrogen, batteries, whether it's thermal energy stored heat, or mechanical, pumped hydro, all of these options are in the marketplace, and we need to scale them today so that we can bring costs down and deploy. What we need to see improve is market access and criteria for more transparency and accountability so that we really can move to de-risk the energy transition. And lastly, as we move forward to bring in long duration in partnership with solar and wind, it's really important that we have security, reliability, and affordability in the matrix. And how we can make this work, and we look forward to working with all of you to ensure the scaling up of renewable energy to lower costs and bring affordable, accessible energy to all.
Thank you, Julia. Jeanette.
Thanks for that question, and good evening, everyone. When it comes to wind, especially
1 2 1 2 1 2. Na mtazamaji, hili ni kongamano la mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na leo imekuwa ni siku ya pili. Kama unavyoona kwenye runinga yako, hii ni baadhi ya mijadala ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea kwa siku nzima tangu asubuhi, ambapo kuanzia hapo asubuhi, mtazamaji, tumeweza kuona marais wa mataifa mbalimbali wa bara Afrika ambao waliweza kuwa katika mijadala hii ambayo imekuwa ikiendelea tangu asubuhi, wakiweza kuongea na kujadili masuala kadhaa yanayokumba bara hili la Afrika. Kikubwa ambacho kiliweza kujitokeza katika majadiliano haya ni masuala kuhusiana na ufadhili wa miradi ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, huku wakiwahimiza wenzao kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa wanaweza kuwekeza zaidi katika miradi mbalimbali ili kuweza kupunguza athari ya makali ya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Basi mtazamaji, kwa sasa tunaenda kukuletea habari zetu za darubini ya Channel 1. Kumbuka vile vile hapo kesho tutakuwa tunakuletea kongamano hili na mijadala mingine mbalimbali ambayo itakuwa ikiendelea, lakini kwa sasa tuweze kupata vidokezo vya darubini.
There is no next generation if there is no future planet. So we need to do what we can.
Left 30 million people on the brink of starvation in the Horn of Africa. They are causing the air pollution that kills 8.7 million people around the world every year. We cannot allow the fossil fuel industry's control over our media and our politics to continue. Clean energy is the only investment that makes sense right now. Off-grid, decentralized renewable energy is the quickest, safest, cheapest way to provide Africans with relatable and affordable energy. Climate scientists, energy experts, and economists have all been very clear. COP28 must be the beginning of a just and equitable phase-out of fossil fuels. The United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, said that any new fossil fuel development would be moral and economic madness. We are now all too familiar with the moral madness part of this equation. Just look at any news broadcast or any newspaper, and you will see the suffering and dying caused by our addiction to fossil fuels, while big oil and gas CEOs continue to line their pockets with obscene profits. It is the economic madness that deserves a closer look. Economists like Amar and Nick Stern have clearly demonstrated that new fossil fuel infrastructure on the African continent will quickly become stranded assets and suffocate African citizens with even more debt. We must do the right thing. We must stop investing in what is harming us. We must stop investing in what is killing us. We must not have new fossil fuels, and that is coal, oil, and gas. We must end the fossil fuel era. We must lift people out of energy poverty with reliable, affordable, and clean energy. We must not leave anyone behind, and we must overcome. We need a just transition. So it's important, as we discuss a just transition, to remember that the entire continent of Africa is responsible for less than 4% of historic global emissions. And yet many Africans have long been suffering some of the worst consequences of the climate crisis, a crisis that we did not create. So for me, a just transition is about putting fairness, inclusivity, and a deep respect for the needs and aspirations of young people and the community and the natural environment at the heart of a transition to renewable energy. It's important to note that out of climate financing in the last 15 years, only 2.4% has been directed to projects that directly benefit children. And at the same time, a new report from Action Aid is highlighting that major international banks have pumped in $3.2 trillion into fossil fuels industries in the global south. These investments have not led to improvements of the lives of children and the most vulnerable. We will not be better off because we repeat the mistakes and misguided privileges of the global north. Quite the contrary. We need to dare to think longer ahead, smarter, and use African solutions for and by African people. We need finance from rich nations which have become wealthy in part by extracting Africa's resources and burning fossil fuels to help African nations to be able to make the right choice and invest in renewable energy. We also must make sure we take care of those who are suffering and dying right now. The decision to create a loss and damage fund at COP27 was historic, but the fund is still empty. Communities, I'm sorry.
Vanessa, thank you very much.
No, I'm sorry, I need 1 minute. This is important because the climate cannot wait and the communities suffering cannot wait. The Africa Climate Summit must lay the foundations for an agreement on real money for a loss and damage fund at COP28. And as the world charts a path for the energy transition, it is important for the rich countries, those who have long benefited from fossil fuel extraction, to go fast and to go fastest. And the first part of a just and equitable fossil fuel phase out is no new, because communities are suffering right now. People are suffering right now and dying in 2023 at 1.2 degrees Celsius. Net zero by 2050 or 2040 are disgraceful targets for rich countries to be talking about. They must not delay and they must act now. So I would like to send a message to the leaders of the rich countries in the US, the UK, and the UAE. You have been warned by the scientists, the energy experts, and the economists. Investing in new fossil fuels is moral and economic madness. Perhaps you do not care about the morality of the situation, but I know you care about the economics. I urge the leaders gathered here, or they are not, sorry. Maybe they'll watch this later, to stop investing in what is harming and killing Africans, to start investing in the future of the African people, to stop all new fossil fuel development and lead us to a just and equitable energy transition. And this is a message to all our leaders. You are fathers. Let's see if you get to watch this. You are fathers, you are mothers, and you are grandparents, and you have children in your life, some of whom may be my age, that will live in an increasingly uninhabitable planet. Can you look your children and grandchildren in the eye and say that you are knowingly making their living conditions worse or poisoning their environments? Now is the time to act, and we all need to act. This is your chance to change the course of the future and be a part of the solution of the climate crisis, rather than grasping at straws of short-term economic benefits. Do you want to be a part of the problem or a part of the solution? History shall tell, and history shall tell publicly, not privately. No more extractive systems. Recognize the humanity in me, recognize the humanity in you, and recognize the humanity in your neighbor.
Vanessa,
if you allow for more
1 minute.
destruction of our planet and people's livelihoods, you are not recognizing that humanity. You are not even recognizing the humanity in you. I'm sorry I had to go on because many times young people are given a very short time to express what really needs to be said, but another world is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. That's the final word on this panel. Thank you, Honourable Ministers. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Julia, Jeanette, Executive Director. Thank you very much, Vanessa, for keeping us with the youth's perspective for the longer-term future. I will hand it back to a panel that I mistakenly gazumped. Sorry, my apologies.
Calling on William Masiko. Good. We come back to you to hear the voice of the markets, the voice that the private sector would be listening to. Do we need reforms in the markets? Are there further reforms that could allow financing to happen, financing by the markets to the private sector? And with me is Kate Hampson, CEO, Children Investment Fund Foundation. We have Herbert Danson, and we have Dr. David D. So we'll go straight and start with Herbert. And Herbert, as the CEO of Invest Africa, investments rely on markets. And we talk about markets. We see the huge need for reforms. Would you have been quite vocal about the need to transform the private capital mobilization capacity of multilateral development banks and the development finance institutions and the international financial institutions? Second, what are the priority changes required that you would like to see in solving the key challenges in delivering on these required changes?
Well, thank you very much, James. Always a pleasure to be with you, and thank you, Excellencies, for the opportunity to hear some views from the African institutional investment community. I think I'm going to start with a plea, which is probably the same thing I'm going to end with. And that is really, I think it's been mentioned earlier on as well, that we really need leadership. But then we've sort of confuted the word leadership with political. And I think what we really are saying as the institutional investment community at this moment, at this time, is that we need climate investment statesmanship. And we're asking for climate investment statesmanship on the market failure relating to private capital mobilization. We really want to be able to work with heads of state as champions to collaborate with us in a very determined way on institutional investment public partnerships. So I'm going to make 4 very quick points, and I'm going to race through this in the interest of time. The first point I'd just like to highlight is that I think we need to be very, very careful. You know, we see this current climate transformation and climate transition agenda as one of a long-term investment agenda, not a short to medium-term green finance MDB agenda. And we say that because we are very concerned that, you know, we run this immediate risk of creating a green finance debt crisis. And we need to get to scale, and the largest pools of capital for that scale are institutional private capital. In fact, our pools of capital from pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, endowments, foundations, insurance businesses is effectively 900 times larger than the multilateral development pool. So we're talking about $150 to $200 trillion in Africa and globally, compared to a multilateral development bank balance sheet, which is collectively, all of them together, about $1.5 trillion. The reason I'm mentioning this is not to show how big our pool is, but just to show where emphasis needs to be placed if we're trying to accomplish scale. And it seems that we're spending about 90% of our private capital mobilization focus as government on working with the MDBs. And it's even been sort of enumerated in many places that even if we get the reforms through, they will only be able to solve about 10% of the private capital mobilization and the investment gap. And we're actually spending less than 10% with institutional investors that have the balance sheet to close 90% of the investment gap. So we just think it's really important to really focus on building that relationship with the institutional investment community so we can align around delivering scale. Second point really just, again, emphasizes the point on private capital mobilization. And the elephant always in the room is that there is some measure of these reforms can be implemented quite easily and quickly on private capital mobilization from the MDBs. Why isn't it happening? I think if you ask many private sector financing institutions, you will hear the sense that there is some degree of competitiveness. Now that might just be points of view, but then when you begin to look at the private capital mobilization ratios, you might start becoming a bit of a conspiracy theorist. Private capital mobilization, as determined by and reported on by the G20, suggests that for every $1 of multilateral development bank finance that's provided, it's supposed to mobilize $10, at least $10 of private capital. The actual results for MDBs in terms of delivering this private capital mobilization ratio is instead of delivering $10 for every $1, they've only been accomplishing 20 cents to 38 cents for every $1. And then if you go further in this time when we're all very stretched and balance sheets are very under pressure, the G20 also points out that if the MDBs only accomplished half of their ratio, in other words, for every $1 that they provide, they actually mobilize $5 of private finance. And that's, again, lowering the bar. But if they just got to 5 instead of 20 to 38 cents, that would increase the private capital mobilization funding available by $7 trillion US. And in addition to that, it would increase their balance sheet capacity by $800 billion. So I think we actually need to create more institutions that can actually deliver private capital mobilization at scale. Institutions like the African Green Infrastructure Investment Bank, for example. Third point, and I think it's been mentioned by our colleagues from the US, private capital mobilization, again, is dependent on insights. We need data. And the MDBs control probably the best risk assessment database for emerging markets. It's known as the GEMS database, the Global Emerging Markets Database. We've been asking for about 10 years to be able to get access to this data so that we can properly price risk for emerging markets and essentially increase our allocations. That has continually been denied, and the fact is, because this database has not been democratized by multilateral development banks, emerging markets and African governments are paying an extra $15.6 billion each year in excess interest payments on loans. So we think we absolutely need to do something about this urgently and immediately. It's a no-cost reform. They must just democratize that database. We as the investment community, trying to be a little bit proactive, have established a platform called GEMS 3.0, where we are waiting to get the GEMS database key data from the MDBs, and then we will add some of our own data. So we don't just get access to the data, but we can then enhance it with some of our own data, and then it can become much more of an asset allocation tool. Project pipeline, which is my last point here, is very important for us to look at. In the climate world, for us, it's very important to know that governments are really backing climate projects, so we know the difference between a real climate project and perhaps a bit of a greenwashed climate project. And the best and most effective way for us to establish that is if a project is a nationally determined contribution project. And we know that we've got about $3 trillion worth of nationally determined contribution projects that we need to effect by 2030 and the next decade after that. The challenge that we are having, and this is where we come back to MDBs and private capital mobilization, is that it's becoming apparent that the nationally determined contribution projects are being designed with technical assistance from multilateral development banks, and as a consequence, they're being designed so that they can align more with the provision of development finance, as opposed to ultimately creating a project that the private sector can invest in. And when it comes to Africa and emerging markets, unlike other markets around the world, particularly G7 markets, the majority of our NDCs will need to be invested in by the private sector. We do not have fiscal capacity within a lot of our governments after coming through so many crises in succession. So we need to have a very different culture, a very different posture in crowding in and working with the private sector. So we really hope that that message can get through. So Chair, just to close out, I think what we're really calling for is an investment earthshot. President Ruto so eloquently described our trajectory for green industrialization being one where we move from a current 9 billion investment or extraction and raw material export proposition up the value chain to the 40 billion and then potentially go for the 7 trillion. I believe we can get to that 7 trillion if we have a much smarter, more strategic and pragmatic investment earthshot mentality and approach, and that we can partner to really get to that 7 trillion, but we need to do it through institutional investor public partnerships. So let's seize this moment. Leaders, friends, colleagues, we all need to work together, and let's do it with a full scale ahead mentality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Turning to Kate, we have heard from previous panels that developing countries face a vicious cycle of debt and climate shocks. What can be done to break that cycle?
Thank you so much. And first of all, I want to congratulate the audience and my panel because we're all living up to Kenya's reputation as world-class marathon runners at this stage in the day. I also wanted to say I'm unbelievably honored to be here at the panel and respond to His Excellency's call for dialogue and discovery. The world has been educated and inspired by the Africa Climate Summit, and that's why I'm here today. To answer your question, Chair, I think the current debt crisis exemplifies the inequity of the global financial architecture. Africa doesn't have too much debt. It is the structure of the debt that is the problem. The cost of capital is too high, and the fact that most of it is in foreign currency makes Africa incredibly vulnerable to shocks. And the current debt crisis is not the consequence of financial mismanagement. It is the consequence of exogenous shocks, COVID, the war in Ukraine, rising interest rates, and extreme weather from climate change. And this is why 3 billion people are now living in countries servicing debts more than they are spending on health and education. So we do need reform of the common framework, but that's not going to be easy and it's not going to be enough. The common framework is focusing too much on equity between creditors and not enough on borrower interests. We need to enable the emergence of an entirely new system that is borrower-controlled and has preemptive approaches. And I believe that African nations, and many have shared ideas here, including Egypt, talking about the Sustainable Debt Coalition, V20 and others, to explore innovations in climate finance that would change the structure of debt, whether it's addressing the FX issues or providing swaps or bringing in ESG investors. We need a completely new approach to debt markets so the cost of capital can come down. The European Central Bank also needs to move on SDR deployment so that the 100 billion that was promised can actually reach countries. We need to see the pause clauses activated by all donors and by the private sector. And this is yet another example of innovation coming from developing countries. The Bridgetown Agenda, championed by Mia Motley, has been pushing pause clauses, and we can all rally round. The MDBs have to step up, as many have said, and Hubert is absolutely right. There's a horrible waste of money from the public sector because the leverage is so poor. There's lazy capital sitting in the banks, and it needs to be addressed. But this isn't going to be enough. We need entirely new sources of finance that are governed in entirely new ways. If we're going to meet the challenges of greening energy, green industrialization and agriculture, and create green jobs for Africa's youth, we're going to need carbon taxes that create these new sources of revenue. I completely agree with those that have said that today. The polluters should pay, and the revenues are needed for all of these investments. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is the need for corporate accountability and corporate transition plans. There is an emerging norm amongst international corporations of adopting transition plans, which are a bit like country NDCs. And it's really important to see companies set out these plans and show how their CapEx is aligned with the 1.5 goal of Paris, so that money can flow to the right places. And this needs to be incentivized so that money doesn't flow to green opportunities in the global north, but it also reaches others. Another thing that hasn't been mentioned is the essential nature of political consensus. It is true and has been true for a couple of decades that the cost of capital will go down if political parties can unite, if different parts of society can unite, and say that this is a fundamental direction, that the direction will not change, that the only way is greater ambition. And then investors will rally behind and the cost of capital will come down. We need stable, long-term policy environments that are science-based and based on data. I'd like to welcome the leadership of Kenya, France, and Colombia at the Paris Summit, working together to tackle the interrelated issues of debt, climate, and nature. We've heard today from Colombia the need to move away from extractive models of economic development. We've heard from Africa the need for fiscal sovereignty and agency. These are all crucial elements that need to be on the table at COP28. Finance is the only forward-facing indicator we have for success in the climate crisis. By the time we measure emissions, it will be too late. And the most forward-facing indicator for the flow of finance is the cost of capital. It means different investors are coming together, public-private partnerships are there, the enabling environment is there. We must bring down the cost of capital, and we must use finance as our forward-facing indicator in response to the global stocktake. So I'm leaving here really focused with many others on providing allyship in support of the Nairobi Declaration, the Nairobi Agenda. And if His Excellency President Ruto was here, I would say that he told us this morning that until the lion learned to write, we only read stories of the hunter. And I am here because I am so inspired by the story of the lion. And I want my children and all children to grow up in the world that was envisioned by President Ruto this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. It's really good to take a futuristic approach. Dr. D, what have you had? Where are we? We have had conversation from the African leaders of their expectation in finance. We have had conversation from the multilateral development banks. We have had the conversation from the market players. This morning, we had the private sector says maybe we should also consider investment capital, financing, and maybe what we really require is consistent policy, is predictable policy, is incentives to drive investment. Where have we landed?
Thank you very much. This is my former boss. So I have been in these situations in the past. So I am used to summarizing these things, but hasn't for a while. But let me thank everyone for coming, because I'm obviously one of the hosts of this summit. When you organize something like this, your biggest concern is that people will not show, but our biggest challenge now has been oversubscription. I think that is amazing. Thank you very much, everyone, and for those of you who have been very patient to stay this marathon kind of session. I think, and I will combine this with a conversation from Paris, because we've been going back and forth. I have had, I think I can distill what we are saying into 3 pillars of global financial reform, or of the new architecture that is responsive, that can rise to the challenge of the climate crisis. And I will speak just a minute or two on each of them. Number 1 is development finance pillar. This is the call, to quote the COP27 declaration, the call for MDBs, for more climate ambition from the MDBs. The MDBs need to be more ambitious in terms of climate responsiveness. Within these, I think there are several things in that bucket. One of them is providing liquidity insurance for climate shocks. I think SDR kind of innovations are there. Issues around debt suspension clauses, mostly the things that the Bridgetown has been pushing. The second piece of that is an increase in ODA, or concession of financing. That's a leveraging of balance sheets. And the third thing is debt, how to deal with the current debt overhang. And G20 common framework for people who have gone over the cliff is not a solution. I think what we are looking for is a solution at scale. I would hazard to say on the combined scale of Brady and HIPIC. So the MDBs, they are the ones who lead the debt conversation, even though that involves private creditors, the Paris Club, and all of that. There needs to be an overhaul of that infrastructure. That agenda has been on the table for a very long time, but it hasn't moved. We need to be a bit cautious about the question of expanding balance. You're not cautious because given the debt crisis, most of our countries have no headroom for more debt on national balance sheets. So even if we sort of leverage the balance sheets better, there are many countries right now who are in fiscal consolidation mode, including my own. So that's probably not going to provide a lot of resources that quickly. The second pillar, of course, which has been spoken to, is private capital. That's where all the money is, and the numbers have been mentioned. If we are talking about what our president said about from potential to opportunity, and from opportunity to jobs, and to climate, decarbonizing the global economy, we are talking about huge amount of money. And in this sense, I think the preoccupation with MDB reform is like tail wagging the dog. The tail is really trying to wag the dog. I think the people who should be on the driver's seat of where the money is going to come from is private capital. Two observations. I mean, the big thing said about private capital is risk. In our system, I mean, talking about the credit rating agencies issues have been raised. I want to make two observations, which food for thought. One, emerging market sovereign debt is the most profitable asset class for global institutional investors. Risk adjusted, 600 basis points above benchmark US and UK bonds, after default has been taken out. So, and this is data for the last 30 years. So that risk premium, particularly on sovereign debt, is questionable. Because you have a track record of data showing a huge premium. Is that premium warranted? I think that's food for thought. Let's come to Africa. The question of risk again. Mohammed Ibrahim talked about subprime, therefore no capital will come to Africa. There is an exception that proves every rule. And the exception in this case is extractives. Africa has no problem attracting capital for extractives. Big Oil is currently building a pipeline, a gas pipeline from Nigeria through Niger, through the Sahara to Algeria for Europe. $39 billion worth. The owners have actually been able to mobilize state militaries to protect the pipeline. That's part of what's going on in Niger. So, we have no problem, no country I know in Africa has a problem getting money, FDI, for minerals. DR has no problem getting money for cobalt, it's still going out. This money is funded by markets. So we need to ask the question, what do we need to do so that renewables can also be protected by US and French military in the desert? There is an incentive issue there that needs to be addressed. Finally, the third pool of money is what I will call global public finance. Now, in this box, all the money that we are talking about now belongs to someone. It is shareholder money. It is nation states money who are shareholders of MDBs, or it is private shareholders money when you're talking about capital. Now, we are trying to solve a public good problem, a global public good problem using private money. We do not do that at national level. Public goods are financed with public money. So the third pool of money we need is money that doesn't belong to someone, but money that belongs to all of us. Money which belongs to all of us in a country is called taxes. Everybody should contribute to the best of their ability or how much they are able, and the money is put into public goods that benefit all of us. We need global public money to solve a global public good problem. That money, where is it going to come from? That is why we are making a case for a global carbon tax regime. Because we know if you leave goods with externalities to the market, goods with negative externalities will be oversupplied. Goods with positive externalities will be undersupplied. So that is why investment in fossil fuels is oversupplied, because we are not taxing it. And that is why investment in renewables, which have a positive externality, are undersupplied. We need to tax carbon at the global level and finance renewable. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. D. The professorial lecture brings to an end the conversation on finance today. I guess the case for reforms, the case for rethinking architecture, both of tax, both of risk, both of financing model have been placed before us. I want to thank all of you for being patient today for this long conversation. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. PPMC. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows. We have all it takes to change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Yeah. Let's come together now to bring down all barriers for a greater tomorrow. So Africa, arise. Let us all arise. Start to be counted. Arise. Let us all arise. Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, arise.